it, Miller, 59, pg. 70. In other words, the gesture, or the this through which we think we can grasp and thus master the particularity of the object is really a universal, applicable not just to this but to all this. Consciousness had wanted to grasp the other in its individuality, which is really the same thing as annihilating the other's individuality, but it eludes our grasp. We can now already glimpse the end of the Hegelian philosophy in its beginning. In absolute knowing, the drive to totally grasp the object, and to annul the subject-object distinction, will be realized. Absolute knowing will be the total grasp of an individual in its uniqueness. In fact, it will be the total grasp of the only true, unique individual there is, the absolute. Again, the analog to Aristotelian ousia is very clear. However, in Hegel's thought, substance has become subject. What seems to happen outside of the self J, to be an activity directed against it, is really its own doing, and substance shows itself to be essentially subject. Miller, 21, pg. 28. Knowledge of this individual is simultaneously self-knowledge. Otherness still exists, but it is now understood in terms of its place within the whole, which is the absolute substance subject. Substantive otherness, however, has passed away, because what is substantive has become subjective. In short, absolute knowing achieves exactly what is desired, covertly, by sense certainty, and the other forms of spirit. In introducing self-consciousness, Hegel introduces the term desire, Begierde, to describe the primal urge for the cancellation of otherness and the individuation absolutization of subject. But spirit is not just 55. Also in the 1805 Sixlbilaso #Y of nature, Hegel states that the animal organism creates its own internal environment. The animal organism feeds all its functions, all the functions of its inner organism, upon the energy produced by its nutritive system, Uaudit in Harris, Knight, 448. Again, there is a close between the system of science and the internal environment of animal. Science comprehends, digests, by locating thm in the system of science, which is conceived by H as an organic unity. Is the individual, which subs universals as its predico. 56. The LAR manifestations. See Richard Diane Winfield. On Individuality, in Freedom and Modernity, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1991. 57 KO asks, what is desire but the will to transform the contemplated in action, to overcome it in its being that is unrelated to mine and independent of me, to negate it in its independence, and to it to copyrighted material 142 magnum opus. This desire to absolutize itself. All human desires aim at the same telos, from the base desire simply to negate and destroy otherness, to the more sophisticated forms of negating otherness through transformation. This telos is self-consciousness, which is not just the topic of this one section, but of the entire work. Hegel shows that when the subject transforms objects according to its will, or rages at and destroys that which resists its desires, it is really being moved by the desire to confront itself. The desire of the subject to annul the other and absolutize itself is just the same thing as the desire to be confronted by the self and no other. But as Böhme said, no thing can be revealed to itself without opposition. This means that if the goal of consciousness is self-knowledge, it cannot achieve this by annihilating all objectivity, but only by making objectivity reflective, by transforming objects into a mirror of consciousness. This entire account of the positive role of destructive desire in the ultimate realization of the self and of the absolute is Böhme. For Böhme, what Hegel calls desire, the urge to annihilate the other and absolutize self, is evil. Since a true human self is possible only through interaction with otherness, the self that this annihilating impulse creates, if left to its own devices, does not raise itself above the animalistic concerns of pleasure, comfort, and satisfaction. This is the criminal type. The man who stands in opposition to all else, looking out for number one. The paradox of this selfishness is that it involves no real self at all. Böhme designates this way of being as the Sauer and Indrawing, a pulling away, a shutting off and negation of all else. He regards necessary moment of the being of God and all creation. Hegel writes of this doctrine that Böhme has really here penetrated into the utmost depths of divine essence, evil, matter, or whatever it has been called, is the the being for self, the true negativity, LHP 3:206, Werke 20:109. Everything good that subsequently comes to be, is only through having overcome this negative moment. Böhme's position is Hegel's. This negativity in human nature is a tool used by the cunning of reason to actualize all that is good, religion, morality, society, justice, and ultimately God himself. This is myself, to make it mine, to absorb it in and by my eye. Kojiv, Introduction to the Reading of Hegel, 37-38. 58 Hegel, like Böhme, regards self-knowledge not simply as what ought to be achieved, but rather as what all men, and reality itself 5 are directed toward by a primal will. 59 Just before the Böhme myth in the Phenomenology, see below, Hegel writes, evil as the primary existence of the inwardly turned consciousness, MER 468, pg. 504. Hegel writes in the Philosophy of Spirit that evil is nothing else than spirit which puts its separate individuality before all else, PSS 382z, Peri 151. 60 Speaking of Hegeli account of plant life in the 1805-6 Philosophy of Nature, H.S. Harris writes, every part of life as the plant displays it for us, is a satanic urge to be the whole kind itself or on its own account. We have to conceive of life as an absolute tension of imperialism and anar** in order to comprehend what its most elem once planted in the earth, Night Bug Z4 #. Copyrighted material. Hegeli Initiation Rite 143. Hegeli Transformation of the Christian Doctrine of Original Sin. Hegel holds that spirit is by nature evil. But this evil can be utilized in such a way that it brings good into the world. Robert Schneider states that Edinger, like Hegel, sees knowledge as developing through the negative force of desire, Begierde. He writes that the stuff of concrete spirit begins in Hegel as in Edinger with drive, Triebj and desire, Begierde 6i. During 1804-5, Hegel wrote out and then criticized a myth concerning the fall of Lucifer. Hegel portrays nature in its separation from God as evil. He writes, God, having turned toward nature and expressed himself in the pomp and dull repetition of its forms, became aware of his expansion and became angry over it. Wrath, Zorn, is this formation, this contraction into an empty point. He finds himself in this way, with his being poured out into the unending, restless infinity, where there is no present but an empty transcendence of limit, which always remains even as it is transcended. Wrath here invites comparison, of course, to Böhme's sour herb, though the parallel is not exact. In his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel employs the term Zorn to speak of Böhme's theosophy, identifying the first principium of Böhme's thought with Gott in Zorn, EHP 3:192 Werke 20:95. Hegel continues, the anger of God, here fixed outside himself in his otherness, the fallen Lucifer, rose up against God and his beauty made him arrogant. Nature, through consciousness of its own form, brought it to completion and flattered itself over it. Godi wrath, then, according to Hegel, becomes the spirit of Lucifer, who is at home with the finite and ephemeral. Again, there is a clear parallel to Böhme's idea that evil or the demonic is a moment of God, a moment broken off from the divine life. This is exactly what human spirit is, before its consummation. A moment broken off from the whole. Self-consciousness is wrath itself, the ignition, Entzündung, of wrath within it which burns itself out and consumes its arrogant pomp. However, as one might expect, through the finite realm of nature spirit rises up and can transcend this evil. It does so in this myth through understanding and making peace with its own finitude. Hegel writes, the consumed nature rises up in a newer, more ideal form, like a realm of shadows which has lost its first life, the appearance of its spirit after the death of its life. But this new form, spirit, is the overcoming of the evil, the enduring of the glowing fire, glut, of pain in the center point, whereas purified it leaves all the flakes behind in the crucible, Legel, a residuum, which is the pure Noth 61. Robert Schneider, Geistesinen, 126. 62 Johannes Hofmeister, ed., Dokument zu Hegels Entwicklung, Stuttgart. Frohman, 364-65. 63 See also Y, Z06, Werke 20:109. 64 Document, 365. 65 Ibid. Copyrighted material 144 Magnum Opus Ing. It raises itself up as a freer spirit, which sees its radiance only in, note the use of the alchemical imagery of purification. Hegel then immediately goes on to criticize this account, which he refers to as the intuitions of barbarians. Die Anspauung der Bear in its spirit remains unconscious of the fact that it itself is the source of this process of the divine self-alienation and return. Hegel appears to think that this further, higher realization is necessary to complete Böhmen theosophy. Despite his objection to the barbarism of the Böhmen conception, which is repeated in the 1805 Cures, Hegel is clearly so close in spirit to Böhme that he can generate Böhmen-style myths with ease. Furthermore, much of the language and spirit of Hegel's Böhme myth recur in the revealed religion section of the Phenomenology, and there his attitude toward Böhme is more positive. David Walsh writes that Hegeli account is from start to finish identical with the theosophic Christianity of Böhme. In Revealed Religion, Hegel presents speculative readings of various Christian dogmas. In his treatment of the fall from paradise, the Böhme myth reappears. Paradise for Hegel represents the innocence of immersion in pure immediacy, such as we find in sense certainty. The withdrawal into thought is the loss of innocence. Having turned inward, consciousness now represents evil. This is Böhme's sour. But, Hegel says, evil requires a good, and indeed we find that consciousness has split into evil and good. Hegel is not very clear, however, about what moment of consciousness corresponds to the good. Hegel then states, Lt can therefore be said that it is the very firstborn son of light, Lucifer, himself, who fell because he withdrew into himself or became self-centered, but that in his place another was at once created. Miller, 468, pg. 504. Just as in the myth of 18045, Hegel immediately distances himself from this way of conceiving things, such a form of expression as fallen which, like the expression son, belongs to representation, Vorstellung, picture thinking J, and not to the concept, reduces, Beobsetztenel, the moments of the concept to the level of representation, or carries representation over into the realm of thought. Miller, 468, pg. 504. Commentators, again, take Hegel as roundly rejecting Böhme here, but he goes on to pay Böhme indirect tribute 2 paragraphs later. Still speaking of the myth of Lucifer, Hegel remarks that picture thinking cannot conceive of evil, of the negative, as a moment of God. Representation takes the other aspect, evil, to be a happening alien to the divine being, to grasp it in the divine being as the wrath of God. This demands from representation, struggling against its limitations. It's 66. Ibid. 67 The Böhme-Lucifer issue reappears in the Philosoph-Catcher 248z, Perry Böhme's Lucifer doctrine, and the wrath of are explicitly discussed in the Böhme chapter of LHP Werke. 68 Walsh, The Historical Dialectic of Spirit 28, copyrighted material Hegel's Initiation Rite 145 Supreme and most strenuous effort, an effort which, since it lacks the concept, remains fruitless. Miller, 470, pg. 506. Böhme, of course, saw evil as a moment of God, and Hegel knew this. Though Böhme's thought could not ultimately become absolute knowing because of its picture thinking, it comes as close to absolute knowing as picture thinking can. D. alchemical elements. That Hegel was familiar with alchemy and was ready and willing to employ its thought patterns is evident from the Böhme myth of 18045, which states that spirit is the overcoming of the evil, the enduring of the glowing fire, glut, of pain in the center point, whereas purified it leaves all the hakes behind in the crucible, Hegel, a residuum, which is the pure nothing. It raises itself up as a freer spirit, which sees its radiance only in nature. Alchemical metaphors were common in the writings of Württemberg Pietists. August Langen writes that alchemical language constitutes one of the most important sources for Pietist writers. 0. I will offer a much more extensive discussion of Hegel's knowledge of, and indebtedness to, alchemy in Chapter 6. The concept of the negative as a moment in the positive is an old Hermetic theme. In alchemy, making gold involves breaking base metals down into their primal elements and then raising them up to the perfected metal form of gold. Each metal was said to contain a seed of gold that could be made to sprout and blossom. At the same time, the alchemist was expected to purify himself, or the process would not work. In this we can see an analogy to the function of the phenomenology itself. In the phenomenological crucible, spirit is separated from its impurities and, literally, perfected. The seed of absolute spirit is present in every odd, imperfect form that spirit takes. The work of this purification has happened, in part, through the historical process. But Hegel provides the final, secret ingredient necessary to synthesize absolute spirit. He has placed the historical forms of spirit into his alembic and, through the fire of dialectic, has caused them to reorganize into a form that reveals the necessity within their apparent contingency. Hegel closes the phenomenology with the image of Golgotha, of the Spitalstadt, the place of the skull L. This image is found in some alchemical texts. The crucifixion is an image of the Nigredu, the initial alchemical stage of putrefaction or death, from which comes, eventually, the stone. Caput head was the 69. Document, 365. 70 August Langen. Der Werkstätte des Pietismus, Tübingen, Max Niemeyer Verlag, 1968, 71. 71 Hegel counterposes the Spitalstadt to the Spitälebra, phrenology enjoyed something of a revival in the 8th century due to the writings OK Johann Caspar Lavater, 1741–1801, a Swiss preacher with mystical tendencies. Aside from this, there is not the asterisk hermetic about phrenology. It is an example of the reductive materialism most Hermeticists vehemently opposed. Hegelic critique of phrenology occurs in pg. 20633, copyrighted material 146 magnum opus, term used by alchemists to denote the substance remaining after putrefaction or purification by Cray has taken place, and it was symbolized by a skull. Caput mortuum is a term actually employed by Hegel, as I shall discuss in the following chapter. The skull, with crossbones, also figures an important image in Masonic initiation. Alchemists like Heinrich Kunrath, 1560–1605, identified Christ himself with the philosopher's stone. In truth, the image of Golgotha at the end of the phenomenology is a continuation of the Bacchanalian revel imagery that occurs early on in the text. Aside from the Bacchanalian revel passage itself, another passage contains an oblique reference to Dionysus. The life of spirit is not the life that shrinks from death and keeps itself untouched by devastation, but rather the life that endures it and maintains itself in it. It wins its truth only when, in utter dismemberment, it finds itself. Miller, 19, pg. 26, in Faith and Knowledge, 1802, Hegel writes that the pure concept must re-establish for philosophy the idea of absolute freedom and along with it the absolute passion, the speculative Good Friday in place of the historic Good Friday. Mythically, Christ is equivalent to Dionysus, and Osiris, the god who benefits mankind through being sacrificed. Spirit must die, it must be dismembered, in order to attain absolute knowing and become absolute spirit. Karen Figala writes that the crucifixion is an symbol of the alchemical process, of the whitening of the Nigredu. A primordial symbol of pre-Christian gnosis for the transformation of Nigredu into albedo is the saga of Osiris' death and resurrection. Hegeli phenomenology is a rite of initiation and an alchemical transmutation. The material, mundane mind or spirit, must be broken apart or sacrificed, in order to be transmuted into a higher form. The foaming chalice. The final image of the phenomenaloo is the foaming chalice. Spirit as displayed in the phenomenology's way of despair constitutes the recollection and the Golgotha, die Schadelstadtage of absolute spirit, the actuality, truth, and certainty of his throne, without which he would be lifeless and alone. Only, from the chalice of this realm of spirits, foams for him his own infinity. Miller, 493, pg. 531. Hegel has paraphrased Schiller's poem Die Freundschaft, Friendship, 1782. Any last two lines of which read, Aus dem Kelch des ganzen Seelenreichs, /schomd IBM die Unendlichkeit. Hegel has revised these lines to read Aus 72. Faith and Knowledge, trans. Walter Cerf and H.S. Harris, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1977, 191. German edition, Gesammeltwerke, $414. 73 Sie Karen Figala oder Alchemische Begriff de Caput Mortuum in der Eschen Terminologie Hegels, in Stuttgarter Hegel Tage 1970, ed. H.G. E.R., Bonn, Bouvier, see Chapter 5 on Caput Mortuum. Axrover %SRT, is mentioned at Miller, 49, pg. Copyrighted material Hegel's Initiation Rite 147 Dem Kelch dieses Geisterreichs, /schomd ihm seine Unendlichkeit. To understand the significance of the changes, one must 100k at the final stanza of Schiller's poem in its entirety. Freundlos war der Grossweltenmeister. Fult Mangel darum Scuff Geister. Selge Spiegel seiner Seligkeit. Fand das Hochgesaintwesen schon kein Gleichs. Aus dem Kelch des ganzen Seelenreichs. Schomd bm die Unendlichkeit. This might be translated. Friendless was the great world master. Felt alack thus he created spirits. Blessed mirrors of his bliss. Still found the highest being no likeness. From out of the chalice of the whole realm of the soul foams for him infinity. And the imagery of the world master creating spirits as a mirror calls to mind Böhme's doctrine of God's wisdom, which he depicts as a mirror and analyzes into the seven source spirits, Quellgeister. Hegel's claim, as we have seen in connection with the myth of 18045, is that any developmental account of the life of God must understand spirit as its origin and object. Hegel contends that this is the crucial component missing from Böhme theosophy. Encountering a similar myth in Schiller's Die Freundschaft, Hegel thus identifies Schiller's created Geist, or, literally, Geister, with the soul of the world master. Seelenreichs becomes Geisterreichs. There is a further irony in Hegeli's use of Schiller's poem. Hegel must also reject Schiller's claim that still found the highest being no likeness. In a Zusatz to the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel states that the original calling of man, to be an image of God, can be realized only through cognition, Erkennen, LS 24z3, Geritz, 63. For Hegel, the world master must find an adequate likeness. Finally, Schiller writes that out of this realm of the soul foams for him infinity, implying that infinity unfolds before God, as an external show. Hegel revises the last line of the poem to read foams to him, his infinity, seine Unendlichkeit. Spirit is now to be identified with the infinite. This must be understood in contrast to what Hegel calls infinite, schlecht Unendlichkeit, which is an infinity that stands opposed to what is finite as something external. Such opposition limits infinity, thus making it not infinite but finite. Good infinity comprehends finitude. 75 Friedrich Schiller, Samtliche Werke, 4 volumes, ed. Gerhard Fricke and Herbert G. Gopferk with Herbert Stubenrock, 6th ed. Munich, Hanser, 1974-80, 1:93. 76 translated in Vereen, Hegel's Recollection, 6. Copyrighted material 148 Magnum Opus. Thus, spirit does not face an infinity foaming out away from it, it is the infinite. This, its true nature, has revealed itself through the Geisterreich, that is the there is a yet another, still more interesting implication to Hegel's use of this passage. Consider the context in which it occurs. Hegel speaks of the recollection and the Golgotha of absolute spirit, the actuality, truth, and certainty of his throne, without which he would be lifeless and alone. The meaning of this imagery seems to be obvious. The way of spirit to absolute knowing is likened to Christ's passion. But Hegel then immediately introduces his paraphrase of Schiller. In this context, the reference to the Kelch can only call to mind the image of the Holy Grail, the cup in which Christi blood was captured during his crucifixion. The Holy Grail was also the cup of the Last Supper, from which the disciples drank wine transubstantiated into Christ's blood. The Grail is represented to this day by a communion chalice. Hegel's use of the image of the Kelch extends the comparison of his doctrine to Christianity. It also circles back to his discussion of the Eleusinian mysteries, in which he spoke of the Eleusinian communion, the secret meaning of the eating of bread and the drinking of wine. Miller, 65, pg. 77. In drinking from the communion cup we become one with God. Hegel believes that he has actually realized this oneness in his phenomenology. For a philosopher like Hegel, who believes that at the end of time we rend and devour our God like the Titans did Dionysus, the cup of Christi blood is a useful symbol for a dangerous idea. The image of the Holy Grail was appropriated by Hermeticists, particularly alchemists. In Wolfram von Eschenbach's Partival, c. 1170-1230, the version of the Grail story with which Hegel was most likely familiar, the Grail appears not as a cup but as a stone. In the story, the hermit Trevisan tells Partival that the name of the Grail is Lapsit Exilis. Although this looks like Latin, it literally means nothing. Most scholars have thought it a mistake on Wolfram's part. It is generally agreed that lapsit is supposed to be lapis, stone. Julius Evola argues for lapis elixir, making an obvious connection with alchemy. I find Emma Jung's suggestion of lapis exilis more plausible, however, for the philosopher's stone was explicitly named lapis exilis in some works of Arnold of Villanova, born 1220. The term may be much older. Sl exilis means poor or 77. My interpretation of these lines is based in part on that of Vereen, Hegel, Recollection. 6-7. Of Christ's blood in the crucifixion was 78. Edinger believed that the t. For instance, he seems to have held that our participation highly enrifican in the of Christ through whole communion is emblematic of the taking up of the true doctrine, transmi through rig, rough whh we may nurksritwal body and so work to actualize the divine spiritual curartion wh is God. See Robert Schneider, Geistisebenen, 79. Wolfram von Eschenbach, Partival, 9. 80 Julius Evola, The Mystery of the Grail, trans. Guido Stucco, Rochester, VT. Inner Traditions, 1994, 153. 81 Ibid 149. Copyrighted material. Hegel I Initiation Rite 149 mean. Emma Jung notes that traditionally the philosopher's stone is at once priceless, as well as the most common thing there is, trodden underfoot in the street. She writes that the philosopher's stone is a particle of God concealed in nature, an analogy to the God who, in Christ, came down to earth in a human body, subject to suffering. On the other hand, the cheapness of the stone alludes to the fact that every human being is its potential bearer, even its begetter. Hegel finished the phenomenology in great haste, according to legend, on the eve of the Battle of Jena. When he looked for an image to end the book, what came to him was the crucifixion of Jesus on Golgotha and then a chalice, the foaming chalice of Schiller. Perhaps Hegel's inspiration to use Schiller's chalice in the context of the image of the crucifixion can only have seemed right to him because of its association with the Holy Grail, perhaps even the Unspalus of Wolfram the Grail as stone, the Stein der Weisen. The phenomenology has been called but perhaps a better description will be Grail Chu, where Grail represents what all other philosophers have sought, but none before Hegel has attained, absolute knowing. 82 Emma Jung and Marie-Louise von Franz, Grail Legend, trans. Andrea Dykes, Boston, Sego Press, 1986, 153. 83 Ibid, 157 Copyrighted material. 150. Chapter 5. The Kabbalistic Tree. The Science of Logic. Once you have entered the magic circle the sorcerer has drawn around himself, you are in Vogern, on Hegel, A Study in Sorcery. The Project of Logic, Hegel's second book, The Science of Logic, Wissenschaft der Logik, was published 1812-16. In 1817, Hegel published another version of his Logic. The so-called Encyclopaedia Logic, the first book of his Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in outline, Enzyklopädie der Philosophispen Wissenschaften im Grundriss. The Science of Logic is verbose and obscure. The Encyclopaedia Logic is terse and obscure. The latter is a collection of numbered paragraphs that served as a lecture outline for Hegel's classes in the gymnasium in Nuremberg, and later in the universities of Heidelberg and Berlin. These paragraphs are extremely difficult to understand in isolation and require Hegel's amplifying lecture remarks. Fortunately, many of these remarks were written down verbatim by Hegel's students and have been printed in subsequent editions of the encyclopedia as the Zusätze. Except where I have indicated otherwise, I will use the term logic to refer to both texts in general, and neither in particular. Heidegger held that virtually all philosophers before him have forgotten being. Metaphysicians think that talking about being means talking about some particular, if exalted, being, such as God. Hegel's logic is very much a part of this onto-theological tradition of metaphysics. The logic is simultaneously an account of what it means to be and an account of the highest individual being. In Aristotelian terms, the logic is an account of substance as such, but it is also an account of the highest individual substance. On the initial page of the preface to the first edition of The Science of Logic, Hegel implies that he intends to provide Germany with its own metaphysics, if it is remarkable when a nation has become indifferent one. H. S. Harris writes that the logic presents the divine life as an absolute substance in which the essence, being, activity, is identical with the existence ration. The substance is eternally as a copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 151. To its constitutional theory, to its national sentiments, its ethical customs and virtues, it is certainly no less remarkable when a nation loses its metaphysics, when the spirit which contemplates its own pure essence is no longer a present reality in the life of the nation. Miller, 25, WL. In the introduction to the Science of Logic, Hegel contrasts his book to former metaphysics. Miller, 64, WL 150. In the introduction to the Encyclopaedia Logic, Hegel writes that speculative logic contains the older logic and metaphysics. It preserves the same forms of thought, laws, objects, but it develops and transforms them with further categories. LS 9, Genitz, 33. So why did Hegel call this metaphysics logic? In fact, commentators rarely ask why Hegel selected the title that he did. The answer lies in the derivation of the term logic from the Greek logos. Rosenkranz reports that Hegel in his Jena years loved to present the creation of the universe as the utterance of the absolute word, and the return of the universe into itself as the understanding of the word, so that nature and his become the medium between the speaking and the understanding, the word, a medium which itself vanishes qua other being I. But I shall let Hegel speak for himself, in a series of quotations that will enable us to piece together an accurate account of the subject matter of the logic. In the preface to the second edition, 1832, of The Science of Logic, Hegel discusses the consummating idea of his logic, the concept, der Begründung. This concept is not sensuously intuited or represented, it is solely an object, a product and content of thinking, and is the absolute, self-subsistent thing, Sakbj, the logos, the reason of that which is, the truth of what we call things. It is least of all the logos which should be left outside the science of logic. Miller, 39, WL 119. This passage implies that doctrine of the concept will satisfy the claim of the science itself to be both metaphysics and ontology. It will give us the logos both as absolute, self-subsistent object and as the reason of that which is, the truth of what we call things. Hegel's absolute idea, absolute idee, is this logos. Hegel writes in the Encyclopedia Logic that ideas are not just to be found in our heads, and the idea is not at all something so impotent that whether it is realized or not depends upon our own sweet will. On the contrary, it is at once what is quite simply effective and actual as well. LS 142, Z. Geritz, 214. Hegel writes, further, that it is not we who form concepts, and in general the concept should not be considered as something that has come to be at all. LS 163, Z. Geritz, 241. Lecturing on one of the early paragraphs of the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel remarks that the subject matter of the logic is truth. LS 19 Zr. Geritz, 46. Hegel amplifies this remark by adding that what thought thinks in the logic is what is eternal. LS 19 Z2, Geritz, 47. This is 2. Rosenkranz, Hegel's Leben, 193. Hegel, System of Ethical Life. 265. 3. In the Philosophy of Nature, Hegel states at one point, the idea, i.e. the logos, PNT 247, Z. Petty Copyrighted Material 152 Magnum Opus, then explained as being the supersensible world. LS 19 Z2, Geritz, 48. In the Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion, Hegel states that philosophy is no worldly wisdom, as it used to be called. It is not in fact a wisdom of the world but instead a cognitive knowledge of the non-worldly. It is not a cognition of external existence, of empirical determinate being and life, or of the formal universe, but rather cognition of all that is eternal, of what God is and of what God's nature is as it manifests and develops itself. LPR 1:117, VPR in the Science of Logic. Hegel identifies the eternal with God. Miller, 78, WL 1:68. In the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel avers that both philosophy and religion hold that God and God alone is the truth. LS 1, Geritz, 24. In his manuscript for the Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion, 1824, Hegel writes that God is the one and only object of philosophy and that philosophy is theology. LPRR 84, 13:4. In a famous passage of the Science of Logic, Hegel states that the logic is to be understood as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought. This realm is truth as it is without veil and in its own absolute nature. It can therefore be said that this content is the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit. Miller, 50, WL 133-34. On the basis of all of the foregoing, then, we are entitled to conclude that, for Hegel, the eternal truth logos absolute idea God, and that this is the subject matter to be recollected in the logic. Just exactly how Hegel can make this series of identifications constitutes the argument of the logic. Against the tradition of negative theology, as well as the tradition that claims in general that the human intellect is finite and frail, Hegel holds that the infinite and eternal must be knowable. Hegel even claims, surprisingly, that stressing man's finitude and God's unknowability is contrary to the Christian faith. In his Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion, he states, I declare such a point of view to be directly opposed to the whole nature of the Christian religion, according to which we should know God cognitively, God's nature and essence, and should esteem this cognition above all else. LPR 1:88, VFR 1:7. In the same manuscript, After Hegel claims that philosophy is occupied with God is theology, he goes on to say that everyone already has a consciousness of God, LPR 1:85, VPR 1:4. Again, we see that Hegel's philosophical method involves recollection. This is another theme of logic. In the preface to the second edition of the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel writes that religion is the mode, the type of consciousness, in which the truth is present for all men, but philosophy is something only a few take up and comprehend. Geritz, 11, Werke 8:23. This does not mean that philosophers leave behind the concept of God. As we have seen, Hegel claims in the Logic that both religion and philosophy hold that God alone is the truth. It simply means that religion, ritual, worship, devotional literature, etc. is for all men, whereas philosophy is only for a few. In the very next sentence of the preface, however, Hegel alludes to Homer and says that certain things, such as truth, have two names, one in the language of gods, and the other on the tongues of us men. Ger copyrighted material The Kabbalistic Tree 153 Eats, N. Werke 8, 23. The structure of Hegel's sentences suggests that he is saying that religion is to philosophy as the language of gods is to the language of men. But this is not his meaning. It is philosophy that is the language of gods. Indeed, in a zusatz to a later section of the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel states that the original calling of man, to be an image of God, can be realized only through cognition, NJ, LS 24Z3, Genitz, 63. This is no innocent scriptural allusion. In the lectures on the philosophy of religion, Hegel states that God is only in and for thought, LPR 1:209, VPR 1:118. In making such claims, Hegel is not simply attacking long-standing religious views about relationship to God, he is also opposing Kantian philosophy. Hegel's claim that we can know the thing in itself is the major reason why so many tough-minded philosophers seem to regard him as slightly mad. In fact, Hegel's claim, for which the entire Logic serves as an argument, is tightly reasoned and built on Kant's own premises. In The Science of Logic, Hegel writes that the critical philosophy holds that we place our thoughts as a medium between ourselves and the objects, and that this medium, instead of connecting us with the objects, rather cuts us off from them. Miller, 36, WL 115. Much later in the Logic, Hegel infers, as he does in many other places, that Kant's claim that the thing in itself is unknowable is equivalent to the claim that reality lies absolutely outside the concept. Miller, 593, WL 324. Hegel fastens onto Kant's occasional identification of the thing in itself with the unconditioned. For Hegel, only the absolute is unconditioned, for it cannot be subsumed by any higher or wider category. Nor can it be made present in intuition. In the Logic he presents a system which articulates the conceptual moments of the absolute, employing a method Kant to some degree anticipated but never fully appreciated, dialectic. The moments of the absolute are simultaneously categories of the real and categories of human thought. In fact, a superficial glance at the divisions of Hegeli logic reveals that it is partly a reworking of Kant's table of judgments and table of categories. Kant's categories are the conditions for the possibility of knowledge and conditions for the possibility of objects as such. Once this is understood, the reasoning behind Hegel's claim to know the thing in itself becomes clear. For Hegel, the totality of conditions is itself the unconditioned. These conditions form an organic totality, which can be known as a whole. Therefore, if the totality of these conditions is the unconditioned, and the unconditioned is the thing in itself, then we can know the thing in itself. Furthermore, this unconditioned as an organic totality is an individual. It is a unique, self-sufficient individual determined by nothing, but whose moments determine everything else. Thus, another name for the unconditioned is God. Because its moments account for all being, it also constitutes the system of the world, or reality as a whole. Finally, because the categories that make up the unconditioned are, as I have said, also categories of human thought in all its forms, and copyrighted material 154 magnum opus account of the unconditioned is equivalent to an account of the mind or soul. Thus, Hegel believes that he has, through a radically new method of thought, made Goneuro's noumenal realm present. What things in themselves are is the absolute or unconditioned, which is world, soul, and God together. However, the well-known dual aspect reading of Kant's phenomenanoumena distinction might lead one to ask if Hegel's claim to know the thing in itself means that he thinks we can know or experience things as they are when they are not appearing to us. The answer to this question is, yes and no. We can know things as they are in themselves because the finite things that appear to us are themselves appearances of that infinite, eminently knowable being which is the absolute or the unconditioned. In other words, what individual things are in themselves is the absolute which we come to know through Hegel's philosophy. However, we cannot know the absolute in the sense of making it intuitively or sensuously given. It is this kind of knowledge that Kant has in mind when he denies knowledge of things in themselves, but Kant's claim that genuine knowledge must always involve intuition is simply arbitrary. It is the chink in Kant's critical armor. Hegel believes that through the purificatory initiation of the phenomenal of, he has, in effect, put himself in an altered state of consciousness, beyond the distinction between subject and object, whereupon the dialectic of the logic simply flows from nothing. As I said in chapter 3, the philosopher is a vehicle of Rhe Muses, an oracle through which spirit expresses itself, an automatic writer who passively watches the play of the dialectic as it develops on his page. Some further discussion of the nature of this process is in order here. As is well known, Hegel claims that there is a necessity to his dialectical transitions and a completeness to the system. What makes these features possible is Hegel's use described in chapter 30f, the triangle and the circle as symbolic forms governing the fundamental architectonic of his system. The necessity of Hegel's dialectical transitions is displayed in their triadic structure. It is frequently pointed out that this structure is often inadequately portrayed as a process of thesis-antithesis-synthesis. Some have even suggested that the triadic form of the dialectic is a mere Hegel myth and should be discarded. As we have seen, however, Hegel placed special emphasis on the triad as an element out of the Philosophia Perennis. Recall his remark about Kant and the triadic form in the preface to the Phenomenology. The triadic structure of dialectic may be described as follows. First, there is an initial idea, which when thoroughly thought through suggests its opposite, or, at least, an opposing or contradictory idea. A third term then appears that reconciles these two. This reconciliation is 4. Arthur Versluys writes of the transformation in the soul of the Böhmen theosopher that when the soul gives itself up to the nothingness, then it becomes dead to its own will, and the nothing, pure God's will, makes the soul alive according to its own nature. Versluys, Wisdom Children, 149. 5. C. Müller, The Hegel Legend of Thesis-Antithesis-Synthesis. As is always pointed out, Hegel himself never uses these terms. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 155, accomplished in various ways but frequently it involves a discovery of an underlying identity or commonality between the two terms initially thought to be different. The real problem with the formula thesis-antithesis-synthesis is with the characterization of the third term as synthesis. Nevertheless, there are some Hegelian third terms that do 100k like syntheses. For instance, in the philosophy of right, the third term to family civil society state appears to take up and combine elements of the first two. The state, like civil society, is an association of autonomous individuals, but it cancels the external relation of those individuals in civil society and, like the family, relates them internally through a shared foundation of values and interests. The completeness of Hegel's system, especially the logic, is achieved through its circularity. If the final category of the logic, or of the system as a whole, leads back to the beginning, then everything that could be said has been said, nothing has been left out. H. S. Harris writes that the ideal of philosophy as a self-justifying circle is definitive for Hegel's concept of system from the beginning. Speaking of the dialectic, Hegel says in the Phenomenology that it is the process of its own becoming, the circle that presupposes its end as its goal, having its end also as its beginning, and only by being worked out to its end, is it actual. Miller, 10, pg. 14. Early in the Science of Logic, Hegel writes that the essential requirement for the science of logic is that the whole of the science be within itself a circle in which the first is also the last and the last is also the first. N. Liller, 71, WL 1:60. In the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel writes, each of the parts of philosophy is a philosophical whole, a circle that closes upon itself, but in each of them the philosophical idea is in a particular determinacy or element. Every single circle also breaks through the restriction of its element as well, precisely because it is inwardly, the totality, and it grounds a further sphere. The whole presents itself therefore as a circle of circles, each of which is a necessary moment, so that the system of its peculiar elements constitutes the whole idea which equally appears in each single one of them. LS 15, Genets, 39, the system is a circle of circles, and the logic is one such circle. An important question must be asked about Hegel's metaphor, however. If the logic on reaching its final category gives way to the philosophy of nature, then how can it be said to return to its beginning? The answer is that each part of a separate domain. Each separate Hegelian science gives a complete speech about one of these domains. It is not absolute idea that leads to the philosophy of nature. Rather, it is the logic as a whole that requires supplementation by the categories of nature. Hegel writes in the Encyclopedia Logic that the logic is the science of the pure idea, that is, of the idea in the abstract element of thinking. LS 19, Geritz, 45. As abstract, the 6. Harris, Knight 235, Kojève also makes the point that it is the circle of the system proves its completeness, K0 Jave, to the ng of Hegel, 93. Copyrighted material 156 Magnum Opus. Idea is without full realization or expression, although it is highly intelligible in the abstract element of thinking. The absolute idea is presupposed. The beginning of the absolute idea is a return, of sorts, to being. Hegel's circle of circles might best be understood as a chain, each link is a whole, and although one link touches another, it is not fastened to that other or permanently connected with it. In one of the Zusätze to an early paragraph in the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel states, when we consider the logic as the system of pure thought determinations, reinen Denkbestimmungen, the other philosophical sciences, the philosophy of nature, and the philosophy of spirit appear, in contrast, as applied logic, so to speak, for the logic is their animating soul. Thus, the concern of those other sciences is only to cognize the logical forms in the shapes of nature and spirit, shapes that are only a particular mode of expression of the forms of pure thinking. LS 24Z2, Geritz, 58. Hegel continues these remarks, in a manner that will shortly emerge as very important. In this way the logic is the all-animating spirit of all sciences, and the thought determinations contained in the logic are the pure spirits. They are what is most inward, but, at the same time, they are always on our lips, and consequently they seem to be something thoroughly well known. LS 24Z2, Geritz, 59. Hegel is here referring to the idea, explored already in Chapter 3, that we always already know implicitly the content of philosophy. Something farther must be said, though, about the relation of the logic to the whole system. At the end of his introduction to the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel gives the structure of his system as follows. The logic, the science of the idea in and for itself. N. The philosophy of nature, as the science of the idea in its other by of spirit, as the idea that returns into itself out of its otherness. LS 18, Geritz, 42. Much later in the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel states that the idea is what is true in and for itself, the absolute unity of concept and objectivity. LS 213, Geritz, 286. The in itself refers to the parts of the logic that Hegel calls objective and essence, whereas the truth for itself is subjective logic. The concept, Miller, 63-64, WL. In the logic, all the eidetic determinations of objects are explicated and are shown to lead to an idea that reflects on itself or is self-referential. This is what Hegel means by the idea being for itself or subjective. Absolute idea is the abstract conception of self-thinking thought. Through nature and man it seeks worldly realization and finds it only in the embodied self-thinking thought of the philosopher. 7. I owe this metaphor of the chain R. Donald Philip Vereen, Seminar on the Of Spirit, Emory University, Fall 1996. The metaphor of the Schneider, Geistesebenen, 127. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 157-2. Böhme influences on the logic. In 1816 Hegel received invitations to teach at Heidelberg and Berlin. His chances in Berlin, however, were sabotaged by the powerful Berlin theologian Wilhelm Martin Lieberecht de Wet, 1780-1849, who, as Erdmann notes, denounced Hegel's logic as an obscure occultism, Gebi im Wissenschaft. S. Earlier, in an 1815 letter to archenemy Jacob Friedrich Fries, 1773-1843, de Wet wrote that mysticism reigns here mightily, and how deep we have sunk is shown in the thought of Hegel. 9. At times, Hegel seems to have positively encouraged the impression that he is a mystic. In the 1805 lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel stated that the philosophers are closer to the Lord than those who live by the crumbs of the Spirit. They read, or write, the cabinet orders of God in the original, it is their duty to write them down. The philosophers are the mysti who have been present at the decision in the innermost sanctuary too. In the preface to the second edition of the Encyclopedia, Hegel writes that what was revealed as a mystery in earlier times should now be revealed for thinking itself. Geritz, 17, Werke 831. The preface to the second edition of the Encyclopedia, 1827, provides ample evidence of Hegel's willingness to be grouped with the mystics. Introducing some of his basic ideas, Hegel mentions Böhme more than once. He writes, the spirit is essentially consciousness, and hence, consciousness, of the content made into an object. As feeling, the spirit is just the not yet objective content itself, only a quale, to use an expression of Jacob Böhme, it is just the lowest stage of consciousness, in the form of the soul, which we have in common with the lower animals. Geritz, 12, Werke 824. Hegel goes on to write of Böhme, the name Teutonic philosopher has rightly been conferred upon this mighty spirit. On the one hand, he has enlarged the basic import of religion, taken, on its own account, to the universal idea. Within that basic import he formulated the highest problems of reason and tried to grasp spirit and nature in their determinate spheres and configurations. All this was possible, because he took as his foundation, the thesis, that the spirit of man and all things else are created in the image of God and, of course, of God as the Trinity. Their life is just the process of their reintegration into that original image after the loss of it. On the other hand, and conversely, he forcibly misappropriated the forms of natural things, sulfur, saltpeter, etc., the sharp, the bitter, etc., as spiritual forms and forms of thought. Geritz, 15, Werke. In the same text Hegel also makes several admiring references to the arch-theosophist and occultist of his day, Franz von Baader. In support 8. Wiedemann, Hegel, 53. 9. Nicolin, Hegel in Berichten seiner Zeitgenossen, 117. 10. Hegespeicht Philosophic, ed. Hermann Volume 3, Frohman, 1927-1940, 96. Copyrighted material $8 magnum opus of his own attempt to rationalize religious doctrine. Hegel quotes Volume 5 of Battery Firm Anticognitiones, 1824. Baader claims there that the idea that religion is only a matter of the heart is a view dear to atheists, who know that to undermine religion they must undermine the notion that a rational theory of religion is possible. After quoting Baader, Hegel goes on to state that what is most sublime, most profound, and most inward has been called forth into the light of day in the religions, philosophies, and works of art, in more or less pure, in clearer or more obscure shapes, often in very repulsive ones. We can count it as a particular merit of Franz von Baader that he not only goes on bringing such forms to our recollection, but also with a profoundly speculative spirit he brings their basic import expressly into scientific honor, because on that basis he expounds and confirms the philosophical idea. Geritz, 15, in an extraordinary footnote, Hegel writes that I am certainly delighted to learn that Herr von Baader agrees with many of my propos, evident both from the content of several of his more recent writings and from his references to me by name. About most of what he contests, and even quite easily about everything, it would not be difficult for me to come to an understanding with him, that is to say, to show that there is, in fact, no departure from his views in it. Geritz, 15, Werke 8229. Hegel then goes on to take issue with a criticism Baader made of one aspect of his philosophy of nature. Although Baader does make some favorable remarks about Hegel in the first volume of Fermente Cognitionis, Hegel's assessment of his relationship with Baader seems to have been highly unrealistic. Baader, for his part, appears to have been simply puzzled by Hegel's attention and insistence on their ability to come to an understanding. It is not unusual for one prominent scholar to court another, for career advancement, or often simply to establish an intellectual friendship. Baader, however, was a decidedly strange and marginal figure for Hegel to court, unless, of course, Hegel saw himself as somehow belonging on the margins with Baader. To return to Böhme, in the 1812 Doctrine of Being of the Science of Logic, Hegel offers the following in a remark concerning quality in the section on Dasein. Qualierung or Inqualierung, which are terms from out of a philosophy which goes deep but into a turbid depth, refers to determinacy as in itself, but at the same time is another in itself, or it refers to the familiar nature of opposition, as it is in its essence. In this respect, opposition constitutes the inner nature of quality and is essentially itself movement in itself. Quilterung means therefore, in the afore Baader. Fermente Cognitionis, Berlin, 1824, Preface, IXF, quoted in Genitz, 14, Werke, 27. 12. Baader replied to Hegel's defense of himself here in an 1824 essay entitled Hegel on My Doctrine in the preface to the second edition of the Encyclopädie Gesamtliche Werke, ed. F. Hoffmann et. Leipzig, 1851-60, copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic tree 159 mentioned philosophy, the movement of a determinacy in itself, in which respect it situates and fastens itself in its negative nature, in its qua, from out of another, signifying in general the quality's own internal unrest by which it produces and maintains itself only in con. Qualierung or Inqualierung, which might be rendered qualification or to Böhme's dynamic conception of quality. In Aurora he states that quality is the mobility, boiling, springing and driving of a thing. Hegel quotes this line in his remarks on Böhme in the lectures on TB History of Philosophy, LHP 3:199, Werke 20.103. In the 1832 edition of the Doctrine of Being, the only segment of the Logic Hegel finished revising before his death, the above passage has been significantly altered. It now reads as follows: Qualierung or Inqualierung, an expression of Jacob Böhme, whose philosophy goes deep, but into a turbid depth, signifies the movement of a quality, of sourness, bitterness, fieriness, etc., within itself in so far as it situates and fastens itself in its negative nature, in its qua. From out of another signifies in general the quality's own internal unrest by which it produces and maintains itself only in conflict. Miller, 4, 109. Aside from cutting some of the more opaque lines from the original, Hegel has now explicitly attributed ut Qualierung and Inqualierung to Böhme, and included reference to Böhme's categories sour, bitter, and fire, heat. For some reason, Hegel decided against referring to Böhme by name in the first edition of the Doctrine of Being. In fact, Hegel makes no reference to Böhme in any of his published writings until the Encyclopedia in 1817, in which a very brief reference to Böhme occurs in paragraph 472 of the Philosophy of Spirit. In the 1832 edition of the Doctrine of Being, as well as in the preface to the 1827 encyclopedia quoted above, Hegel seems to be deliberately correcting this omission and more openly acknowledging his indebtedness to Böhme. This very likely indicates that since 805 Hegel continued to study Böhme closely, no doubt making use of Van Gert's kind GIF of the Böhme edition, see chapter 4. Thus, we are faced with exactly the opposite of what many commentators on Hegel's relationship to Böhme would have us expect. Instead of moving away from Böhme in his mature period, Hegel actually seems to be moving, in a very public manner, toward him. Hegel's attempt to ally himself with Baader, who was widely known at the time as Böhmius redivivus, only reinforces this impression. I now proceed to what is specifically Böhmen in the logic. In the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel states that the logic is the all-animating spirit of all sciences, and the thought determinations contained in the logic are the pure spirits, die reinen Geister, LS 24 ZZ, Geritz, 59. In the Science of Logic, Hegel refers to logic as a realm of shades. These passages make sense only if we suppose that Hegel thinks of the 13. WL ed. 82. Since Miller bases his translation on the 1832 edition, he does not include this passage. 14 Aurora, Chap. I. S. 3, Sparrow, 40. 15 Hegel, Wissenschaft der IAIK, 3 volumes, ed. Von Henning, Berlin, Dunker and Humblot, 1840-1847. Volume 3, 47. Copyrighted material 160 magnum opus. Categories or ideas of the logic as being in some sense minds. The identification of ida with minds is a perennial idea in the philosophic tradition. It appears in Aristotle when he says of the soul that it must be a substance as the form of a natural body potential with life, and, such, substance is an actuality, entelligiae. So the soul is the actuality of such a body $. It is also a theme of Spinoza's thought. The place of this idea in Hegel's logic should be fairly obvious. If absolute idea is, in effect, the pure in Aristotelian terms, the actuality of self-thinking thought, then absolute idea is a kind of pure mind, or formal mind. In the preface to the Phenomenalo, Hegel states that when being becomes absolutely mediated, it becomes the concept which, he says, is self-like, selbstisch, Miller, 21, pg. 29. Since all preceding categories of the logic are approximations to absolute idea, each is, in effect, an approximation to mind. They are ghostly, Seisterhaft, shades because they are only partially real. Even the absolute idea, the Pluto of this Richterschitten, is ultimately only the shadow cast by embodied self-thinking thought. We might ask what the relation is between the spirit shades of the logic and the spirit of the phenomenology and philosophy of spirit. Quite simply, the spirit realized in mankind is Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, Geist. In themselves, the ida of the logic are, as I have already said, merely formal and empty. In the living spirit of mankind, however, these ida spirits have trod the Via Dolorosa of the phenomenology and, so to speak, earned their wings. They have become fully concrete, fully expressed. There is more than a mere analogy to Christian doctrine here, however. Hegel's spirits and his spirit really are supernatural. In the 1831 preface to the second edition of the Science of Logic, Hegel writes, if nature as such, as the physical world, is contrasted with the natural sphere, then logic must certainly be said to be the supernatural, Übernatürlichkeit, which permeates every relationship of man to nature, his sensation, intuition, desire, need, instinct, and simply by doing so transforms it into something human, even though only formally human, into ideas and purposes. Miller, 32, WLLRO, My emphasis. The spirits of the logic are logically prior to the natural world, and the Holy Spirit only appears in the world through the activity of men who have raised themselves above the level of nature or the animal. Böhme, of course, analyzes God and the process of coming to be into 7 source spirits, Quellgedaler, which he also calls forms, Gestalten, properties, Eigenschaffen, and qualities, Qualitaten. Hegel's logic and its moments are analogous to Böhme's source spirits or forms. Hegel's categories, like Böhme's, inform all of reality and are the Grundpfeife for all the sciences. Further, Böhme introduces his discussion of E7 source spirits as a discussion of the corpus of an angelical kingdom. Hegel does not treat his logic spirits as angels. 16. Aristotle, De Anima, b. 412-20 I2, in Aristotle, Selected Works, trans. Hippocrates G. Apostle, Cornell, Peripatetic Press, 1982, 266. Aurora, Chapter 8, Heading, Sparrow, 147. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 161, but rather as shades like those in Hades or Limbo. Nevertheless, the parallel is clear. Further, Böhme's account of the interrelationships of his 7 source spirits is strikingly like Hegel's treatment of his system of logical moments. In Aurora, Böhme writes, all the 7 spirits are generated one in another, the one continually generates the other, not one of them is the first, nor is any one of them the last, for the last generates as well the first as the second, third, fourth, and so on to the last. In Böhme's Clavies, he writes that the first and 7th properties are always to be reckoned as one, and also the 2nd and 6th as one, as well as the 3rd and 5th as one, the 4th alone is the separating limit, Spitzelj, since there are only 3 properties of nature, according to the revelation of the Holy Trinity of God. What these quotations call to mind, of course, is the famous circularity of the logic. Böhme claims that his first and final spirits are one, just as Hegel claims that the end of the logic returns to the beginning. In the Phenomenology, Hegel says that the dialectic is the process of its own becoming, the circle that presupposes its end as its goal, having its end also as its beginning, and only by being worked out to its end, is it actual. Miller, 10, pg. 14. Of course, Böhme also says that his 2nd and 6th and 3rd and 5th spirits are one, but there is even an analog for this in Hegel. Each of the triadic subdivisions, being essence and concept in the logic, correspond with one another, so that, for instance, quality in being is analogous to introreflection, Resection in IBM selbst, in essence, just as the Rnager triad of being essence concept corresponds to the major, triadic divisions of the other Hegelian sciences. Whereas Hegel employs the image of the circle to describe the structure of the logic and the system as a whole, Böhme employs the image of the wheel. Böhme writes in Aurora, but if I should describe the deity in its birth in a small, round circle, in the highest depth, then it is thus: suppose a wheel standing before you, with 7 wheels, one so made in the other that it could go on all sides, forward, backward and crossways, without need of turning back. In its going, that always one wheel, in its turning about, generates the others, and yet none of them vanishes out of sight, but all 7 are visible. The 7 wheels are the 7 spirits of God. They are always generating one another, and are like the turning of a wheel, and the 7 wheels are hooped round with fellies, like a round globe. Böhme goes on to liken the 7 wheels or spirits to God the Father, the nave of the wheel of wheels. There are not 7 naves, but one only, to the Son of God, and the spokes to the Holy Spirit. Of course, it is Hegel's entire developmental account of God, and not just this or that detail, which seems so strikingly like Böhme. Interestingly, 18. Aurora, Chapter 10, S2, Sparrow, 2078. 19 quoted in Walsh. Mysticism of Inner-Worldly Fulfillment, 82. 20 Aurora, Chapter 13, SS77Z, Sparrow, 328-29. Copyrighted material 162 Magnum Opus. Edinger also makes prominent use of the circle metaphor. In his Philosophie der Alten, 1762, he writes, "Nature is a circle, it has many beginnings and endings n." In Mysterium Magnum, Böhme refers to God before his development, God as Ungrund, as the dark nature, and states that in the dark nature he is not called God. 22. The concept of Ungrund bears some similarity to Hegel's ether, which I shall discuss more extensively in the following chapter. Like the ether, it is an ultimate, dynamic ground of all being. Walsh refers to Ungrund as a dark inchoate will for self-revelation. All of the spirits are contained within God as Ungrund, in potentia. Böhme refers to the Ungrund as both Ales and Nichts. God as Ungrund cannot achieve self-revelation unless he takes some determinate form, unless, as Walsh puts it, he generates a spiritual corporeality. Z. This is, in effect, Böhme logic, the system of seven spirits, represented as a wheel of wheels, existing eternally, from which nature or extension will be projected. Böhme expresses the ideality of this system by calling it eternal nature. The coming into being of this spiritual corporeality is a process of specifying or determining the will of the Ungrund. The Ungrund is an outgoing will, a will for self-revelation, which Böhme calls Nichts. To achieve this revelation, however, the outgoing will must fall within the gravitational attraction of an ingoing will, which is a contracting and individuating force. It is the ingoing will that gives Nichts determinate being. In fact, Böhme calls this will etwas. Böhme writes in Mysterium Magnum that the eternal free will has introduced itself into darkness, pain, and source, and so also through the darkness into the fire and light, even into a kingdom of joy, so that the nothing might be known in the something. Böhme writes that the nothing is a craving after something. The parallels to Hegel scarcely require comment. Ungrund corresponds to the pure indeterminacy with which Hegel begins the logic. Böhme calls Ungrund Ales and Nichts, just as Hegel calls his indeterminacy rein sen and Nichts. Further, Böhme conceives the Als Nichts as an active will, just as Hegel sees sen Nichts as a kind of conceptual dynamism, and so dubs it Werden, becoming. For Böhme, the outgoing will of Als Nichts must enter into or become. He is not too clear on this point. The Edinger, Die Philosophie der Alten, Wiederkommend in der Zeit, Frankfurt and Leipzig, 1762, Volume T, 182. Some of Hegel's programmatic remarks in Bear the Im of Ide. In the Science, Hegel writes, when consequently in their separation each other and not as held together in an organic unity, then they are dead forms, and the spirit which is their living, concrete unity does not dwell in them. Miller 48, WL 131. 22 Mysterium 7s 14. GY of Reason 154. 24 Böhme, von der Naden. Wablu, in Samtlichkeitsskriften, Volume 6, Chapter 1, S3. 25 Walsh, Mysticism of F. G. Ullmann, 78. 26 Mysterigme Magnum, Chapter 26, S37. On to say that this is the eternal origin of magic. Quoted TN 27. Böhme Nicolescu, Ince, meaning. An evolution, copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic tree 163 more determinate will of etwas. In the logic, becoming gives rise to being there, Dasein, which is translated by many commentators as determinate being. This is obviously analogous to Barne etwas. In fact, in the Science of Logic, in a passage immediately following the discussion of Böhme's Qualierung, Hegel writes that, being there is a being there, something, das Dasein ist das Seins, etwas, Miller, 115, WL. In one of the Zusätze to the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel describes the dialectical overcoming of becoming in language that immediately calls to mind, proves itself to be what is thoroughly restless, but unable to maintain itself in this abstract restlessness, for, insokr as being. and nothing vanish in becoming, and just this is its concept. Becoming is there by itself something that vanishes, like a fire that dies out within itself by consuming its material. Dasein or etwas is the ashes left behind by the fire, the energy of werden, 2 sen/nix/sen, coagulates as Dasein, as determinate being. Böhme frequently talks about God in himself. He often uses this expression to refer to the contracted being of God within the first of the source spirits, Sauer. However, it is God's nature to become for himself, an expression Böhme does not use. In the Lectures on the Philosophie of Religion of 1827, Hegel states that God can be known or cognized, for it is God's nature to reveal himself, to be manifest, LPR 1:382. VTRR 278. Hegel claims that to say otherwise is contrary to the Christian faith. The above quote continues as follows: those who say that God is not revelatory do not speak from the standpoint of the Christian religion at any rate, for the Christian religion is called the revealed religion. Its content is that God is revealed to human beings, that they know what God is. Previously they did not know this, but in the Christian religion there is no longer any secret, a mystery, certainly, but not in the sense that it is not known. Hegel criticizes Spinoza in his Lectures on the History of Philosophy on the grounds that his God or substance remains in himself. Recall that these lectures were delivered in 1805, during Hegel's initial period of Böhme enthusiasm in Jena. Hegel refers to Spinoza's God as der Abgrund der Substanz, the abyss of substance. Abgrund is first used in a philosophical context by Eckhart. It seems to be the conceptual ancestor of Böhme's Ungrund, and Böhme also sometimes uses Abgrund. The sense in which Hegel uses Abgrund here makes it very clear that he is thinking of Spinoza's God as equivalent to the unmanifest, undeveloped, potentia of this impression is confirmed by the following passage from the Lectures. Philosophy has only a rigid and unyielding substance, and not yet spirit. In it we are not at home with ourselves, man ist nicht bei sich j. God is not spirit here, because he is not the triune, der Dreieinige j. Substance remains rigid and rarefied, without Böhme's sources, Quellen, i.e. source spirits. The individual determinations in the form of determinations of the understanding are not Böhme's source spirits, Quellgeisterl, which energize and expand in one another. LHP $288, Werke 20R66, copyrighted material 164, magnum opus. This passage is extraordinary because Hegel is criticizing a major canonical philosopher for failing to come up to the standard of Böhme, a marginal figure widely considered even in Hegel's day not to be a philosopher at all. It is also extraordinary because it shows how deeply immersed Hegel was in Böhme's way of thinking, how in discussing a thinker very different from Böhme, Hegel was still operating with the terms and distinctions and thought patterns of Böhme uppermost in his mind. In the Appearance, Erscheinung, section of the Doctrine of Essence in the Logic, Hegel discusses the category of force and its utterance, Kraft und ihre Äußerung. He claims that in force, the opposition of whole and parts is reconciled. In a Zusatz to the Encyclopaedia Logic, Hegel states, although it consists implicitly of parts, the whole does cease to be a whole when it is divided. A force, on the other hand, only proves itself to be a force by uttering itself. It returns to itself in its utterance, for the utterance is itself a force once more. LS 136 ZR, Geritz, 2067. One is reminded here of Böhme's Ton, sound or tone. At a certain point, the primal will toward self-manifestation gives rise to the source spirit love, which is a seeking after illumination or self-completion. As I said in Chapter 1, this seeking issues in tone, a phenomenon which is a kind of eject of the seeking, a kind of significant epiphenomenon. As separate from love, but as a product of love, tone makes love manifest to itself. With tone, the life of God is ready for fulfilled. Having given rise to a speech or expression of itself, tone, the process becomes a thing definite to itself. Böhme's seventh spirit, of course, is body, corpus, which encompasses the other six. It represents the concretization of the process through its self-expression. This concretization is the completion of the cycle, but as involving the cycle's self-awareness it includes the cycle as well. Böhme states that hunger and desire is after substance. For Böhme, all things strive to become fully specified and concrete, including God. In a striking parallel to Böhme's thought, Hegel characterizes his concept as a fully concrete being, and treats it as substance, as a kind of spiritual body. Of course, for both Böhme and Hegel this eidetic process must realize itself in the world and become truly embodied in order for it to be fully actual. Thus, Hegel speaks in the philosophy of spirit of objective spirit, in which the idea is embodied in law and morality, as well as of absolute spirit, in which the idea finds its highest expression in art, religion, and philosophy. Finally, although its relevance to Böhme is slight, the occurrence of alchemical terminology in the logic is worth mentioning. 3 times in the Encyclopaedia Logic Hegel employs the term caput mortuum. Geritz and his co-editors explain this as the alchemist's term for the dead precipitate that remained when all the living spirit had been extracted or given off, Geritz, 316 n.45. Cyril O'Regan writes that caput mortuum 28. 6 points, ch1, s27. 29. For a discussion of use of this term, see Hegel der Alchemische Begriff de caput mortuum in der symbolischen Terminologie Hegels. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic tree 165 is the precipitate that remains after spirit has been extracted. CJS. Thompson seems to concur, describing caput mortuum as the term given to the residue that was left in the bulb of a retort after an operation. Hegel first applies the term to the Kantian thing in itself, LS 44, Geritz, 87. Later, he refers to essence taken abstractly as the caput mortuum of abstraction, LS 112, Geritz, 175. Finally, he applies the term to the transcendent conception of God, as the abstract essence in the beyond, outside of which all distinction and determinacy must fall. God is in fact a mere name, a mere caput mortuum of the abstractive understanding, LS 112, Z, Geritz, 177. It is apparent that Hegel would regard Böhme's Ungrund as a caput mortuum. Hegel's use of caput mortuum to describe essence is the most interesting occurrence of the term. Essence, of course, is a stepping stone on the way to concept and absolute idea. Essence itself is indeed a caput mortuum insofar as it is a negated provisional definition for the absolute idea. It dies or falls away, yet it is at the same time material used in the process of dialectic that presses onto absolute idea. Hegel's use of caput mortuum to describe essence taken abstractly, i.e., taken on its own, in isolation from the other categories, indicates that he recognized the parallel between dialectic and alchemical transmutation. Determinate negation is the nigredo that precedes the synthesis of rubedo, the philosopher's stone, or the absolute. See the following chapter for a more detailed treatment of alchemy in relation to Hegel. 3. The Kabbalah. The Kabbalistic writings. Kabbalah means tradition. The Kabbalah is thought to have been a teaching handed down from God to Moses, although the earliest textual evidence of a Jewish mystical tradition dates from about the 1st century BC. Kabbalism is a version of early Jewish mysticism with Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, and possibly Hermetic Gnosis. Some have argued that Kabbalism definitely begins in the 12th to 13th centuries in Spain. Others maintain that it goes back much farther. Far from being one unitary doctrine or movement, there are various schools and strains of Kabbalism. Some may be considered to be fairly traditional in concurring ultimately with the teachings of Orthodox, non-mystical Judaism, others are quite radical in their departure from tradition. As to the major texts of the Kabbalah, 3 must be mentioned. Gershom Scholem calls the Sefer Zerub or Book of the Creation the earliest extant Hebrew text of systematic, speculative thought. Its date of composition is uncertain, but we know that versions of the Sefer Zerah existed in the 10th century. It was first printed in Mantua in 1562. Composed of less than 2,000 words, the Sefer Zerub dealt with the 30. See Oregon, TTE Heterodox 384, and 61. 31 C.J.S. Thompson, I.B. Lure Romance of Alchemy, New York, Bell Publishing, 1990, 116. 32 M. H. Abrams, Natural Supernaturalism, New York, W. W. Norton 1971, 33. Gershom Scodum, 23. Copyrighted material 166 Magnum Opus 32 Secret Paths of Wisdom, the mystical significance of the 22 elemental letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and the 10 Sephirib, which will be discussed shortly, the Baader, Brilliance or Illumination, a collection of Kabbalistic writings, some new and some very old, was assembled in Provence in the 12th century. Many Kabbalists ascribe parts of the Baader to Rabbi Nehunia ben Hakana, who ished in the 1st century AD. The Baader is noteworthy for its highly imaginative usage of symbolism and metaphor. The classic text of speculative Kabbalism, however, is the Sefer HaZabar, or Book of Splendor, a text of almost 1,000 pages now thought to have been composed by Moses de Leon of Castile in the late 13th century, though attributed by him to earlier sources. B. Hegel's knowledge of Kabbalism. Hegel studied several histories of philosophy in putting together his lectures of 1805. One of these was Johann Jacob Brucker's Historia Critica Philosophiae, which appeared in 5 Latin volumes in Leipzig from 1742 to 1744, a second edition came out in 1766-67. Faber writes that Brucker's work represents the first really systematic description of the Western esoteric currents. Although a work of little objectivity, marked by the rationalism of the Enlightenment, its importance should not be underestimated, because for several generations it acted as a point of reference for philosophy in general and esotericism in particular. A Faber notes that the entry on Theosophy in Diderot's encyclopedia was largely plagiarized from Brucker. Brucker's attitude toward Hermeticism is predominantly hostile. Brucker devotes considerable attention to the Hermetic tradition. His discussion of Egyptian philosophy includes an account of Hermes Trismegistus. He discusses figures like Bruno, Lull, and Campanella. In Volume 4, Part R, he includes a chapter entitled The Restoration of Pythagorean Platonic Kabbalistic Philosophy, which includes accounts of the work of Ryuklin, Agrippa, and the Cambridge Platonists Cudworth and more. A later chapter in the same volume, titled The Theosophists, discusses Flood, Böhme, and Francis Mercury van Helmont. Most significant, however, is the more than 150 pages devoted to the Kabbalah in Volume 2. In introducing his lectures, Hegel states that Brucker's work is so much useless ballast, LHP 1:112, Werk 18:134. The substance of Hegelic criticism is that many of Brucker's accounts are inaccurate and deformed by his commitment to Wolfhahn metaphysics. Nevertheless, Hegel read these volumes carefully. In his lectures on TB History of Philosophy, Hegel boils down Brucker's extensive remarks on the Kabbalah to about 2 pages. Although the brevity of Hegel's treatment might suggest that he shared Bruckian hostility, there is no evidence for this in what Hegel actually says. He does mention that Kabbalistic writers sometimes sink into the fantastic, LHP 34. Favre. See also the Imkination, Tradition, 1819. To the second edition of the encyclopedia, which similar criticisms are leveled against Brucker, Genitz, 10, copyrighted material The Kabbalistic Tree 167-2395, Werke 19:426, but he says similar things about Böhme and yet takes Böhme's thought very seriously. I will not discuss Hegel's account of the Kabbalah here, for it is from start to finish identical with the particular of Kabbalah, that of Isaac Luria, 1534-72, which I shall discuss at length. Chapter 7. In the present section, I will be concerned simply with an account of the basic concepts of the Kabbalah. Whether or not Hegel consciously recognized his indebtedness to the Kabbalah is irrelevant. His thought is similar to it in an extraordinary number of ways. If there was an influence of the Kabbalah on Hegel, how did it take place? One source was undoubtedly Brucker. Another, more indirect source was Böhme, whose indebtedness to the Kabbalah is almost universally acknowledged. Brucker even remarks on it. When Edinger asked a rabbi in Frankfurt am Main how he might better understand the Kabbalah, the rabbi directed him to works. A 17th-century follower of Böhme, Johann Jacob Spath, was so astounded on learning of the roots of Böhme's thought in the Kabbalah that he converted to Judaism. Lurianic Kabbalism was a major influence on Böhme. Cyril Y. Reagan maintains that Edinger provides the key to understanding the influence of the Kabbalah on Hegel. It is unlikely that Hegel read any Kabbalist works in the original Hebrew. However, it is highly probable that he did read at least some Latin translations, published as part of Noor von Rosenrotha's 2-volume compendium of Kabbalistic literature, the Kabbalah Denudata, Kabbalah Unveiled, 1677-1684. Rosenroth, a pietist nobleman, included large excerpts from the Lurianic Kabbalah, as well as a long essay by Francis Mercury van Helmont, an alchemist and friend of Leibniz. The Kabbalah Denudata made Kabbalism accessible to every educated person and affected attitudes to and interpretations of Kabbalah until the end of the 19th century. It contains many errors of translation, but does not seriously distort Kabbalism. I now turn to some of the details of the Kabbalist metaphysics and cosmology. 36. In the preface to the second edition of the Encyclopaedia Lodi, Hegel makes agnostic and Kabbalistic phantasmaras, Eats, 17, Werke 831. But ballistisk was a common epithet in Hegel's asterisk for what the Germans call Spormerei, ecstatic, visionary mysticism or particularly mindless sort. It does not necessarily refer to the real Kabbalah, any more than our term Cabal refers to actual Kabbalistic sects. Minerva 2. 997 140 182, 162. 38. Both anecdotes are recounted in Scolum, M. Trans, 238. 39. Cyril Origen, Hegel, and Anti-Judaism, 160. Origen further states, p. 166, that the linkage of the Kabba_law with Böhme was available to Hegel through the Alpetism of the previous generation leads one to emphasize its value Hegelian onto theological narrative. 40. There had been earlier translations of some Kabbalist works. For instance, Guillaume Postel, 1510-81, translated the Sefer Zerub and Zabar into Latin. 41. Scolum, Kabbalah, 416. Copyrighted material 168 Magnum Opus C, Bereshith. The root of the Hebrew word Yahweh means to become. Scolum writes that the essence of the Kabbalistic idea of God lies in its resolutely dynamic conception of the Godhead 4z. Though God is understood as a process, and this process is knowable, most Kabbalists could not accept the idea of a God made wholly manifest, and so they held onto the idea that God possesses a transcendent aspect. This was given a name by the early Kabbalists of Spain and Provence, Ins0f, the Infinus. Some Kabbalists, like Moses Cordovero, 1522-70, the teacher of Isaac Luria, maintain that the transcendent Ein Sof alone is truly God. In the works of other Kabbalists, such as Luria, Ins0f plays a role virtually identical to Böhme's Ungrund. The Zohar of Moses de Leon Scolum characterizes as Jewish announces that from the mystery of Ein Sof a flame is kindled and inside the flame a hidden well comes into being. The primordial point shines forth in being when the well breaks through the ether. Just as Böhme holds that nature is an unfolding of the dynamic eternal nature contained within God, so the Zohar, in Scolum's words, holds that the creation of the world, that is to say, the creation of something out of nothing, is itself but the external aspect of something which takes place in God himself. The first stage in the manifestation of Ein S0f is sometimes conceived as in, or nothing. Ein S0f, as the infinite, is supposed to be absolute all, whereas Ein is absolute nothing. According to Halevi, these two really identical. In Böhme formulation, alles nichts, in Hegel's, sein nichts. Skolem maintains that Ion is a kind of primal unity that transcends the subject-object distinction. Nevertheless, although Ein/Ion is neither subject nor object, its telos is to develop into a true or absolute subject. Ion is said to become ani, L, Ion Leoni, nothing changes into L, according to the Kabbalists. God willed to see God, to become fully manifest to himself, to achieve perfect self-knowledge or self-relation. In the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel uses I to express the self-relation of idea or God through man, stating that only man reduplicates himself in such a way that he is the universal that is for the universal. This is the case for the first time when man knows himself to be an L, LS 24z1, Geritz, 57. Of course, Hegel holds that it is through man that God achieves self-knowledge. According to traditional Judeo-Christian 42. Skolem, on mystical shape of the basic concepts in the Bala, trans. Joachim Legroschel, New York, Skokken Books, 1991, 158. 43 Skolem, Major Trends, 205. 44 Zabar 1:15a, quoted in Skolem, Kabbalah, 10910. 45 Skolem, Major Trends, 217. See also p. 223, Creation is nothing but an external development of those forces which are active in God himself. 46 Tef Ben Shimon Halevi, A Kabbalistic Universe, York Beach, Samuel 47. Skolem, Major Trends, 221. 48 Ibid, 218. 49 A Universe, 7. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 169 Belief, making God somehow dependent on man is heretical. The Kabbalah, however, is not traditional Judaism. Skolem writes that the Zabar identifies the highest development of God's personality with precisely that stage of his unfolding which is nearest to human experience, indeed which is immanent and mysteriously present in every one of us. S0. The of God is identified by many Kabbalists with Malkut or kingdom. This is the 10th and final of the famous Kabbalistic Sephirot, which are almost always depicted as circles and often shown grouped and interconnected in a diagram known as the Tree of Life. The term Sephirot first occurs in the Sefer Zerub, which is the earliest known Kabbalistic text. Sephirot, singular, Sephirab, means numbers. The Sephirot are also sometimes called Mikoro, sources. The role of the Sephirot in Kabbalism is strikingly similar to the role of the Quellgeister in Böhme Theosophy. They in some sense delineate the stages of progressive self-manifestation. However, as Cordovero recognized, the crucial question is whether the Sephirot are aspects of God, or merely instruments by which God expresses himself. Cordovero argued that the Sephirot are organs of God, which makes them parts of God in essence, but not identical with him, in the same way that my heart is a part of me, but not identical with me. Of course, the Sephirot are not physical organs, so Cordovero tried to interpret them as stages of the divine mind. Cordovero also conceives the Sephirot as expressing the underlying structure of nature itself and of every created being. Skolem writes that this tree of God, the tree of life, is also, as it were, the skeleton of the universe. It grows throughout the whole of creation and spreads its branches through all its ramifications. All mundane and created things exist only because something of the power of the Sephirot lives and acts in them. This idea is essentially identical to Böhme's conception of the eternal nature of the source spirits as the essence of nature, as well as to Hegel's claim that the logic constitutes the animating soul of nature, LS 24z2, Geritz, 58. Other Kabbalists were more radical than Cordovero. In the 13th century, many held the view that the Sephirot were moments of God's essence itself, and not something distinct from God. According to Skolem, the author of the Ma'arakeh Ha'ilabut, a very early Kabbalist treatise, was led to the daring conclusion that only the revealed God can in reality be called God, and not the hidden Deus absconditus, who cannot be an object of religious thought. Even the Zohar does not make the Sephiroth outside God, but instead conceives the emanation of the Sephiroth as occurring within God. As to the Sephiroth themselves and their structure, they are always presented in an hierarchical order that almost never varies in the works of the Kabbalists. Despite this hierarchy, each Sephiroth is conceived of as 50. Skolem, Major Trends, 216-17. 51 Ibid, 252, cf. Skolaton, Kabbalah, 102. 52 Skolem. 53 Skolem, Trends, 214-15. 89. Copyrighted material 170 magnum opus being equally close to its source in Ein Sofer Ein. Thus the hierarchy is artificial. Again, Böhme comes to mind. These 7 generatings in all are none of them the first, the ond, or the third, or last, but they are all 7, every one of them, both the first, second, third, fourth, and last. Yet R must set them down one after another, according to a creaturely way and manner, otherwise you could not understand it, for the deity is as a wheel with 7 wheels made one in another, wherein a man sees neither beginning nor end. Oddly enough, instead of the familiar tree diagram, the Sephiroth are sometimes depicted as concentric circles, just like Böhme's wheels. Skolem says the following about the doctrine of the Sefer Zerah: it is emphasized that the 10 Sephirot constitute a closed unit, for their end is in their beginning and their beginning in their end, and they revolve in each other, i.e., these 10 basic principles constitute a unity. Luria depicted the Sephirot as concentric circles, and, as I have said, it is Lurianic Kabbalah that influenced Böhme most strongly. In fact, Lurianic Kabbalah incorporated both the linear and circular arrangement of Sephirot, as we will see in Chapter 7. Skolem notes that from the 13th century onward we find the idea that each Sephirot comprises all others successively in an infinite reflection of the Sephirot within the Sephirot, and their arrangement as the tree of life are shown in Figure 6. The Zerah refers Ko-Keter as, which can be translated as ether or spirit. This is the point at which God in himself, Ein Sof, bursts into manifestation. This manifestation is thought of as a circuit running through the 10 Sephirot, and it is symbolized as a jagged flash of lightning, touching or activating each Sephirah, pictured as a circle or a bowl, recall Böhme's sprack or flash. Keter or crown is on some accounts Ein or nothing, on other accounts the one, or supernal will. In fact, it is perhaps all of these. It is blank oneness, which is yet indeterminate and without character. In this tension between unity and indeterminacy is born a drive or a conatus toward a plurality of determinations. This is represented by the second Sephirah, Hobkmab, or wisdom, which is the thought of creation, the idea of all that is or can be. Like everything in the Kabbalah, the doctrine of the Sephirot is expressed in figurative language that is often difficult to interpret. Thus any interpretation is necessarily speculative. We can say with some assurance, however, that as a movement away from blank oneness and toward determination, Hobkma is a determination of oneness. I suggest that it represents the universal as such. Hokma is the one nothing of Keter become a determinate nothingness. A universal is precisely a determinate nothingness. It is no thing at all, but rather an empty yet 54. Aurora, Chapter 23, S18, Sparrow, 6:15-16. 55 Skolem, Kabbalab, 56. Ibid, 113. 57 Secretary Aria Kaplan, editorial remark in his translation of the Baader, York Beach, Maine, Samuel Weiser, 1979, 97 Copyrighted material The Kabbalistic Tree 171-6. The Tree of Life as rendered by Brucker, Historia Critica Volume T, we can be virtually certain Tax Emory University, Atlanta, Georgia. Determinate form. Skolem writes that Hakamab represents the ideal thought of creation, conceived as the ideal point which itself springs from the impulse of the abysmal will. Thus, Hobkma is a further determination of Keter, the nothing that is at the same time unity. 58 Scolum, Major Trends, 219. 172 Magnum Opus Recall from chapter that for Böhme, wisdom is the first stage of God's othering himself, and it takes the form of the seven source spirits. The further determination of Hokmab is Bina, or understanding. Sometimes referred to as the womb. Hokmab is the universal contracted into an undifferentiated whole. Bina represents the specification or particularization of the universal. It is the matrix in which the Wertstoorn of God, or the idea of the universal, becomes fully specified as a system of universals. It can easily be seen that these three Sephiroth are similar to the Plotinian trio of the One, Nogs, and World Soul. Keter, Hokmab, and Bina are thought by the Kabbalists to be the three most important and ultimate of the Sephiroth, thus tempting Christian Kabbalists to identify them with the persons of the Trinity. The seven remaining Sephiroth are conceived as representing the 7 days of creation, and deal with aspects, in effect, of the created world born from the womb of Bina. Some Kabbalists thus make a sharp distinction between the first 3 and the last 7 Sephiroth, but as we have seen, others identify all 7 with the essence of God. Before passing on to the first of the 7, however, the lightning flash of manifestation passes through an anti-Sephiroth or phantom Sephirah called Da'at. Da'at does not appear in Kabbalism until the 13th century. Scolum conjectures that this addition arose from the desire to see each group of 3 Sephiroth as a unit comprising opposing attributes and as a synthesis which finally resolved Thetun feet. In other words, Da'at was intended to be a third to Hokmab and Binab, just as Tiferet is a third to Gevurab and Hezd, and Yezid is a third to Hod and Nezab. Meaning literally knowledge, according to Scolum, Da'at is supposed to represent the external aspect of Keter, which is directly above Da'at on the tree of life. What could this mean? Keter, we have seen, is a will or a drive that is constituted by the tension of nothing and unity, or indeterminacy and determinacy. Da'at is sometimes referred to as the temporal present, and Keter as eternal now. I want to suggest that Da'at is time itself, conceived in position to Keter's eternal now, which is, of course, outside of time. One is reminded of Hegel's description of time as the concept itself that is there, Miller, 487, pg. 5241. Da'at is not a real part of the tree of life because the system of the Sephiroth is outside of time. Da'at is knowledge because it represents the contact point of the Kabbalist with the Sephiroth. Our knowledge of God and the cosmos is a unity of wisdom, Hakama, and understanding, Bina, a knowledge of wisdom through understanding. We know the eternal in a sensuous way, and our knowledge is in time. Significantly, Da'at is also sometimes referred to as Holy Spirit. From Da'at we pass on to Hezd or Gedolab, which is generally translated as mercy, and then across, on the tree of life, to Din or Gavgrab, stern judgment. These represent the forces of expansion and connotes that Bina represents differentiation. Baader, 97. 59. 60 Sc Olam, Kabatab, 107. 61 Ibid, 107. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 173 Traction. The further specification of being takes place in the tension of expansion and contraction. As we saw in Chapter 2, Ettinger speaks of expansion, Ausbreitung, and contraction, Stark, and identifies them explicitly with Hezd and Gevurab. S2 Goethe also makes use of these concepts. In the last chapter, I discussed how in 1845, Hegel wrote out and then criticized a myth concerning the fall of Lucifer. He writes, God, having turned toward nature and expressed himself, hat sich ausgebreitet in the pomp and dull repetition of its forms, became aware of his expansion, and became angry over it. Wrath, Zorn, is this formation, this contraction, Zusammenhang into an empty point. He finds himself in this way, with his being poured out into the unending, restless infinity, where there is no present but an empty transcendence of limit, which always remains even as it is transcended. Hegel identifies wrath with contraction here. Similarly, the Kabbalah identifies Gevurah/din with fire, wrath, and severity. According to the Kabbalah, din is the origin of evil. Ordinarily, din and hist balance each other. Severity of judgment is balanced by mercy, sharp distinction, cutting off, or closedness is balanced by unity, embrace, or openness. However, as Skolem notes, when din ceases to be tempered, when in its measureless hypertrophical outbreak it tears itself loose from the quality of mercy, then it breaks away from God Altogether and is transformed into the radically evil, into Gehenna and the dark world of Satan. Hegel, in his Myth of 1845, writes that the anger of God, here fixed outside himself in his otherness, the fallen Lucifer, rose up against God and his beauty made him arrogant. Nature, through consciousness of its own form, brought it to completion and flattered itself over it. God wrath, then, according to Hegel, becomes the spirit of Lucifer, who is at home with the finite and ephemeral. The same Kabbalistic conception of evil, as we have seen, is to be found in Böhme. Evil has its origin as a moment of God negativity is sublated within the whole, but it is a moment broken off, as it were, from the divine life. Applied to human life, din would represent what Hegel calls desire, the urge to annihilate the other and absolutize the self. Böhme designates this way of being as the sour. It is an indrawing, a pulling away, a shutting off and negation of all else. Both Böhme and the Kabbalah regard this as a necessary moment of the being of God and all creation. Everything good that subsequently comes to be, is only through having overcome this negative moment. This is, of course, Hegel's own position, as I discussed in the preceding chapter. 62 Dirk die Weert, Gedula, Bretet zijn Krafen aus in sich selbst, PS 150, 1, Lobet IBN in der Ausbreitung seiner Kraft. Dirk die Gebühre, intendert und verfass ersie weiter zusammen. Das wir seinem, sich, Loben, PS 150, 1, Friedrich Ettinger, Die Lebertafel der Prinzessin Antonia, ed. Reinhard Bremeyer and Friedrich Hausermann, Berlin, 1977, 1, 93. 63 Hofmeister, Document, 364-65. 64 Skolem. Moore Trends. 65 Ibid. 237. 66 Ibid, 365. Copyrighted material 174 Magnum opus from Din. We proceed to Tiferet, which stands in the center of the tree of directly below Keter and Da'at. This center line is known as the Pillar of Equilibrium. The Sephirot standing in this pillar have a reconciling function. Da'at in some sense reconciles Hakamab and Binab, and Tiferet reconciles Hist and Din. Only Keter and Malkut stand outside this pattern, as will shortly be accounted for. As the reconciliation of Hist and Din, Tiferet is sometimes, especially in the Mar, called Rahamim, which means compassion. Tiferet is usually translated as beauty or adornment. It is also called the king, and is masculine in character. Tiferet is also conceived as the son of Malkut and Binab. In most diagrams of the tree of life, Tiferet is directly connected with Malkut and Binah. Tiferet represents the idea of the universe, the self-expression of the infinite through sameness and difference, brought forth in expansion and contraction. But the process is not fully realized with Tiferet, however. Nezab and Hod, the last two dyadic separot, both represent revelation or prophecy. Unfortunately, here Kabbalists become extremely obscure, making these two very hard to interpret. Their names are frequently translated as eternity and reverberation, often majesty. Neza and Hod appear to be the utterance or expression of the plan of God, a reflection back upon what has gone before, and a projection forward. The eternal structure of the first seven separot, including the phantom separ of Da'at, echoing forward through time. Nezab and Hod represent God as eternal, yet as unfolding in time. Yesod or contains all the preceding Sephiroth. It is depicted as the male sexual organ because it is supposed to be the channel through which all preceding Sephiroth flow into the final Sephirah, Malkut. Malkut or kingdom, sometimes glory, is conceived of as feminine in contrast to the male Tiferet and Yesod. The organ of is often referred to under the alternate name of Spekinab or divine presence. If one looks at a drawing of the tree of life, Malkut and Keter seem to stand apart from the others. Yesod and Malkut are the only Sephiroth in the pillar of equilibrium that are not separated by dyadic Sephiroth, making Malkut seem almost like an extension of the tree, a sort of appendage. This is not accidental, for Malkut represents the divine presence in the world. With Malkut the Sephiroth have reached down into the world of space and time. I will discuss the Kabbalist concept of Malkut or Shekinah more fully in Chapter 7, for it relates to Hegel philosophy of spirit. Spekbenab is conceived as God embodied in the Knesset Yisrael, the community of Israel, a doctrine remarkably like Hegel's theory of objective spirit. In addition to the doctrine of the Sephiroth, traditional Kabbalah also teaches a doctrine of four worlds, Atziluth, Beriah, Yisarab, and Asiyab. The first of these is, in effect, the world of God in himself, the eternal, unchanging world of the Sephiroth. The others, however, are worlds emanated from the Sephiroth. In his discussion of Kabbalah in the 67. Ibid, 227-28. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 175. Lectures. Hegel includes a brief account of the Ger worlds, which is entirely accurate. In the first place there are 10 of such emanations, Sephiroth, forming the pure world of Azilut, Die Rein, Azilutis Welt, which exists in itself and does not change. The second is the world of Briab, Die Briatis Welt, which does change. The third is the formed world of Jezirab, Die Geformed, Jeziratis Welt, the world of pure spirits set in matter, the souls of the stars, that is, further distinctions into which this dark wisdom proceeds. In the fourth place comes the created world, the Asia, Virtens die Gemab Welt, die Asiatispel, it is the lowest, the vegetative and sensible world. EHP 2396, Werkati, Language and Method in the Kabbalah Scholem discusses how Kabbalist thought can be considered a form of Gnosticism, and then remarks, at the same time, side by side with this Gnostic outlook, we find a most astonishing tendency to a mode of contemplative thought that can be called dialectic in the strictest sense of the term as used by Hegel. Scholem writes, further, that the process of emanation of the Sephiroth is described by Cordovero as dialectical. In order to be revealed, God has to conceal himself. This concealment is in itself the coming into being of the Sephiroth. Only the Sephiroth reveal God, and that is why revealing is the cause of concealment and concealment is the cause of revealing. Scholem refers to the structure of the Sephiroth as being built out of triangles 0. Aryeh Kaplan, in his commentary on the Baader, quotes the last of the 13 principles of exegesis of Rabbi Ishmael. 2 verses oppose one another until a third verse is brought to reconcile them. Kaplan comments, it is this dialectic that results in the basic triplet structure so often found in Kabbalah. We have already seen examples of this, in the triadic structure of the transitions in the Sephiroth, how Hak Mab and Binab are reconciled by Da'at, Hezd and Din by Tiferet, etc. The Baader itself echoes this. A third verse comes and reconciles the two. It is written, Psalm 139:12, even darkness is not dark to you. Night shines like daylight and darkness are the same. The Kabbalists believe that by manipulating the language of Adam they are recovering the wisdom he possessed and then lost in the fall. Scholem writes that man, as he was before his fall, is conceived as a cosmic being which contains the whole world in itself and whose station is superior even to that of Metatron, the first of the angels. The Sephiroth Tiferet and Malkut are identified with, respectively, the tree of life and tree of the knowledge of good and evil from the Garden of Eden. 68 Scholem, Kabbalab, 69. Ibid 402. 70 Ibid, 10. 71 Kaplan, editorial remark in Baader, 87. 72 Ibid S1, Kaplan, I. 73 Skolem, Major Trends, 279. Copyrighted material 176 Magnum Opus. Adam's sin consisted in separating the two trees and choosing to ship only the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Here again, there is a remarkable similarity to Böhme. We saw in Chapter R how for Böhme the tree of good and evil represents disharmony, a separation of the spirits of nature into units under the sway of the eternal no, withdrawn into themselves, spurning unity. Thinking that it would provide him with the wisdom he sought, Adam naively ate of this tree. Adam action constituted a turning away from divine unity. Like the Kabbalists, Böhme holds the view that before his fall, Adam was privy to the wisdom of God, but yet when he fell, and was set into the outward birth or geniture, he knew it no more, but kept it in remembrance only as a dark and veiled story, and this he left to his posterity. Böhme also ascribes supernatural powers to Adam. For instance, Adam, who was originally androgynous, could procreate at will by the power of imagination, could exist without eating or sleeping, and could alter the essences of objects through magic words. The Kabbalist view of Adam is very similar although somewhat more complicated, as we will see in Chapter 7. Although there is a Böhmian influence on the logic and on Hegel's conception of system, the deeper influence is that of the Kabbalah. Böhme is a Christian Kabbalist, and so there is an indirect influence of the Kabbalah on Hegel, by way of Böhme. Also, Hegel read Brucker's extensive account of the Kabbalah and probably Rosenrathi Kabbalah Denudata as well. There are other possible channels of influence, however, the writings of Ryuklin, whom Hegel discusses very briefly in the lectures, as well as those of Baader, and of course, the tradition of Christian Kabbalism in Württemberg as represented preeminently by Edinger. Let the following serve as a summary of some of the more significant doctrinal correspondences between Kabbalism and Hegel's system. One God is conceived in various forms of Kabbalism, as well as in Hegel, as dynamic, as a God somehow in process. 2. The God process is delineated into separate sephirot, which are conceived of as moments of God's being. According to some Kabbas, the categories of the logic are moments of an organic totality constituting the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit. Miller, 50, WL 133-34. 3. In Kabbalism, Ein Sof, or the absolute all is made equivalent to in, nothing. In Hegel, being nothing. 4. Ein, or Ein Sod, the point at which Kabbalist discussions of Godi nature begin, is held to transcend the distinction between subject and object. Le telos is to develop into an absolute subject. 74 Mysterigmi Magnum, Chapter 18, S33. 75 Ibid, Chapter 17, S43. 76 Cyril Origen points to a between the first three separate, Keter Hakamabina, and Hegeli being essence concept. See Origen, Hegel, and Anti-Judaism, 161. 77 In the text of The Science of Logic, Hegel actually draws on the mystical traditions of India to explain pure this wholly abstract purity of copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic tree 177 In Hegel's logic, being nothing, which transcends the subject-object distinction, develops into absolute idea, which is a kind of abstract conception of the self-thinking thought of spirit. 5 In Kabbalism, the highest development of Godi personality is identified, according to Gershom Scholem, with precisely that stage of his unfolding which is nearest to human experience, indeed which is immanent and mysteriously present in every one of us. The same could be said of Hegel's theology. 6 All the Sephirot are immanent as a totality within the final Sephirah, just as all the categories of Hegel's logic are immanent within, or constitute the definition of, absolute idea. 7 The Sephirot are seen as penetrating and informing all levels of being, constituting the skeleton of nature. Hegel claims that the moments of his logic constitute the animating soul of nature, LS 24Z2, Genets, 58. 8 such commentators as Skolem and Kaplan have pointed out the triadic, dialectical structure of the thought forms in Kabbalah. 9. The Kabbalist treatment of din, or evil, as a moment of God's being corresponds to Hegel's sublation of the negativity of desire within his system. For Ramon Lull and the tradition of Pansopia. In this final section I will discuss a wholly different strand of Hermetic influence discernible in the logic, that of Ramon Lull and the tradition of Pansophia or Encycloptism. As we shall see, at a certain point Lullism paths with Christian Kabbalah. Lull was born in Majorca in 1235 and, after many travels and adventures, died there in 1316. In his early life, Lull was a courtier with no formal training as a scholar. He lived a hedonistic life until 1272, when he had a mystical vision on Mount Ronda in Majorca. His vision revealed to him the attributes of God in all their glory, radiating out into creation. Lull was inspired to create an art based on these attributes that would allow one to know God and achieve total understanding of all that exists. Lull believed that his art was based on ideas common to the three great religions of the West, Christianity, Judaism, and at the same time, the art is supposed to constitute a science of sciences, a superscience continuity, that is, indeterminateness and vacuity of conception. It is indifferent whether this abstraction is called space, pure or pure thinking. IC is altogether the same as what the Indian calls Brahma, when for years on end, physically motionless and unmoved in sensation. Conception, fantasy, desire, and so on, at the tip of his nose, he says inwardly only 0M, 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 or else not at all. This dull, empty consciousness, understood as consciousness, is being. Miller, 97, we 1:89. 78 Skolem. Major Trends, 2:16-17. 79 Lull was influenced Muhyi ibn al-Dasharabi, I 165-1240, who was one of the founders of Sufism. He believed that reality is a progressive realization of self-knowledge. C. Dan Mercuar, Gnosis, an esoteric tradition of mystical visions and unions, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1993, 246. Merkur writes, debts to Ibn al-Arabi were so extensive as to amount occasionally to plagiarism. Ibid. Copyrighted material 178 magnum opus consisting of the ultimate truths of real lyri, which can be used to order all existing knowledge. Likewise Hegel believed his logic could order all the scientific knowledge of his day and reveal its place in the divine whole. The attributes or names of God are, according to Lull, Benitos, Magnitudo, Eternitas, Potestas, Sapientia, Voluntas, Virtus, Veritas, and Gloria, goodness, greatness, eternity, power, wisdom, will, virtue, truth, and glory. These he designated with the letters B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and K. Yeats notes that the unmentioned A is the ineffable. Lull employed these letters in diagrams, usually around the edge of circles. These circles function as wheels. By turning the wheels, each inscribed with the letters, new combinations of the letters could be arrived at, each of which bore some ontological or cosmological significance. This procedure generally involved the manipulation of three wheels or some other such device yielding triadic combinations of letters, BBB, BBC, CFG, GDC, etc. Lull placed great emphasis on the Trinity and Trinitarian structure. Anthony Bonner writes that it was Lull's idea to show that the Christian mysteries were part of the very structure of the universe, which would therefore be incomplete or imperfect without them. Lull believed that through the contemplation of triadic combinations of the divine names, we can ascend in thought to the Trinity of Father, Son, Holy Spirit itself. Hegel's system is pervaded by triadic structures that are all modeled on or reflect the primary triad of logic, nature, spirit, which in turn is patterned or the Christian Trinity. Lull was a prolific author who wrote on a very wide variety of subjects, including the natural sciences. No matter what subject he took up, however, Lull always laid out its central parts in terms of the attributes B to K. Lull was employing an analogical method in his complete speech, involving appeal to fundamental correspondences or, as Böhme puts it, arguments of congruence. Here too is a clear parallel to Hegel. In Hegel's system, each major subdivision reflects the triadic structure of the whole, in which there are detailed conceptual analogues and correspondences between the parts of the different sciences, example the correspondence between consciousness in the phenomenology and the doctrine of being in the logic. Like Hegel's logic, it is both a means to order and understand all our other knowledge, and at the same time the most fundamental kind of knowledge. ADC Paolo Rossi, The Legacy of Ramon Lull in 16th Century Thought, Medieval and Renaissance Studies, 5, 1961 181-213, 185. 81 Yates, T.B. Occult. 82 C. Ibid, 178-9, see also D.E. Trinitarian World Picture of Ramon Lull, Romanticism Jabberbussib 7, 1955-56. 83 Anthony Bonner, Editor's Introduction in Dr. Illuminatus, a Ramon Lull Reader, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1985, 51. Recall J.N. Findlay's observation that Hegel's whole system may in fact be regarded as an attempt to see the Christian mysteries in everything whatever, every native form of human activity, and every logical transition, findral process, 51. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 79. Lull does not just employ circles or wheels to represent combinations of the divine names. He also uses the triangle and the square. The circle represents the heavens, no doubt because of the spheres and the circular movements of the planets, the triangle represents divinity, the Trinity, and the square represents the four elements. As an example of Lull's fusion of logic and metaphysics, he attempts to map the four elements onto the four categorical propositions of the traditional square of opposition. His most common image, however, combines the circle with the triangle. Most famous diagram shows a circle ringed round with B to K, joined in myriad triadic combinations by triangles drawn within the circle. Yates describes this as a mystical figure in which we meditate on the complex relations of the names with one another as they are in the Godhead, before extension into the creation, and as aspects of the Trinity. SS. Apparently, Lull and his followers actually made wheels of his concentric circles so that they could turn the circles and produce new revelations about the nature of God and the cosmos. Lull is often placed in the tradition of Christian Kabbalah. Many Lull scholars hotly dispute this. I agree with Yates, however, that an influence of Kabbalism on Lull was certainly possible. As Yates points out, the concept of the names of God is fundamental to Jewish mysticism. The Zabar was, of course, written in Spain during Lully's lifetime. Lully's practice of combining and recombining B to K and contemplating these combinations is similar to the meditative practices of Abraham Abu Pico della Mirandola himself pointed this out. Skolem speaks of a Bulafié method as a mystical logic and writes that from the motion of the letters of thought result the truths of reason. Hegel devotes about 2 pages to Lull in his lectures, grouping him with John Chartier, Ramon of Sabunda, and Roger Bacon as mystiker of the scholastic variety. Lull receives the most extensive treatment. Hegel writes that the chief object aimed at in this man's art was an enumeration and arrangement of the various concepts under which all objects fall, or of the pure categories according to which they can be determined, so that it may be possible in regard to every object to indicate with ease the conceptions applicable to it. Lullus is so systematic that he becomes at times mechanical. He constructed a diagram in circles, on which were marked triangles through which the circles pass. EHP 3:93, Werke 19386, 85. Yates, T.B. Art of Memory, 181. 86 According to Dan Merker, Abulafia had his followers visualize the letter combinations on a rotating wheel. Merker, Gnosis, 249. 87 Yates, T.B. Art of Memory, 177, 188-89. 88 Scolum, Major Fens, 134-35. Arthur Edward Waite. In his eccentric but ambitious study of the Kabbalah, Dis Any Influence of Kabbalism on Lou. C. A. E. Waite, 11-E Holy, New York, Citadel Press, 1992, 440, 442. 89 Hegel states in general of the group, among them genuine philosophy is to be FNXND, termed also mysticism. It tends to inwardness and bears a great resemblance to Spinozism, LHP 3:91, Werke 19384. Copyrighted material 180 Magnum Opus. In The Science of Logic, in the Doctrine of the Concept, Hegel states that the Leibnizian application of the calculus of combinations and permutations to the syllogism and to the combination of other notions, differed from the notorious art of Lull, der verifinen Lullianischen Kunst, solely in being more methodical on the arithmetical side, but for the rest, they were both equally meaningless. Miller, 685, WL 3:128. This remark must be understood in the context of The Science of Logic, in which Hegel is rejecting all abstract conceptions of philosophy that oppose method to subject matter, a defect present in Lull. Elsewhere, Hegel is more positive. In his discussion of Bruno, Hegel anticipates Yaddisi connection of Bruno with Lull. The main endeavor of Bruno was to represent the all and one, das Allundige, after the method of Lullus, as a system of classes of regular determinations, LHP Werke 2036. Earlier in his remarks on Bruno, Hegel glosses the Lullian art as the art of finding differences in the idea, LHP 3:123, Werke 2031. This is highly significant, for Hegel's logic is precisely an articulation of the different moments of absolute idea. Hegel cannot have simply dismissed Lully thought if he regarded it as a precursor to his own in this significant respect. In his remarks on Spinoza, Hegel states that Lullus and Bruno attempted to draw up a system of form, which should embrace and comprehend the one substance which organizes itself into the universe. This attempt Spinoza did not make, LHP 3:287, Werke 20:194. Yates devotes a chapter in her TB Art of Memory to Lull and attempts to locate Hearn within the tradition of Ars. However, she notes that Lull's art is devoid of the dramatic images of the classical Ars Memoria. Instead, it employs an abstract letter notation. Nevertheless, Lull does belong to the tradition of Ars Memoria because he conceives his art as a means of recollecting truth. We have seen that for Hegel mnemosyne is the absolute muse because by hearing her voice the philosopher comes to speak the complete speech. Verine has drawn a parallel between the traditional and the phenomenal love of spirit, exploiting the famous line at the end of the Phenomenology where Hegel speaks of the work as a gallery of images, Galerie von Bludern, Miller, 492, pg. 530. The traditional Ars Memoria employed striking images arranged in systematic order to cause the onlooker to recollect the wisdom already latent in him. The best example of this is the Memory Theatre of Giulio Camillo, c. 1480-1544, which appears to have been a small, walk-in amphitheatre decorated with various combinations of archetypal images, underneath which were small drawers containing 90. Hegel states Chargod posits determinations within himself, LPR 1307, VPR 1:212. 91 Yates, The Art of Memory. 176 C. Francis Yates, The Art of Ramon Lull, An Approach to It Through Lull Theory of the Elements, Journal of the Warburg and Courtauld Institutes, 17, 1964 573, 162. Cf. Yates, N.E. Art of Memory, 174. 93 Donald Phi Sources of Philosophical Memory, Ver. S.U.S. Hegel, in Imagination and Cultural Memory, ed. Patricia Cook, Durham, N.C., University Press, 1993, copyrighted material The Kabbalistic Tree 181 ink scrolls covered in further images or, perhaps, aphorisms or abstracts of the works of great thinkers. In the words of a skeptical contemporary of Camillo, working one's way through the entire theater was supposed to produce a transformation of the mind, in such a way that the beholder may at once perceive with his eyes everything that is otherwise hidden in the depths of the human mind. 9. Camillo's ideal was basically the same as that later championed by Descartes and the rationalists, knowledge united and organized around certain fundamental ideas. Varine has Camillo in mind when he compares the phenomenology to a theater of memory, but he does not extend the parallel to apply to the entire Hegelian system. In fact, the ars memoria that the system logic nature spirit most resembles is not that of Camillo but that of Lull. Insofar as speculative philosophy may be located within the ars memoria tradition, Lull's can be seen as a kind of bridge position. Whereas the traditional ars memoria is bound up with sensuous images, Lull's art is abstract, employing a quasi-algebraic notation and a method. As I argued in Chapter 3, Hegel sublates picture thinking and abstract reason, producing a new type of philosophy that employs what are normal, termed abstract concepts in an organic system of thought governed by the builder of the circle, triangle, and square. Lull comes very close to this Hegelian position. He rejects, in the main, the sensuous images of the ars memoria, but retains its ideal of universal knowledge and knowledge of God. He produces a new system of thought that is both logic and metaphysics, which aims as Hegel himself saw at knowing the moments of God, and which is structured according to the circle, the triangle, and the square. But he separates form and content, and in practice his art degenerates into an extreme formalism in which an external method is imposed on a pre-given subject matter. As to Lully's influence on the tradition, for some time those who expressed an interest in his work were subject to persecution. Nicholas of Cusa was very much interested in the art, but could not say so publicly. Lull had a tremendous impact during the Renaissance on figures such as Pico, who expressly stated his desire to fuse Lull's art with Kabbalism. It was thus during this period, as Yates notes, that Lullism became assimilated to various aspects of the Hermetic Kabbalist tradi. A very large number of pseudo-Lullian alchemical works were published after Lull's death, beginning in about 1332. As a result, by the 15th century, Lull was almost universally regarded as a great alchemist. Hegel himself reports on Lull's strong inclination toward alchems r. LHP 3:192, whereas there is not the slightest evidence this. The first man to teach Lull's art publicly was Bernard de Leeuwenhoek, DC 1530, at the University of Paris. Explanation 94. The writer is Viglius Zwichimus, in a 1532 letter to Erasmus, quoted Ibid 95. Böhme, Introduction to Dr. Illuminatus, 58. Merker notes that Cusa's library contained more works by Lull than any other author. Merker, Gnosis, 250. 96. Yates, Art of Memam 88. Copyrighted material 182 Magnum Opus Compendio Sag Applicatio Artis Reinlundi Lully, 1523, melded Lull with Pansophia, Alchemy, and the Ars Memoria. The first German commentator on Lull was Agrippa, who wrote in Artem Brevem Raimundi Lully Commentaria, first published in 1531. Bruno, as has already been mentioned, was greatly influenced by Lull and wrote 7 books on the art. Interestingly, he first took up Lull after his time in Germany, 1586-88. Leibniz was also apparently interested in Lull. Lully art belongs to the tradition of the search for pansopia, universal wisdom. As we saw in the introduction, the ideal of the complete speech or perfect discourse, teleis logos, is a fundamental tenet of Hermeticism. Pansopia, encycloptism, and Rosicrucianism were intimately entwined throughout the 17th century. It was a time of grand plans for encyclopedias synthesizing all human knowledge. Consider the case of Sir Francis Bacon, 1561-1626. Bacon has long been revered by modern Hermeticists, who have attributed an almost universal wisdom to him along with the works of Shakespeare and Robert Burton, not to mention the King James Bible. Paolo Rossi and Francis Yates have, however, argued soberly and convincingly that Bacon's thought must be understood in the context of Renaissance Hermeticism. Yeats even spies Rosicrucian imagery in Bacon's New Atlantis.tm in the Novum Organum, 1622. Bacon, like Lull, called for a radically new logic, one which would deal with the particulars themselves, and their series and order, and rejected the sterile formalism of the schoolmen. Bacon's projected reform of science not only influenced such 17th-century Rosicrucian pansophists as Comenius, Hartlib, and Dury, it also influenced the standard-bearer of the 18th-century Enlightenment, the great Encyclopédie au Dictionnaire raisonné, des sciences, des arts et des métiers of Diderot and d'Alembert, published between 1751 and 1772 in 35 volumes. L. Robert Flood, 1574–1637, was a Paracelsian physician, a Christian Kabbalist, a would-be Rosicrucian, and the author of an immense, unfinished multi-volume work, The History of the Macrocosm and the Microcosm, 1617–26, which Jocelyn Godwin describes as more of an encyclopedia than a history in the modern sense, insofar as it aimed at nothing less than a total synthesis of all human knowledge of man, the cosmos, and the correspondences between them. 0297. Bonner, Introduction to Dr. Illuminatus, 65. 98c, for exam MP. H. All, at, Encyclical Outline of Masonic, Her. Being an interpretation of Metic, Quabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolical phi the secret teachings concealed within the rituals, allegories and mysteries of all ages, Los Angeles, The Philosophical Research Society, 1988. 99 Paolo Rossi, Francis Bacon, From Magic to Science, London, Routledge, 1968. 100 C. Yeats, The Rosicrucian. 101 Bacon's influence on the 127–29. Encyclopedia is made clear in Jean Leron d'Alembert, to the of Diderot, 1751, trans. Godwin, Robert Rudd, Hermetic philosopher and surveyor of Grand Rapids, Fans Press, 1991, 7/8. Copyrighted material. The Kabbalistic Tree 183. Another typical and influential pansophist is Jan Amos Komensky, called Comenius, 1592–1670. A native of Moravia, Comenius considered himself a Rosicrucian. He was greatly influenced by Andreae manifestos, and associated himself openly with Rosicrucian circles. Cornelius was also influenced by Cusa, Paracelsus, Patrizzi, Campanella, and Flood. He received his education at Heidelberg University, from which he graduated in 1613. Yeats conjectures that Comenius might have met Andrea while in Heidelberg. The development of a pansophic encyclopedia of universal knowledge was Comenius' goal in life. He called his first attempt, begun in 1614, an amphitheater of all existence. Comenius's writings deal with philosophy, science, theology, politics, education, and other subjects. In 1623 he produced Le Labyrinth of the World and the Paradise of the Heart. One of the classics of Czech literature, it contains passages lifted from Andrea's Rosicrucian writings, as well as a chapter devoted to Rosicrucianism. CS. The book is similar to Campanelli City of the Sun in its description of a utopian city representing all the departments of learning. Comenius believed he had discovered a means to achieve knowledge of all things. He developed an ontology and cosmology grounded in the threefold distinction of divine word, nature, and man. According to Dagmar Kapkova, this ontology promised to reveal the common principes, relationships, and differences concerning everything, on the basis of which people would learn the truth and how to act in accordance with his pansophic encyclopedia was supposed to harmonize microcosm and macrocosm and unite man with God. He attempted to combine a transcendent with an immanent view of God, holding that while God is present in nature, he also possesses a transcendent dimension. Comenius's thought can to some extent be called dialectical. He attempted to show how apparently incompatible concepts can be reconciled and stressed that a proper understanding of the relations between whole and parts, universal and particular, and individual and society is a central feature of wisdom, and a prerequisite for reform. Comenius was associated with two other pansophists, Samuel Hartlib, 1595-1662, and John Dury, 1595-1680. Hartlib, a Pole, translated two works by Andrea into English, Christiani Societas Imago see Chapter 2 and Christiani Amoris Dextera Perrecta, and in 1641 composed a Utopia, a description of the famous kingdom of Macaria. Doughty, a Scotsman who corresponded with Andrea, had made Hartlib's acquaintance when the latter was still in Elbing. All three men were given to millenarianism. Millenarian tendencies, in fact, flourished among the German 103. See Dagmar Karkova, Comenius and his Ideals, Escape from the, in Samuel Hartlib and Universal Reformation, ed. Mark Greengrass CT. Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press, 1994, 76. Yates, Rosicrucian Enlightenment, 157. 105 John Comenius, Labyrinth of the World and the Paradise of the Heart, trans. Howard Louthan and Andrea Stark, New York, Paulist Ires, 1998, Chapter 13. 106 Comenius and his Ideals, 83. Copyrighted material 184 Magnum Opus Systematics of the Period, Klucke's names Alst, Paulinus, and Bister held, who attempted to marry rationalism with Ars Memoria, Pansopia, and Mathesis Universalis. German proponents of Mathesis Universalis such as Jungius believed that their new superscience would restore the wisdom lost with Adam's fall. As we have seen, this is a key tenet of Kabbalism. G. W. F. Leibniz, 1646–1716, also belongs squarely in the tradition of Pansophia and Encycloptism. In his Introduction to a Secret Encyclopedia, Introductio ad Encyclopediam Arcangum, c. 1679, Leibniz's description of general science is strikingly pansophic. The general science includes not only what has hitherto been regarded as logic, but also the art of discovery, together with method or the means of arrangement, synthesis and analysis, didactics, or the science of teaching, nostalgia, the so-called noologia, the art of memory or mnemonics, the art of combination, the art of subtlety, and philosophical grammar, the art of lull, the Kabbalah / the wise, and natural magic. Perhaps it also includes or the science of something and nothing, being and not being, thing and its mode and substance and accident. It does not make much difference how you divide the sciences, for they are one continuous body, like the ocean. There is, furthermore, ample evidence of Leibniz's interests in Rosicrucianism, alchemy, and Kabbalah. Yates mentions that there is a persistent rumor that Leibniz joined a Rosicrucian society at Nuremberg in 1666, and she speculates that this society may have been founded in 1628 by Andrei himself. She also notes that the precepts of Leibniz's proposed order of charity are practically a quotation from the Fama Il. Alison Leibniz and the Kabbalah makes a strong case for the influence of Lurianic Kabbalah on Leibniz. 1 She discusses in detail Leibniz's relationship to two leading Kabbalist alchemist Hermeticists of the time, Francis Mercury van Helmont, 1614–1698, and the aforementioned Nor von Rosenroth, 1636–1689, editor of the Kabbalabdinudata. Helmont was the son of John Baptist van Helmont, a renowned alchemist who claimed to have seen and touched Rhe Philosopher's Stone. Hegel praises Helmont in his lectures on the history of philosophy as having many profound thoughts, but gets his dates wrong. LHP 3:113, Werkett 2015. Bruno is frequently cited as the source of Leibmonadology, but Coudert argues instead for the influence of von Rosenroth and van Helmont. Indeed, it appears that Leibniz's relationship with van Helmont was particularly close. Leibniz kept a detailed 107 step in search of the true Samr, methodological eclecticism among the Baconian reformers, in Hardib and Universal Reformation, 54. 108 Ibid, 63. 109 G. W. Leibniz, Introduction to a Secret Science, in Philosophical Writings, ed. G. H. R. Parkinson, trans. Mary Morris and G. H. R. Parkinson, London. Everyman, 1973, 5-6. 110 Yates, Rosicrucian Enlightenment, 154. 111 Ibid, 154. Discuss in chapter Copyrighted Material the Kabbalistic Tree 185 record of his conversations with Van Helmont, including their discussions of Kabbalah. Leibniz first met him in Mainz in 1671, where they discussed alchemy at length. Leibniz's interest in alchemy was no secret. Some years after his meeting with Van Helmont he was elected secretary of an alchemical society in Nuremberg, a fact to which Hegel himself alludes, LHP 3:326, Werke 20:234. Leibniz's final words on his deathbed are reported to have concerned the transmutation of iron nails into gold through the action of a certain spring. Escuderd, drawing on the work of Becco, argues that Leibniz actually wrote Van Helmont's last book, a Christian Kabbalist work entitled Some Premeditate and Considerate Thoughts upon the 4 first chapters of the first book of Moses called Genesis, published 1697. In this work, Van Helmont/Leibniz describes creation as the articulation of divine thought. Versith, the first word of Genesis is interpreted as meaning not in the beginning but in the head, a reading still supported by some scholars. This would make the first sentence of Genesis, in the head, God, Elohim El created the heavens and the earth, calling to mind the Egyptian creation myths, as well as Gnostic Hermeticism and, of course, modern idealism. Hegel invited his contemporaries to place him in the traditions of Pansopia and Encykloptism by entitling his third book Enzyklopädie der Philosophispen Wissenschaftlichen Grundriss. As we shall see in chapter 7, he also invited his readers to identify him with the latter-day incarnation of Rosicrucianism. These traditions were still very much alive in Hegel's Werktemmerg. In the introduction to his encyclopedia, Hegel writes, "The philosophical encyclopedia distinguishes itself from the other, ordinary encyclopedia, such as the French encyclopédie, because the latter has to be some sort of augate of sciences, which are taken up contingently and empirically, and among them there are also some sciences only in name, since they are themselves no more than a mere collection of bits of information." LS 16, Geritz, 3940. Hegel offers heraldry as one example of a pseudoscience. His encyclopedia differs from the ordinary sort not only in being an integrated, internally related body of knowledge, but also in eschewing everything that has the status of mere observation, mere empirical data. The encyclopedia does, of course, deal with empirical data in the philosophies of nature and spirit, but only such data as illustrate the fundamental eidetic moments of these subjects. Hegel writes in the same paragraph that the encyclopedia has to be restricted to the beginnings and the fundamental concepts of the particular. LS 16, Geritz, 391. Hegel's encyclopedia is exactly what its title promises, an encirclement of the whole of being. It is thus the true encyclopedia. It is the true Pansopia Patrizii, cum neus, Hartlib and Dury only dreamt of, setting the stage for the coming of the age of the Holy Spirit and the end of history. It is comeniacy teaching of divine word, nature and man become logic, nature, and spirit. It is Leibniz * innocent magia, tt 3. Kudert, Leibniz, and the Kabbalah, 7. Copyrighted Material 186 Magnum Opus and Mathesis Universalis, his Nostalgia and his Science of Something and Nothing, Being and Not Being, all presented as one continuous body, like the ocean. It is the science of sciences and the true teaching of the names, provisional definitions, moments, of God. It is the absolute art of memory. It is the recovery of the wisdom of Adam, the intimate knowledge Adam had of God in himself in his eternal, thus the vindication of the nostalgia of the Kabbalists, of Agrippa, Böhme, Bacon, Junius, Leibniz, Helmont, and others. It is the true logic Bacon sought. It is the Kabbalah of the absolute religion, Leibniz' Kabbalah of the wise, the teachings of Böhme, and Ettinger become Wissenschaft. Copyrighted material. Chapter 6 187. The Alchemist's Laboratory. The Philosophy of Nature and Philosophy of Subjective Spirit 1. Introduction. If Eric Voegelin could describe the phenomenology of spirit as a grimoire, one could equally well describe the scientific portions of the encyclopedia The Philosophy of Nature and Philosophy of Subjective Spirit as an alchemical manual, an emerald tablet for the modern age. My intention is not, however, to give comfort to those who dismiss Hegel's scientific writings as charlatanry and pseudoscience. Attacks on the philosophy of nature are seldom made by informed critics. It is simply assumed that Hegeli science is a product of armchair, a priori theorizing. But in the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel writes that the relationship of speculative science to the other sciences is simply the following: speculative science does not leave the empirical content of the other sciences aside, but recognizes and uses it, and in the same way recognizes and employs what is universal in these sciences, i.e., the laws, classifications, etc., for its own content, but it also introduces other categories into these universals and gives them currency. LS 9, Geritz. 33. Hegel makes an even more striking assertion in the Philosophy of Nature that philosophy must accord with the experience nature gives rise to. In its formation and in its development, philosophic science presupposes and is conditioned by empirical physics. PNS 246, Petrie 1:197. Hegel philosophy of nature is not, of course, a mere catalogue of empirical data culled from the science of his day. Instead, Hegel organizes and explains that data according to the categories of the logic. Hegel is entirely aware of the open-ended nature of scientific investigation. He knows that the science he is dealing with is not final. Nevertheless, he regards the logical framework into which he has fitted science as final, because it is a reflection of the eternal idea. In the dissertation, Hegel writes that the study and knowledge of the laws of nature rest on nothing other than our believing that nature has been formed by reason, ratio, and our being convinced of the identity of all laws of nature. This is AI. In the interest of brevity, I will sometimes refer strictly to philosophy of nat gre where I have in mind Hegelian empirical science, including subjective spirit, the early lectures on philosophy of nature, etc. The context will make it clear when I am referring exclusively to the Encyclopedia Philosophy of Nature. Z. Hegel, Philosophical Dissertation on the Orbits of the Planets, trans. Pierre Adler, Graduate Faculty Philosophy Journal. Copyrighted material 188. Magnum opus statement with which even the most empirically oriented scientist could not disagree. All science assumes that nature is rational, that it possesses a definite order and behaves regularly, and that we can therefore use our own rationality to comprehend it. Hegel claims nothing more than this. Because he believes that his logic maps out the eternal, objective order, he expects that nature can be shown, with a little insight and imagination, to conform to it. It is generally conceded that Hegel's grasp of science was superior to Schellen's and that his philosophy of nature was much less fanciful and more solidly grounded than Schellen's scientific works. Was critical of the Schellengians' propensity to speak in terms of correspondences, an error which, as I will discuss later, Hegel committed with abandon. In the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel writes that formalism in the philosophy of nature takes the form of teaching that understanding is electricity, animals are nitrogen, or equivalent to the South or North Pole, and so on. Miller, 30, pg. 37. In an 1814 letter to Paulus, Hegel states that you know that I have occupied myself much not only with ancient literature but also with mathematics and recently with higher analysis, differential calculus, physics, natural history, land, chemistry to be affected by that humbug in natural philosophy which consists in philosophizing without knowledge by the power of imagination, and in regarding empty brainstorms born of conceit as thoughts. The low repute in which Hegel's philosophy of nature is held is due almost entirely to the confusion of its content with the content of the writings of Schelling on the same subject, an ignorant error made even by contemporaries of the two men. Nevertheless, Hegel and Schelling had much in common, no matter how much Hegel sought to distinguish himself from the Schellingian school. For instance, both regarded Newtonian science as a depiction of a dead, mechanical system of externally related entities. Instead, Hegel and Schelling saw the world as a cosmos, an internally related organic whole. In his later philosophy of nature, Hegel speaks of the whole organism of the earth and writes that the entire condition of the atmosphere, including the trade winds, is a vast, living whole, PNS 288, Z, Petrie 231-52. For both Schelling and Hegel, Newtonianism is the physics of the understanding, which thinks that even organic nature can be understood mechanistically. Both Schelling and Hegel hold that Newton misapplies his mechanical model to such subjects as light, color, and gravity, which cannot be understood mechanically. Both, however, hold that there is a delimited place for mechanism in their philosophies of nature. Mechanics cannot, however, explain what Hegel calls physics, physic, or organics, organische Physik. Schelling and Hegel both champion the science of Kepler, their fellow Swabian, as superior to that of Newton. Philosophy of nature is in large measure a revival of an older, 3. Butler. 309, Hofmeister 235. 4 Harris, Introduction to System of Ethical Life and First Philosophy of Spirit, 19. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 189, specifically Aristotelian way of thinking about nature, which the scientists of Hegel's day considered completely worthless and dead. In particular, the philosophy of nature incorporates a modernized version of the classical great chain of being. On Hegel's account, nature is seen to give way to spirit, which constitutes the truth and ultimate purpose of nature, and the true actuality of idea, PNS 251. Petrie. Hegel understands each level or moment of nature in very Aristotelian terms, as constituting an approach to, one might even say, imitation of absolute ideas' actualization as spirit. Just as in Aristotle, each level of nature strives to be an independent, self-sufficient system, like the absolute idea. Before passing on to the Hermetic influences on the philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit, something must be said here about the notorious transition from logic to nature. Hegel writes in The Science of Logic that the idea freely releases itself in its absolute self-sufficiency and stasis, die Idee sich selbst frei entlass, Tiebraer absolut Sichtberüende in sich Ruhebend, Miller, 843, WL*305. The Encyclopedia Logic is only slightly more helpful. The absolute freedom of the idea is not that it merely passes over into life, nor that it lets life shine within itself as finite cognition, but that, in the absolute truth of itself, it resolves to release out of itself into freedom the moment of its particularity or of the initial determining and otherness, i.e., the immediate idea as its reflection, or itself as nature. LS 244, Geritz, 307. This concept of free release is patterned on the traditional Christian idea that God creates the world as an unnecessitated act of generosity. It also calls to mind Neoplatonic emanation. However, Hegel is a heretic because he holds the view that an abstract and transcendent God is deficient. Thus, idea must give rise to nature. Because the categories of the logic are complete, and thus a category of nature is not required to supplement absolute idea, and because no physical mechanism acts on idea to produce nature, idea must be said to freely release itself. But does this make sense? Exactly what work does idea do in bringing about or sustaining nature? WIIAT is the itself that is freely released. Are we to understand Hegel's language of free release as purely metaphorical? Is he simply saying that the logic is the eidetic subtext of nature, a set of categories in which nature is to be understood? As is frequently claimed by interpreters, the relationship between logic 5. C. Harris, Night Thoughts, 374. 6. See Ettinger's position on spirit and nature, as summarized by Robert Schneider. Nature is only the threshold for spirit, it is the signature, for the spirit of man and for divine transcendence. Decisively. Difference between Hegel and Aristotle, however, is that the unmoved mover, which is perfectly independent and self-sufficient, is no in the sense of a unity of parts, because it has no parts. Aristotle being as the most perfect form of being in nature, because of the organism's parts. Therefore, it could be said that he #L transplants Aristotele's criterion for natural substance into the heavens, and conceives the unmoved mover, absolute idea, on the model of organic being. This should not be surprising. 6. Are Aristotle's transcendent unmoved mover as an unrealized copyrighted material 190 magnum opus, and nature is not a temporal one. Hegel and language of free release would certainly seem to be figurative, then. In section 3, I will discuss the difficulties with treating Hegel's language as merely figurative. For the moment, however, let us try to understand the relation of logic to nature in purely conceptual terms. Like Böhme and Ettinger, Hegel believes that for absolute idea to become truly absolute, it cannot abide simply in the transcendent realm of ideas, it must be embodied. This occurs when absolute idea enters the world and becomes an embodied thought that reflects on itself. Such thought philosophy. We have seen in our examination of the phenomenology and logic that Hegel has generated his system through reflection on the nature of consciousness in all its forms. He has realized the ancient imperative of philosophy, know thyself. This attainment of self-knowledge by individual human thinkers is the realization of the absolute idea in the world. Hegel writes in an 1819 letter to Hinrichs that comprehension of the absolute is thus the absolute % comprehension of itself, just as theology, admittedly theology more as it once was than as it now is, has always expressed this same self-comprehension. For Hegel the object of philosophy is God. Hegel identifies God with the absolute idea, just as Aristotle identified God with self-thinking thought. However, if God is identical with absolute idea, it follows that Hegel must hold that God is merely formal and irreal. Earlier I quoted Hegel stating that the logic is the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit. N. Liller, 50, WL 133-34. God in his eternal essence, then, is deficient. Hegel states in the Philosophy of Nature, God as an abstraction is not the true God, his truth is the positing of his other, the living process, the world, which is his son when it is comprehended in its divine form. PNS 246, Z, Petrie 1:204. In other words, the absolute idea does represent a system of pure ideas, complete unto itself. It requires no other category or concept to complete it. However, the system as a whole is deficient because logical or eidetic being is itself deficient. On its own, logic, or the logos, is formal and one-dimensional. To be fully realized, the idea must express itself in the world of space and time. Thus, the logic must be supplemented by the philosophy of nature. But if idea comes to actual self-consciousness through a self-thinking thought, through a human activity, then why does Hegel write a philosophy of nature instead of just going straight to the philosophy of spirit? The answer, in part, is that much of the philosophy of nature pertains to human beings insofar as they are physical, organic systems. A complete account of spirit must therefore include these elements. But this is not Hegel's primary consideration. Hegel's aim is to work out a developmental account of reality as a whole, in terms of which everything is made significant or intelligible. The telos of the universe is the absolute eight. Hegel states in the With the most concrete of spirit that with spirit we are concerned form attained in the self-actualization of the idea, PSS 377, Z, Petrie 1:3. And later, spirit is the actualized con which is for itself and has itself for object, Rs S 332. Z, Perry 149. Tir, 478, Hofmeister #357 Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory Ideas Realization in the World through the Speculative Activity of the Philosopher, which is achieved through a long historical process. A non-human cannot, however, drop out of this picture as unintelligible. To explain why non-human physical reality exists at all, Hegel adopts a quasi-Aristotelian standpoint and claims that in some sense all physical and organic reality is intelligible in terms of its approximation to the self-related self-sufficiency of the absolute idea, or self-thinking thought. As to the transition from nature to spirit, the second topic of this chapter, in the introduction to the philosophy of nature, Hegel alludes to Schelleneuro's description of nature as petrified intelligence, versteinert Intelligenz, and states that God does not remain petrified and moribund. However, the stones cry out and themselves up to spirit, PNS 247, Petrie, 206. He is alluding, of course, to the necessity of the move from nature to spirit. For Hegel, spirit is both antecedent and consequent of nature. In one of his many Aristotelian moments, Hegel states that it is precisely because spirit constitutes the end of nature, that it is antecedent to it, PNS 376, Petrie 3212. In other words, spirit is the telos of nature. Spirit presupposes nature, and nature presupposes spirit. Hegel writes that the purpose of nature is to extinguish itself, and to break through its rind of immediate and sensuous being, to consume itself like a phoenix in order to emerge from this externality rejuvenated as spirit, ibid. Spirit is characterized by its drive to overcome the subject-object distinction, to eliminate the otherness of the other. What spirit achieves is an experience of a world that is merely an apprehension of itself, PSS 377, Petrie $1. Hegel writes that the aim of all genuine science is just this, that spirit shall recognize itself in everything in heaven and on earth. An out-and-out other simply does not exist for spirit, ibid. Hegel divides the philosophy of spirit into subjective spirit, objective spirit, and absolute spirit. I am only concerned in this chapter with the philosophy of subjective spirit. To the four elements, Ernst Benz writes that must not overlook or even negate the fact that the language of modern natural science and cosmology has its roots in mystical natural philosophy. We must be aware that knowledge and mystery are of necessity interrelated. Such authors as Alan G. D. Buss, P. O. Christaller, Stephen A. McKnight, D. P. Walker, and Francis Yates, among others, argue for the influence of alchemy, Kabbalism, magic, and Hermeticism in general on modern science. In Hegel's time it was not unusual for a serious man of science to be interested in these subjects. To be sure, the prevailing opinion was that these sciences were worth 10. Benz, 74. One of the most such cases, of course, is that of Isaac Newton. Ernst Benz notes that the terms attraction and repulsion made their way into Newton% science via his teacher, the Cambridge Platonist and Theosophist Henry More. More them from an English translation of Böhme Mise Magnum. Sierens, ibid. Copyrighted material T92 Magnum Opus Less, but there were holdouts. Hegel and the Schelling brothers, as well as Goethe, Ettinger, Baader, Herder, Stephens, Ritter, and others, are to be numbered among them. Given the Hermetic influences on Hegel's logic, his application of its categories to scientific data results in a philosophy of nature amounting to a sophisticated synthesis of modern science and Hermeticism. As David Walsh puts it, what Hegel set out to do was to integrate the rationality of modern science with the penumbra of larger spiritual expectations which have also been an abiding feature of the modern world. It is perhaps the most impressive attempt at with pseudoscience. In keeping with this aim there is an alchemy on the philosophy of nature. Science of central to alchemy is the ancient Greek doctrine of the four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. When Hegel speaks of the square he generally has in mind the four elements. In Chapter 3, I discussed how squareness as a symbolic form figures prominently in Hegel's early philosophy of nature. Recall also that in the triangle fragment the triangle of triangles is made to become at one point a square. The triangle diagram may also refer to the four elements in its use of four triangles. As we have seen, the triadic form dominates system, but in his early philosophy he apparently held that although the triangle predominates as a symbolic form in the realm of spirit, the square is the key to the realm of nature. Consider the third of Hegel's 12 doctoral examination theses from 1801, the square is the law of nature, the triangle of mind, mens. This view is still to be found in the mature philosophy of nature. Hegel does not, to be sure, organize that work in a quadratic form. It is triadic like all the others, but the quadratic form does crop up within a number of different divisions. Before looking at the philosophy of nature and the occurrence of the four elements there, let us look back at some of the earlier works. In Hegel's so-called First Philosophy of Spirit, 1803-4, he treats consciousness as the ideality of nature and then offers the following opaque observations. The elements in which consciousness exists as middle are just the elements of air and earth, as the indifferent self-identical elements, not the unrest of fire and water, for consciousness only is qua absolutely self-identical, and qua existing middle it is posited as a quiescent indifferent middle. As concept of consciousness, this middle is in that element which is the simple self. 12. David Walsh, A Mythology of Reason, 159. J. M. Perry writes that 4. The idea of nature involves a combination of the Baconian and Böhmian attitudes to natural phenomena. C. Perry, Introduction to Hegel's Philosophy of Nature, Volume 114. 13. Edinger held that fire and water are a dynamixer, which gives rise to all position is stated out. GHTB, Encykelkielp das Oppi of 1803-4. Für und Wasser, sind, die Grundanzüge und Element aller Dinge. He also refers to them as tätig, active. Genenser Real P. Philosophy, ed. Johannes Hofmeister, Vol. Leipzig, Mener, 1931, 47, 44. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 193. Identical one among the elements, its external middle, medium, is the air. For the phenomenology Hegel writes. Air is the enduring, purely universal, and transparent element, water, the element that is perpetually sacrificed, fire, the unity which energizes them into opposition while at the same time it perpetually resolves the opposition, lastly, earth, which is the firm and solid knot of this articulated whole, the subject of these elements and of their process, that from which they start and to which they return, so in the same way, the inner essence or simple spirit of self-conscious actuality displays itself in similar such universal but here spiritual masses or spheres, displays itself in a world. Miller, 300, pg. 326, all these ideas are present in the mature philosophy of nature. In one of the Zusätze from 1930, he refers to polarity, saying that there is also a positing of the return out of the opposition into unity, and it is this third term which constitutes the necessity of the concept, a necessity which is not found in polarity, PNS 248, Z. Petrie 1-11. Here again we find the claim that a full account of the real must consist of a triad of moments. Hegel goes on, however, to say that nature taken as otherness, the square or tetrad also belongs to the whole form of necessity, as in the four elements, the four colors, etc., the pentad may also be found, in the 5 fingers and the 5 senses for example, but in spirit the fundamental form of necessity is the triad, ibid. This particular aspect of Hegel, the obsession with dyads, triads, tetrads, pentads, mathematico-geometrical constructions of all kinds, is typical of thinkers influenced by Hermetic philosophy. Section 281 of the Philosophy of Nature is entitled The Elements, Die Element. This and the following sections, including the Zusätze from 1930, must be taken as representing his mature understanding of the four elements. Hegel states that the air corresponds to light, for it is passive light which has sunk to the level of a moment, PNS 281, Z. Petrie 234. Like Hegel's other remarks on the four elements, this is hardly clear. Perhaps he means that air, like light, permeates everything, and air is to be thought of as extinguished light. Later Hegel states, in language that is strikingly Böhme, that air is a slumbering fire. LPNS 282, Z. Petrie 238. Hegel refers to fire and water as the elements of opposition. He says that fire corresponds to the lunar plane, and water to the cometary. He has little to say on Che's subject of Earth in this inaerial treatment. Some paragraphs later, we find Hegel saying that air constitutes the universal ideality of everything akin to it, that it is the universal in relation to its other, and that it effaces all opposing particularity. PNS 284, Z. Petrie 241. Fire is the same universality, but it appears as such. And 14. Hegel, System of Ethical Life, 215, System der Sittlichkeit, 277. There is much more to this passage that is quite interesting, particularly in its treatment of the ether, but I cannot deal with it here. Copyrighted material 194. Magnum opus therefore has the form being for self, it is existent ideality therefore, or the nature of air which has passed into existence. By appearing, it reduces its other to an appearance. Water, on the other hand, is passive neutrality, ibid. Hegel refers to earth as the individual element, individual's element. It is the element of developed difference in its distinctness from the other moments. This element is as yet indeterminate, as the totality which holds together the variety of these moments in individual unity. However, it is the power which stimulates and sustains their process. PNS 285, Petty 241. At the beginning of his remarks on organics, Hegel refers to the terrestrial, vegetable, and animal organisms as belonging to the kingdom of earth, kingdom of water, and kingdom of fire, respectively. PNS 337, Z. Petty. What is omitted, of course, is the kingdom of air pneuma, spirits, which Hegel could not consider here, for this kingdom stands outside nature. Under his treatment of the animal organism, Hegel suggests correspondences between the senses and the elements. Touch is the sense of the mechanical sphere and thus corresponds to earth and fire, which seems to mean density and temperature. Touch is the sense of the earthy element. Smell and taste, the senses of opposition, correspond to air and water. Sight corresponds to light, and hearing doesn't seem to correspond to anything, but is simply the reception of the manifestations of internal being, which reveals itself as such in its expression. PNS 358, Petrie. So Hegel makes extensive use of the four elements, but how is this evidence of alchemical influence? After all, the doctrine originates with Empedocles and was developed systematically by Aristotle. Isn't this just evidence of Greek influence? Certainly Hegel and his contemporaries knew of the history of this doctrine. Hegel even mentions Empedocles in connection with it. PNS 281, Z. Perry 22341. Nevertheless, by Hegel's time the doctrine of the four elements was so closely associated with alchemy that his use of it could not have failed to have a strong alchemical connotation, not only for his listeners and readers, but for himself as well. As I discussed in Chapter 2, alchemy was still very much on the scene in Hegeli day. Thus Hegeli use of the four elements would have him in the minds of his audience as someone who still saw some truth in the Hermetic art. After introducing the four elements in the philosophy of nature, Hegel remarks ruefully that no educated person, and certainly no physicist or chemist, is now permitted, under any circumstances, to mention the four elements. PNS 281, Z. Petrie 234. Thus Hegel is deliberately and boldly risking ridicule in order to hold fast to what he regards as an important truth. H. S. Harris writes that continual appeals to the four elements of this mortal world are not poetic or metaphorical. He literally believes in the elemental nature of fire, air, water, and earth, or fieriness, airiness, liquidity, earthiness. The analogies Hegel draws between the elements and the five senses and the levels of spirit, the heavenly bodies, Harris, Introduction to System of 203, copyrighted material The Laboratory 195, as well as other types of being, are correspondences in the old-fashioned, hermetico-magical sense. It was common for practitioners of magic and alchemy to devise elaborate tables of correspondences between the elements of one sphere of being and another. According Agrippa, the four elements of fire, air, water, and earth correspond to the four angels ruling over the corners of the earth, Seraph, Cherub, Darcis, Ariel, the four evangelists, Mark, John, Matthew, and Luke, the four seasons, the four humors, choleric, sanguine, phlegmatic, melancholic, the four princes of devils, Samael, Azazel, Azael, Mahazael, etc. Should all this seem totally remote from Hegel's enterprise, it should also be noted that Agrippa holds that the four elements correspond to the senses, fire to sight, air to hearing, water to taste and smell, and earth to touch. The four elements also correspond to the four elements of man, fire to the mind, air to spirit. Recall Spiritus and my discussion of the elements from chapter 3, water to the soul, and earth to body. Why, despite Hegel's own use of correspondences, he nonetheless criticizes the practice in others, especially the Schellingian school. In the Philosophy of Nature, we find the following. Schelling and Stephens have drawn a parallel between the planetary series and that of metals. This is an ingenious and pregnant comparison, but it is not a new idea, for the representation of Venus by copper, Mercury by quicksilver, the Earth by iron, Jupiter by tin, and Saturn by lead, is a commonplace, just as it is to call the sun golden and the moon silver. There is something completely natural about this, for metals are the most compact and independent bodies to be found on Earth. The planets do not belong to the same field as the metals and the chemical process, however. Cross-references, Anspielungen of this kind are external comparisons and decide nothing. They merely sparkle before the imagination without throwing the scope of knowledge. PNS 280, Z. Perry. Hegel also attacks correspondences in the Phenomenology. Despite such attacks, Hegel frequently engaged in analogical correspondence thinking. H. S. Harris lists some of the correspondences to be found in Hegel's early philosophy: solar system/Voke, earth with mineral ore, meteorological process/human organism with mind process, vegetable and animal kingdom/system of need and system of justice. Perhaps the most famous or infamous example is the dissertation of 1801, in which Hegel that if we are to believe nature conforms to a rational pattern, then we might do well to consider the ubiquitousness in nature and human thought of the number 7. The 16. See Agrippa. N.E. Occult Philosophy, 257-59. 17 Ibid, 259. 18 Of course, these planetary metallic correspondences figure largely in alchemy, and no doubt Schelling and Stephens were well aware of their source of inspiration. Hegel's treatment of this still a commonplace and not a new idea is no doubt a reference to the magical tradition. 19 Harris, Knight 68. Copyrighted material 196 Magnum opus. Immediate inspiration for this idea comes from Plato's Timaeus. 20 Hegel suggests that there may be a reason why the men of his day had identified only 7 planets. He hypothesizes that 7 may be the necessary and correct number of planets, nor is this pattern of thought confined to Hegel's youth, for he organized his entire mature system in terms of corresponding levels of nested triangles. 3 Ether. Hegel does not confine his nature philosophy to the 4 mundane elements. He also deals with the 5th element, the ether, the stuff of the stars. Hegel refers to the ether throughout his writings, but in his early philosophy of nature it played a much more significant role. 22 Although the concept of ether was part of mainstream science in Hegel's time, its origins are ancient. It figures prominently in the philosophies of Anaxagoras, Democritus, Aristotle, and the Stoics. Aristotle makes ether the fique element, but holds that it is different from the other four in being indestructible and unchanging. Ether moves in a circle, which is the perfect form of motion for Aristotle. The importance of circularity to Hegel is likely a reason why he hit on the ether as a significant concept. All the heavenly bodies and their spheres are composed of this incorruptible substance. The Stoics identified the ether with pneuma or spirit and held that ether pneuma is found not only in the heavens but in earthly matter as well. The Stoics make use of the ether in their physical theory in order to explain, among other things, the transmission of light. In these early Aristotelian and Stoic accounts of ether, we can see much of Hegel's doctrine. Oddly enough, given its status as a fifth element, ether did not enter into alchemical speculation until the middle of the 14th century. John of Rupesus's consideration of the fifth essence may have been the first alchemical text to popularize the idea that there are 5 elements. In alchemy, ether is frequently referred to as the fifth essence. Marsilio Ficino identified spiritus with the fifth element in his magical theory. In magic, the astral plane on which spirits are encountered and on 20. Harris writes that what impressed Hegel about this ancient example, is that with 7 moving bodies to organize in his world soul, Timaeus was already working with a series based on the powers of 2 and 3. In this instinct of reason, Hegel saw a confirmation of his thesis that at all times there has been only one and the same philosophy. 93, m. Italics. 21 Hegel, Orbits Planets, 302. Hegel does not deduce that there are 7 and can be only 7 planets as is often claimed. His argument is, in Hegel disser, Atio Philosophica Orbitis Planetarum. Iskierderung aber die Planeten Babnen, trans. With introduction and Antiquarical theologian J. L. Fricker on Hegeli dissertation, Geistesebenen, 48. 22 Like Harris, I employ the ae diphthong and write ether to emphasize that we are dealing with a use of the term wholly different from the ordinary one, which refers to a guess. See Harris, Introduction to System of Ethical Life, 2023, n. Harris, however, is not consistent in using ae. 23. Merker, Gnosis, 74. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 197, which the magician can travel, is also called ethereal. Magic itself is often conceived as a manipulation of the ether. Paracelsus referred co-ether as a fifth element, as the substance of stars and souls, and spoke of an ether body. In the modern period, conceptions of ether played roles in the scientific theories of Descartes and Newton. Klaus von Dung writes that Newton presented his theory of ether as a hermetic cosmogony in the language of science. Newton held that ether was a plenum, permeating all space. Ether is elastic for Newton and can condense and rarefy. Von Dung writes, further, that Newton even put forward the hypothesis that ether, in its different degrees of condensation, is the substance of all bodies, and that it produces, by means of perpetual condensation and vaporization, the cycle of becoming and vanishing. In Newton early theory, ether assumed the role of a divine creative quinta. These elements in theory are seldom discussed. Ether was still a living idea for scientists in Hegel time, indeed well into the 19th century. Herder, who was deeply immersed in the Hermetic tradition, took up esoteric ether theory in its entirety and incorporated it into his own Hermetic cosmology. Ether also figured in Schelling's philosophy of nature, which was probably the most direct influence on Hegel's doctrine. Unfortunately, Hegel's ether doctrine has come down to us only in fragments, and the fragments are among the most enigmatic in Hegel. For Hegel, the ether is metaphysical bedrock. It is an ultimate plastic medium that is nothing in particular, but has the potentiality to become everything. H. S. Harris writes, the ether is characterized objectively as absolute elasticity and further as uncloudable transparency. Unlike Aristotle prime matter, it is an active potentiality. It is the unity of intellect and thing, not prime but absolute matter, matter that can give itself form, and, the ether, as that which abides unchanged in all the changes which express its dynamic essence, is the idea of God. The ether lies at the basis of everything in experience. As it is to be conceived as boundlessly active and fertile. The ether is pure thought, pure mat. 24. Ibid 72. 25 Von Dung, Millenarianism, 138. See also Richard S. Westphal. Newton and the Hermetic Tradition, in Science, Medicine and Society I. The Renaissance. Ed. Alan G. DeBus, New York, Science History Publications, 1972, 2218398. 26 Von Dung, Millenarianism, 139. 27 Ibid 13839. 28 Harris, Knight 420, cf 305. Harris's discussions of ether, in 90% Odds and elsewhere, are the best survey of Hegel's ether doctrine in English. 29 Harris writes, Hegel is trying to find the most abstractly general description of the unformed element or medium, which takes on different that is absolutely conserved. Continuum at the basis of all experience. Editorial note in Hegel. System, 18045, Logic and Metaphysics, trans. And ed. John W. Burbage and George DiGiovanni. Introduction and Notes by Harris, Kingston, McGill Queen's University Press, 1986, 172. Copyrighted material 198. Magnum opus Terrace. Pure space and pure manifestation all at once. It can be all of these things because these represent the nature of the ether expressed in wholly different layers or levels of reality. Ether expresses itself in the eternal thought world of the logic, and then as empty space be the pure possibility of extension, then in extension itself, the absolute other to thought, or absolute matter, then in the world of matter as revealed, as light. From these there follows an entire world of nature, including man. Hegel also seems to conceive the ether as the life force inhabiting the earth. It is a first transition from idea to nature is significant as an initial exposition of the ether doctrine. As determinate being which has returned to concept, the idea may now be called absolute matter or ether. It is apparent that this has the same meaning as pure spirit, for this absolute matter is in no way sensuously given, but is the concept as pure concept in itself. As such it is existent spirit. Ether in its simplicity and self-sameness is therefore the indeterminate soul of spirit, it is motion. Less quiescence or the being which is perpetually returning into itself from otherness. It is the substance and being of all things, that which is absolutely elastic and abhors every form, but which is likewise absolutely plastic, giving itself and expressing every form. Ether is therefore being, it constitutes everything. In so far as it is said to be ether or absolute matter, it is in itself, or pure self-consciousness. However, this determinateness of non-determinate being passes over into determinate being, and the element of 30. Difference, 4, D. Ahrens, 14. Gesammelt W., Volume 7, 178, 1z, and 188, 55, 280, t. 415. Harris writes, matter as gravity is the self-positing of the ether which is the indifferent identity of the divine life, the creative power that expresses itself in all forms of real existence, whether conscious or unconscious, extended or intelligent, N. Nor 76. Meltwerke, Volume 7, 218, 11, Volume 8, 34, 1736, 2. Harris, on existing bodily units of the system, Knight T. Bugds, 425. 33 Gesammeltwerke, Volume 4, 46. Harris comments, in the early Philosophy Hegel traces the evolution of the, which he calls the of God but says is che living God, from its primary oppositing as light-time equilibrium the solar-the earth process, which sets the 186. As Böhme claims, smoke from the eternal world's existence is nothing else than ether, which thus has a kill filament like eternal, 60% eosoptical points, point 1, chapter 2, s. 19. 34 Harris writes, the absolute life force which exists in the earth, but which has thus achieved independent existence, is the ether, which is the ultimate source of things, Knight L% UGTS, 286. And, the ether is a world soul in the Greek sense, i.e. it is a life principle, Ibid, 242. 35. Hegel mentions the ether as early as Eleusis, his 1796 poem addressed to Hölderlin, it is the ether of my homeland as well, Butler, 46, Hofmeister is. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 199. Reality is the universal determinateness in which spirit has its being as nature. In Hegel's Philosophy of Nature of 1803-4 he writes that the speaking of the ether with itself is its reality. What it utters is itself, what speaks is itself, and that to which it speaks is again itself. In the so-called First Philosophy of Spirit of 1803-4, Hegel writes that in the second part of philosophy, idea fell absolutely apart in the philosophy of nature, absolute being, the ether, sundered itself from its becoming or infinity, and the union of the two was the inner aspect, the buried essence, which lifted itself out in the organism and exists in the form of singularity, that is, as a numerical unit. Then, in the same text, in the spirit the absolutely simple ether has returned to itself by way of the infinity of the earth. In the earth as such this union of the absolute simplicity of ether and infinity exists, it spreads into the universal fluidity, but its spreading fragments itself as singular things. Elsewhere, Hegel states that in the indifference of light, the ether has scattered its absolute indifference into a multiplicity, in the blooms of the solar stern it has borne its inner reason and totality out into expansion. Euro. Later in the same essay, the ether, which permeates nature, is the inseparable essence of the Gestalten of nature, nor is ether confined simply to the early manuscripts. In the preface to the Phenomenology Hegel writes, pure self-recognition in absolute otherness, this ether as such, is the ground and soil of science or knowledge in general. The beginning of philosophy presupposes or requires that consciousness should dwell in this element, Miller, 14. Ether begins appearing in Hegel's manuscripts around 1803 and continues to be prominent until about 1806, sometime after the Phenomenal 00 of Spirit was composed, that is, well after the detailed outlines of his system had been established. However, after the Jena period, the ether is deemphasized. It is no longer a major category of the philosophy of nature, although it occasionally puts in a very minor appearance, for instance, in organics. In the philosophy of nature, this constitutes the initiation of the living subject, soul, ethereality, the essential process of articulation into members and expansion, PNS 337, Z, Petrie 313. Hegel's ether doctrine was richly imaginative and speculative. But what is the question to which ether is the answer? The solution to this problem might tell us why Hegel dropped the concept of ether. Since the pre-Socratics, philosophers have tried to identify what persists through change, or what lies at the root of all things. This is the question of ousia, substance. For the Greeks, ousia was not only that which persisted through change, but also, because of its persistence and unchangingness, that which truly could be said to be. The ether is 36. Hegel. Genenser Real P. Philosophie. Volume 1, Volume 2, 3-4. 37 quoted in Harris, Night Thoughts, 243. 38 M of Ethical Life, 2056, System der Sittlichkeit, 268. 39 Tem of Ethical Life, 206, System der Sittlichkeit, 265-66. Gesammeltwerke, Volume 4, 464. 41. Copyrighted material 200 Magnum Opus. Hegel's initial answer to the question of substance. The ether is the ultimate stuff of nature. As Harris puts it, the ether is the energy that is absolutely conserved, the continuum at the basis of all experience. However, as ousia, ether is a substratum, a bipochimenon. In the Metaphysics, Aristotle considers the possibility that ousia is a hypochimenon and rejects it, identifying ousia not with some indefinite underlying stuff, but instead with the most definite and self-sufficient individual in existence: God. Hegel's system closely resembles Aristoteli's in putting at its apex a concept of God or the Absolute, which is conceived as the one, true individual and as a self-thinking thought. This quasi-Aristotelian substance, the Absolute, is the moving principle, the telos of all of reality for Hegel. The ether thus emerges as a superfluous, second ousia, in the mold of the more naive and simplistic ousia of the pre-Socratics. Once we have understand all of nature and history as progressively realizing the Absolute, there is no need for a dynamic ether propelling change or giving rise to different spheres of being. As to the ultimate physical constituents of matter, that is an issue that may be left to science. It seems likely that in his treatment of the ether, Hegel was drawing inspiration, in roughly equal proportions, from both hard science and alchemical Hermetic speculation. There is a suspiciously close fit between the Hermetic magus as ethereal voyager and Hegel conception of the philosopher who, from the standpoint of absolute knowing, moves within the plane of logic and brings ethereal idea to full actualization in self-thinking thought. Furthermore, since Hegel says that the ether is not the living God but only the idea of God, it must be inferred that in the transformation effected by spirit at its highest level, its realization of the speaking of the ether with has created God, using the ether as a medium, is indeed high magic. For alchemical opus ether plus the four elements does not entirely sum up Hegel's debt to alchemy. The most interesting connection between Hegel and alchemy does not consist in his explicit references to alchemical terms or doctrine, but in the parallelism between his philosophical project and the alchemical opus. Seeing this parallelism requires reading alchemical doctrines as symbolic expressions of an esoteric philosophy. C.C. Jung popularized the treatment of alchemical language as figurative. However, Jung's approach is to view alchemy as an unconscious expression of something that actually goes on in the psyche of the alchemist. My approach is closer to that of Julius Evola, who regards alchemical works as deliberate instances of esoteric writing. It is significant that this latter kind of reading is actually encouraged by some alchemists, as I shall show. In order to see the esoteric meaning of alchemy and its parallelism to Hegel, we must take a 100K at its exoteric shell, so what follows is a brief overview of traditional alchemical doctrine. 42. H. S. Harris, editorial note in the Jena *stem, 172. Gesammeltwerke, Volume 7, 188, 1013. 43. 44 I4, 463-64. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist Euro-S Laboratory 201. Alchemy is often referred to simply as Hermeticism, or as the Hermetic art. Evola titles his book on alchemy The Hermetic Tradition, La Tradizione Hermetica. Alchemists prided themselves on being called Hermeticists. Like the Emerald Tablet, many alchemical texts were attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. Indeed, alchemy appears to have come to conceptual fruition contemporaneously with the Hermetica. Bolos of Mendes in the 2nd century BC is generally regarded as the first true alchemist, that is, the first to write of a science of alchemy that had spiritual overtones and did not look simply like metallurgy. 28 books of the alchemist Zosimos of Panopolis, late 3rd or early 4th century AD, have been preserved. Other early names in the history of alchemy include Saint-Sus, 4th century, Olympiodorus, 6th century, and Stephanos of Alexandria, 7th century. David Walsh, on the work of Mircea Eliade, argues that alchemy developed out the metallurgical myths of the Iron Age, as well as the Egyptian skilled crafts. It was believed by ancient miners that metals were generated by a living earth spirit, a conception not unlike Hegeli natural or earth soul. Ancient smiths believed that they played a role in the gestation of metals in the earth. Similarly, the alchemist believed it was his task to bring metals to their natural perfection, gold. The aim here was not the production of wealth, but the knowledge and perfection of nature. A perennial Hermetic theme, as we have seen, is the idea that the purpose of human existence is to complete or perfect the cosmos, or even God. Means for the perfection of nature is, according to most alchemists, the distillation of the philosopher's stone. Just what exactly was the philosopher's stone? Also termed the essence, the stone of the wise, the magisterium, opus, the quintessence, and the universal essence, descriptions of the stone vary. It is described as being of various colors, sometimes as a red, white, or black powder, or it may be yellow, blue, or green. Raymond Lully calls it carbunculous, while Paracelsus declares it to be a solid body like a ruby, transparent and flexible. Vergard says it is the color of a wild poppy, with the smell of heated sea salt, and Van Helmont describes it as being yellow, the color of saffron, in the form of a heavy powder, with a brilliancy like glass. Helvetius likewise describes it as being yellow and the color of sulfur, but it is most frequently referred to as the red or white stone. The philosopher's stone was thought to be at one and the same time priceless and as common as dung. Emma Jung writes that the philosopher's stone is a particle of God concealed in nature, an analogy to the God who, in Christ, came down to earth in a human body, subject to suffering. On the other hand, the cheapness of the stone 46. Walsh, Böhme, and Hegel, 44-46. 46 CCG Discussion of Basilius Valentinus on the Earth Spirit in Psychology and Alchemy, trans. RFC Hull, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1968, 342-43. 47 J. S. Thompson. Lure and Romance of Alchemy, 69. 48 Ibid 71. 49 Emma Jung and von Franz, Grail Legend, 153. Copyrighted material 202 Magnum opus alludes to the fact that every human being is its potential bearer, even its begetter. S0. Descriptions of the function of the philosopher's stone vary as well. By it, claims one anonymous alchemical author, all infirmities might be cured, human life prolonged to its utmost limits, and mankind preserved in health and strength of body and mind, clearness and vigor. This seems to make the stone identical to the fabled elixir of life, but it was generally conceived as much more than this. The stone was also held to be capable of isolating the literal essence of any object it was exposed to, and of transmuting substances one into another. The philosopher's stone was supposed to possess the characteristics of both sulfur and mercury, which were thought by alchemists to be the dual materia prima of all things. The four elements of earth, air, fire, and water, which are the ground of the active qualities of dry, cold, heat, and wet, are often thought to proceed from the ether, the materia prima in its first or most pristine form. These elements make up all of physical reality, and each contains all the others, as represented in the theory that each can change into the others through an alteration in the degrees or balance of dry, cold, heat, and wet. Heat is conceived as the most basic of the qualities, and fire the most basic of the elements. This theory of the elements and their relationships constitutes the basic alchemical theory of matter. There is more, however, and it is intimately bound up with the perennial Hermetic theory of the correspondence of the macrocosm and the microcosm. Alchemy, the metals, formed through the interaction of the elements, are related to the planets. We have already encountered Hegel referring to this doctrine in connection with Schelling and Stephens. As David Walsh explains it, the planets are ordered in the tension between the two poles of the active and spiritual powers of the sun, gold, and the passive receptive powers of the moon, silver. They are all represented by variations on the three basic symbols for the sun, for the moon, and for the cross, representing the elements. The only planet that contains all three of the symbols is Mercury, which signifies the predominance of the passive lunar power over the Solarian formation of the four elements 5Z. Mercury, as the intersection of the physical elements and the active and passive forces, represents the isolation of materia prima, the ether lying at the basis of all forms. It is conceived as the androgyne. As we have seen, the philosopher's stone is the unity of sulfur and mercury, a dual materia prima. We can see, then, that the philosopher's stone is something like a corporealization or solidification of the ether, which is decomposable into the twin properties of sulfur and mercury. In fact, the philosophy-s stone was sometimes referred to as the lapis ethereus, and both the philosopher's stone and the ether are commonly referred to as the fifth essence. The alchemical operation that achieves this is often represented by two serpents coiling together around a rod, symbolizing, perhaps, the 50. Ibid. 57. Fred in Thompson, Lure and Romance of Alchemy, 70. 52 Alsch, Böhme and Hegel, 49. 53 Jung, Psychology and Alchemy, 243. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 203 Ether. Illy's image is, of course, the caducus, the staff of Hermes or Mercury. The philosopher's stone is also sometimes symbolized by the Ouroboros, a snake biting its tail, symbol of the Hentupan or Henkaipan. The stages of the alchemical opus, the creation of the philosophy stone, were usually given as 3, but sometimes as 4. First comes the Nigredu, or black stage. This is the caput mortuum, in which the substance with which the alchemist begins is burned or cooked until it is reduced to a dark powder. Then comes the albedo, or white stage, in which the material is further purified. Third is citronatis, the yellow stage, and fourth is rubedu, the red stage. It is impossible to describe these processes in detail, for in alchemical texts are cloaked in layer upon layer of Allah widely. Around the 15th or 6th image, and the text's 10th century, the yellow stage was dropped, and thereafter we meet almost always with only the black, white, and red stages, the red symbolizing the philosopher's stone. Jung notes that there is a vacillation and tension in alchemy between the numbers 3 and 4. In alchemy there are 3 as well as 4 regimena or procedures, 3 as well as 4 colors. There are always 4 elements, often 3 of them are grouped together, with the 4th in a special position, sometimes earth, sometimes fire. Mercurius is of course quadratus, but he is also a 3-headed snake or simply a triune. This uncertainty has a duplex character. In other words, the central ideas are ternary as well as quaternarift. Although most of the details regarding the stages of the alchemical opus are unclear, the initial stage is well understood. It involves a principle of putrefaction or death. As Evola puts it, in order for the new life of the philosopher's stone to come to be, it is the unanimous opinion of all the Hermetic philosophers that a mortification must intervene. S. Ronald Gray writes that it was for long believed that in order for growth to take place in an organism, that organism must first die. In short, negation or cancellation is a necessary moment in the emergence of the stone, and life itself is conceived as a perpetual dynamic involving affirmation and negation, yes and no. The most famous German representative of the alchemical teaching was, of course, Paracelsus. Paracelsus was supposed to have been taught alchemy by Solomon Trismosin, whom he met in Constantinople in 1520, who himself learned alchemy, and possibly Kabbalah, from a Jew. Paracelsus, not generally given to modesty, was not shy about claiming to have discovered the Philosophia stone. Born in 1492 or 1493 in Switzerland, he was the son of a Swabian physician. In Paracelsus' lifetime, only 16 writings appeared under his name, but his influence was immense. The major work of his maturity, Astronomia Magna oder die ganz Philosophia Sagister Grossen und kleinen Welt, 54. Ibid 26. 55 Evola, 1% Hermetic Tradition, 72. 56 Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 1213. 57 Raphael Patai, T.B. Jewish Alchemists, Princeton. N.J., Princeton University Press, 1994, 268-70. 58 Ibid 29. Copyrighted material 204 Magnum Opus appeared in 1537-38. No less a figure than Erasmus of Rotterdam was one of Paracelsus's admirers. A letter from Erasmus to Paracelsus, thanking him for medical advice, is still extant. "I'll recognize the deep truth of your mysterious words," Erasmus writes, "not by any knowledge of medicine, which I have never studied, but by my simple feeling." David Walsh writes that Paracelsus greatly expanded the significance of the principles of alchemy, from a limited psychomaterial technique to the illuminative center for an understanding of nature as a whole, by integrating them with the dominant Hermetic Neoplatonic philosophy. W. According to Paracelsus, the world is an emanation of the One, the Mysterigme Magnum, produced via the force of separatio. Paracelsus accepted the traditional alchemical four elements, but supplemented them with a second elemental system, that of sulfur, mercury, salt. Paracelsus does not hold that these three are literally present in all things. Alan D. Buss writes that he illustrated their meaning by burning a twig. The vaporous rimes denote mercury, the flame was sulfur, and the final ashes were salt. Hegel well understood that Paracelsus's doctrine could not be taken literally, as will shortly become apparent. Paracelsus identified his three principles with the persons of the Trinity. The philosopher's stone was conceived as the union of the three, in effect, God. Mercury was identified with the Holy Spirit. Paracelsus writes that in this manner, in three things, all has been created, namely, in salt, in sulfur, and in liquid. In these three things all things are contained, whether sensate or insensate. So too you understand that in the same manner that man is created, in the image of the triune God, so too all creatures are created in the number of the Trinity. In the number THREC2 man is at the center of Paracelsus's cosmos. Man is the quinta essentia who contains the spirits or essences of all other things. Thus, man, as the microcosm, can achieve knowledge of the whole by looking within himself. Thus, in true Hermetic fashion, Paracelsus identifies self-knowledge and knowledge of the world. To know nature is to know it in terms of the being which is its telos, man. Man is not, however, merely a passive product of God's will, for Paracelsus holds that God created the world in an imperfect state. It is man's role to bring the world to perfection. The created world has been given over to man in order that he may fulfill it. More than that, man's original and specific mission is to lead it to perfection. He has been placed in the world solely for this purpose. For Paracelsus, man has been excreted from the world as its savior, like a healing tincture drawn out from an herb. Not surprisingly, 59. Quoted in Joland Jacobi. Paracelsus, Selected Writings, trans. Norbert Guterman, Princeton, N.J., Balhungen, 1951, Lee Lien. 60 Walsh, 61. D. Buss, Ib Chemical Elisop, Volume 1, 57. 62 Paracelsus, Neologispi and Religtens Bilosopisks Spriften, ed. Kurt Goldemmer. Wiesbaden and Stuttgart, Steiner, 1955, 63. 63 Jacobi, Paracelsus, Sylvie. 64 Heinrich Schipperges, Paracelsus and his followers, Modern Esoteric Spirituality, 156. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 205. Paracelsus, like Eckhart and CUSA and the Hermeticists, held an organic view of the created world. Everything is related to everything else in one organic whole ordered by God. He frequently employed the Hermetic microcosm-macrocosm principle. Andrew Weeks has written that the microcosm-macrocosm correlation is a staple of German mysticism. From Hildegard on, German mysticism is preoccupied with large and small worlds, ranging from the absolute world of divinity to the micro-worlds encompassed by the smallest organism, space, or discrete chins, as the two theses of Mani role as perfecter of nature, and of the interrelatedness of all things, are the twin pillars of Paracelsus's philosophy and his medical theory. Medicine is the chief science for Paracelsus, a position later maintained by Schelling, as it deals with the righting of imbalances in nature, and thus with nature's improvement. Medical practice is, in turn, based on the organic view of creation, for Paracelsus's medicine depends on the standard Hermetic theory of correspondences and occult sympathies. Symptoms of disease are signatures of imbalances or disharmonies in nature. The practitioner of the medical art is to correct the imbalance and restore harmony. In keeping with others in the Hermetic tradition, Paracelsus held that behind the visible world lies an invisible world of spirits or astral or ethereal bodies. What unites all the different levels of reality is the will moved by imagination, through which God generates the astral bodies, images of the ideas in the divine mind. The astral bodies in turn produce earthly bodies as images of themselves, and they communicate their influences to earthly things, producing health or disease. Paracelsus reinterpreted the traditional alchemical concept of materia prima to identify it with the logos become flesh, holding within it the seeds for everything else. The influence of the Stoics on Paracelsus' doctrine is clear. In Septem Defensiones, 7 Defenses, Paracelsus analyzes the origin of disease into 5 encha or causes, ens astral, venal, ens natural, ens spiritual, and ens deel. Heinrich Schipperges writes, these 5 encha confront us with no less than the closed circle of human life with all its crises, and thus with the anthropological conception of an all-embracing order and way of life in days of health as well as days of sickness. 5 ens venal, toxic situation, refers to the mystery of poison. Everything, Paracelsus claims, is poison, if it is present in certain quantities. The proportion determines what is poisonous and what is not. Thus, Paracelsus holds, poison is an integral part of nature. According to him, it is the task of the alchemist to distinguish in practice what is poisonous from what is not. Paracelsus' treatment of alchemy makes it seem more or less indistinguishable from his theory of medicine. Alchemy has as its task the chemical perfection of nature. Paracelsus holds an alchemical view of the structure of the universe, claiming that everything was CRE 65. Weeks, German Mysticism, 9. 66 Beck, Early German Philo**. 67 Schipperges, Paracelsus his followers. 68 Ibid 159. Copyrighted material 206 Magnum opus aided by God in a chemical manner and must be perfected chemically. Ens venal can be seen as a first step, consummated with Böhme and Hegel, toward an account of creation that makes room for the negative. Paracelsus' conception of alchemy as a healing art, and his triad of salt, sulfur, mercury found their way into Barn writings, along with many other Paracelsian concepts. Many of the alchemical terms and conceptions of Paracelsus and the alchemists have a dual significance. On the one hand, they are meant literally, as referring to actual substances. At the same time, however, they have a symbolic and mystical significance. This latter does not appear to have been a late development, but rather something accepted by many alchemists all along. The literal-minded laboratory alchemists seeking only to change lead into gold were derisively referred to by the genuine adepts as puffers, in reference to their constant use of bellows. In the minds of the true alchemists, transmutation was not just something that happened in a vessel, but a process which transformed the individual from an ordinary mortal immersed in the physical world to a superior being fully conscious of the mystery of life and death. The philosopher's stone was held to represent the Henkai Pan, and the quest for the stone the knowledge of all things, or of God. And the hermetic vessel in which the opus was to take place was supposed to be perfectly round, in imitation of the shape of the cosmos. It is possible, of course, that what was involved was a real chemical procedure, which was supposed to be activated by or infused with a concomitant psychic act, a magical spell. The dual physical and psychical nature of the alchemical opus is perhaps reflected in the recommendation by the author of the Liber Platonis Quartorum that the skull be used as the vessel of transmutation. If alchemy can be understood as a mystical doctrine, why then is it expressed in such unwieldy and often grotesque physicalistic language? Julius Evola, writing of alchemy as it existed in Christian times, states that alchemists went into hiding, and the royal art, i.e., the art of acquiring the wisdom of God was presented as the alchemical art of transmuting base metals into gold and silver. By so doing it no longer fell under the suspicion of heresy, and even passed as one of the many forms of natural philosophy that did not interfere with the faith. Even among the ranks of Catholics we can discern the enigmatic figures of Hermetic masters, from Raymond Lully and Albertus Magnus to Abbot Pernety. 69. C. Weeks, Paracelsus, 152-53. 70. Coudert, Alchemy, 96. 71. Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 2021. 72. This work was probably written in the 10th century. The text is Heron notes that it is of great eon, and exists in both Arabic and Latin versions. Psychology and Alchemy, 207, For the History of Alchemy, Jung, 88. 73. Evola, Hermetic Tradition, 18. Recall also. From Chapter 1, Luther's approving remarks on alchemy. N. German alchemist Heinrich Kunrath, 1560-1601, a Christian Kabbalist and friend of John Dee, held the transmutation to be a process occurring within the soul of the alchemist. In China, where alchemy also flourished, the art had already become exclusively mystical and contemplative by the 13th century. C. Coudert, Alchemy, 83, 91. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 207. In the Opus Mago Kabbalisticaton of George von Welling, a work of uncertain date known to have been read by Goethe, it is said that our intention is not directed towards teaching anyone how to make gold, but something much higher, namely how nature may be seen and reek as coming from God, and God in nature. Wellens's Alchemy Theosophy, his object was the knowledge of God, in Hegel's phrase, as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit, and of God's expression in nature. The Paracelsus Oswald Krall writes, the alchemists leave themselves, and totally go out from themselves. They hasten from the imperfect to that which is one and perfect, the knowledge and contemplation whereof, is a sacred, heavenly and hid silence, the quiet, or rest of rhe senses and all things, when at length all minds shall be altogether but one thing, in one mind which is above every mind. It is the intimate vision of God, which also happeneth by the light of grace to the separate soul even in this world, if any man set himself about it now, and be subject to God. Thus many holy men by virtue of the deific spirit have tasted the first fruits of the resurrection in this life, and have had a foretaste of the celestial country. The German alchemist Gerhard Dorn, known for having said transform yourselves into living philosophical stones, N. claimed that alchemists possess the secret of freeing spirit from matter. Jung writes that for the alchemist, the one primarily in need of redemption is not man, but the deity who is lost and sleeping in matter. Jung contrasts alchemy with traditional Christianity in that the latter holds that man is redeemed, whereas the former casts man as the redeemer. Man takes upon himself the duty of carrying out the redeeming opus, and attributes the state of suffering and consequent need of redemption to the anima mundi imprisoned in matter. S0. It is the task of the alchemist to help spirit to free itself from the bonds of the natural. An 18th-century manuscript De Summa et Universalis Medicinae Sapientiae Veterum Philosophorum depicts a crucible in which spirit, represented as a dove, a traditional Christian symbol, rises out of nature, represented by the four elements. Recall Hegel Böhme myth of 18045, Chapter 4. The consumed nature rises up in a newer, more ideal form, like a realm of shadows which has lost its first life, the appearance of its spirit after the death of its life. But this new form, spirit, is the overcoming of the evil, the enduring of the glowing fire, glut, of pain in the center point, whereas purified it leaves all the flakes behind in the crucible. 74. Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 4, 75. Quoted in Ibid, 19. 76. Oswald Krall, Philosoph by Reformed and Improved. TB Mysteries O/Nature. 77. Transmutamini in vivos lapide.s philosophicos.t, quoted in Jung, and Alchemy, 148. 78 quoted in IBID 269. 79 IBID 312. 80 IBID 306. Copyrighted material. 208. Magnum Opus 7. The Dove of Spirit Returning to God, the Father. Robert Flood, Utriusque Cosmima Oracilis et et Minores Metaphysica, Physica et Technica Historia, Volume I, 1619. Reprinted by permission of Fans Press, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Copyrighted Imager Residuum, which is the pure nothing. It raises itself up as a freer spirit, which sees its radiance only in nature. A drawing accompanying a work by Robert Flood, Figure 7, depicts a jagged beam of energy projected from the Godhead, issuing in a dove and circling back again to God, representing the completion of God in Holy Spirit. The alchemical opus was often called circulare, circular, or represented as the rod, the wheel, see Chapter 5 on Böhme's wheel. It was thought that the end of the opus returns to the beginning. As noted earlier, the philosopher's stone is simply a transformation of prima materia, the beginning is preserved in the end, but in a higher form, the spirit hidden in prima materia is freed. The stone was Alpha and Omega, and the opus itself represented by the Ouroboros, about which I have already had occasion to comment, see above and chapters 2 and 3. Given the obscurity of the texts in question, there is no way to decide if the alchemical opus is intended to be entirely figurative or symbolic, or if 81. Hoffermeister, Document, 365. 82 C. Jung. Psychology and Alchemy, 345. The spirit in prima materia is explicitly identified by some alchemists with the Holy Spirit of the Christian Trinity. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist Euro-S Laboratory 209. There is both a literal, physical operation of some sort coupled with a mystical doctrine. Nevertheless, in some sense the alchemists believed that what they were doing involved the salvation of nature and or the completion of 5. Hegel and alchemy. I have already had occasion to mention alchemical ideas in Hegel a number of times. Hegel uses the alchemical phrase caput mortuum in the Encyclopaedia Logic and the Philosophy of Nature, PNS 359, Petrie 3143. Elsewhere, Hegel employs the microcosm macrocosm anal, referring to the animal organism as the microcosm, der Mikrokosmos. Within it, the whole of inorganic nature has recapitulated itself, PNS 352, Z. Perry 32108. Statements in Hegel philosophy of nature certainly indicate familiarity with Paracelsus doctrines. In fact, as H. S. Harris has shown, Hegel was quite attached to Paracelsianism. In Hegel's lectures of 1803, the division metals, combustibles, neutrals, earths is connected with Paracelsus's distinction mercury-sulfur salt. In the Jena period, Hegel sometimes did not refer to Paracelsus by name, but instead employed the rubric the elders to refer to both Paracelsus and Böhme. Most interesting of all, however, is the fact that even where Hegel is drawing from more recent sources he insists, as Harris puts it, on finding an earlier pedigree in Paracelsus and Böhme. In the Mature Philosophy of Nature, just before beginning his discussion of the four elements, Hegel writes: "It is a matter of history that Paracelsus said that all terrestrial bodies are composed of the four elements of mercury, sulfur, salt, and virgin earth Auenfreulichben Erdige, and that these correspond to the four cardinal virtues. Mercury is metalline, and as metal is abstract matter, it is self-identical in its fluid corporeality, and corresponds to light. Sulfur is rigidity, the possibility of combustion, fire is not alien to it, but constitutes its self-consuming actuality. Salt corresponds to water, which is the cometary principle, and its dissolution constitutes indifferent reality, or the subsidence of fire into independence. Finally, virgin earth is the simple innoxiousness of this movement, the subject which constitutes the extinction of these moments, This was the accepted expression for the abstract earthiness of pure silica against the charge that the theory is absurd because these components are obviously not to be found in all things. Hegel responds that the essential point of such assertions, as Paracelsus, is however that they're 83. See in particular paragraphs 280 and 316, 232, 7. 84 Harris, Night 274, 278-79, Gesawerke, Volume 6, 114, 417. 85 Paracelsus and together are the alchemists, Har Ris, Nig 27411. 86 Ibid 278. 87 Recall Goethe's Experiments with Earth, Chapter 2. 88 Harris points out that Hegel is missed in attributing the virgin earth doctrine to Paracelsus. It actually originates with Böhme. See Harris, Night 2740. Copyrighted material 210 Magnum opus are 4 moments to real corporeality, not that these materials are really present. Such theories should not be taken literally, for if they are, Jacob Böhme and others may well be thought of as nonsensical and lacking experience. PNS 280, Z, Petrie 232. In short, Hegel is concerned again to defend Paracelsus and Böhme. If their work is not taken in a literal-minded way, it reveals important truths. An even more interesting statement about Paracelsus and Böhme is to be found later in the text. Hegel writes that according to an ancient and general opinion, each body consists of 4 elements. In more recent times, Paracelsus has regarded them as being composed of mercury or fluidity, sulfur or oil, and salt, which Jacob Böhme called the Great Triad. Again Hegel points out that such ideas are easy to refute if taken literally, but it should not be overlooked that in their essence they contain and express the determinations of the concept. PNS 316, Petrie 2:117. This is a striking remark, for here Hegel is saying that if the alchemical language of Paracelsus, Böhme, and others is considered in a non-literal way, its inner content is, in essence, identical to his system, i.e., to the determinations of the concept. In an 1808 letter to Carl Ludwig von Nebel, a well-known Mason, Hegel employs fanciful alchemical imagery. If this age is on the whole an age of iron, here it is still mixed with lead, nickel, and other base metals. Things are indeed always being reorganized to produce a nugget of gold as well. It is characteristic of gold, however, to grow all too slowly, and with all our sprinkling and greenhouse exertions no steady growth ensues. It was believed by alchemists that metals contained a seed of gold that could be made to sprout by certain chemical procedures. The result would be that an inferior metal would grow into gold. And Hegel is drawing on that idea here, and using it as a figurative way of talking about his theory of the cunning of reason. Lister Vernunft bad times have a bright side, in that they are merely a vehicle, a negative moment through which something positive or better comes to be actualized. We are powerless, however, to force along a transformation in the fortunes of the world. Hegel's cunning of reason is his version of divine providence, over which mere mortals have no control. All our sprinkling and greenhouse exertions are in vain, for gold grows slowly. This example is sufficient to illustrate that Hegel was conversant with the basic ideas of alchemy, and that those ideas were a part of the furniture of his mind, which came to him quite naturally as a way of expressing his ideas, whether in a treatise such as the Logic, Caput Mortuum, or in a casual letter to a friend. In Chapter 2, I discussed Goethe's interest in alchemy in order to argue that alchemy was still very much a part of the intellectual scene in Europe, but particularly in Germany. The articles on alchemy and 89. Butler, 147, Hofmeister Hegel is also, of course, playing on Hesiod ages of gold and iron. 90 The metals in alchemy were ranked as follows, in order of increasing fection: lead, tin, iron, copper, quicksilver, silver, and gold. 91 Hegel made Nobeli acquaintance in Jena. he was a member of Goethe's copyrighted material The Alchemist's Laboratory Alchemist in Diderot's Encyclopédie, 1746-59, were predominantly positive. In 1787, the Berlin Academy investigated the claims of a professor at Halle to have transmuted lead into gold. Alchemy continued to be a part of life, although never quite a mundane part, in Germany until well into the 19th century. E.T.A. Hoffmann, 1776-1822, in his short story The Sandman, Der Sandman, 1816, has one character remark quite matter-of-factly to another, in an attempt to explain a strange occurrence that the latter had witnessed as a child, that it was probably nothing other than secret alchemical experiments. Charles Webster writes of Hegel time that there persisted a strong sense of the possibility that embedded in the accretions of alchemical literature lay important truths expressed in symbolic form. Thus it is not surprising that alchemy would capture the imaginations of men like Edinger, Goethe, Schelling, Stephens, Hegel, and others. A systematic parallel can be drawn between each aspect of the opus and Hegel's philosophical project. As I have already noted, in alchemy each metal was said to contain a seed of gold that could be made to sprout and blossom. At the same time, the alchemist was expected to purify himself, or the process would not work. In this we can see an analogy to the purification function of the phenomenology itself. In the phenomenological crucible, spirit is separated from its impurities and, literally, perfected. As we have seen, the seed of absolute spirit is present in every flawed, imperfect form that spirit takes. The work of this purification has happened, in part, through the historical process. But Hegel provides the final, secret ingredient necessary to synthesize absolute spirit. As I said in Chapter 4, he has placed the historical forms of spirit into his alembic and, through the fire of dialectic, has caused them to reorganize into a form that reveals the necessity within their apparent contingency. The phenomenology is the nigredo, the stage in which the material, man, has its imperfections burned off. In Hegel the albedo, the pure white stone from which the philosopher's stone can be made, is absolute knowing, the pure ethereal consciousness from which the entire system develops. As Ronald Gray writes of the alchemical process, these very inferior metals were to be transmuted in the alchemical work into a godlike form. Hegel has utilized the dark will of desire and the blinkered perspectives of myriad forms of desire sublimated as modes of consciousness in order to produce not a godlike form, but God himself. Hegel's magical power that converts the negatival into being is beyond the dreams of Agrippa, Paracelsus, or even Goethe's Faust. Hegel is the world historical alchemist. His product is the philosopher's stone, the lapis etereus, or, as it was known to the Germans, der Stein der Weisen. The place of transformation is represented 92. Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 3. Knight, Thurka, O, University of Chicago Press, 1969, 101. 94 Webster. From Paracelsus to Newton. 10. 95 Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 25. Copyrighted material 212 Magnum opus in the phenomenology as Golgotha, the place of the skull, Die Schädelst. As we have seen, the alchemical retort was sometimes a skull, and the caput mortuum was symbolized by a skull. Hegel's philosopher's stone is a transformation of the prima materia, which is ether, a solidification of the eternal ether, objective spirit. Unlike the prima materia of traditional alchemy, though, it does not contain all things in potentia. Instead, all things are in actuality by being contained within it. It is androgyne, a unity of opposites. Like the alchemists, philosophical project is to free spirit from nature. Just as alchemists believe that God is slumbering in matter and must be released by man, so Hegel holds that nature is petrified intelligence but that God does not remain petrified and moribund. However, the stones cry out and themselves up to spirit. Like Paracelsus, Hegel believes that nature has, in a sense, excreted man, that self-conscious man has arisen from nature and has developed his potentialities through history. His aim is the redemption of the nature from which he has arisen. Hegel believes that it is in philosophical thought that God and the world are completed, exactly as the elders believed that man was the Redeemer who must save nature and God. Hegelistone, like Paracelsus, is triadic. Hegel himself has claimed that the three materials of mercury, sulfur, and salt represent the three moments of the concept. Just as each stage of the alchemical opus dies to the next, so each moment of the dialectic is negated and is superseded by another. Each moment contains the seed of the absolute, which blooms in the end. Just as Paracelsus holds that poison is a part of all things, so Hegel's account of the whole finds a place for and utilizes the negative. Hegel's dialectic is a magical power that converts the negative into being. The dialectic is, of course, a circle. Idea issues in nature, which issues in spirit, and spirit returns to idea in the form of absolute spirit or philosophical thought. The dove of spirit emerges from a God-created nature, and circles back to God. Hegel adopts the triadic preoccupation of Paracelsus and others, but his thought exhibits a tension between triads and tetrads. Recall Jung's comments on the tension in alchemy between 3 and 4. Hegel identifies the mercury, sulfur, and salt of Paracelsus with the three moments of the concept, but as we have also seen he conjoins Paracelsus's triad with the virgin earth and then states that the four represent the quadradicity of nature. Jung notes that sometimes three of the four elements are grouped together and the fourth separated off. This represents the tendency to regard 3 as the primary mystical number. In a similar fashion, Hegel argues in the philosophy of subjective spirit that the 5 senses must be understood as 3 groups of senses, because the concept has only 3 moments. PSS 401, Z, Petrie 2:167. Alchemical texts seem to have both literal and symbolic levels. On the one hand, they describe actual laboratory work involving the physical manipulation and transformation of matter, although these processes also seem to involve psychic or magical operations as well. On the other copyrighted material, the Alchemist Euros Laboratory 213 hand, they seem to describe, in allegorical form, not the transformation of matter, but the transformation of the spirit of the alchemist himself, a process leading to psychic health and integration and even to mystical insight. There is a change in the alchemist's soul concomitant with a change in the retort. Hegel can be seen as separating the spiritual and the physical components of alchemy, discarding the physical as a mere caput mortuum. He has preserved the alchemist's aim of perfecting nature and completing God, but now the alchemical opus will take place entirely in the soul of man. God will achieve completion through speculative activity. Although the ultimate consummation of reality takes place in absolute spirit, this level is preceded by objective spirit, which is the subject of Chapter 7. We shall see there that alchemical imagery appears again, this time in the philosophy of right. In the following section, however, I shall discuss some aspects of doctrine of subjective spirit. 6. Hegel on mesmerism and ESP. The philosophy of subjective spirit is divided into anthropology, phenomenology, and psychology. Anthropology, like the other two, is itself divided into 3 subdivisions, which Hegel summarizes as follows. Initially, the soul is in its immediate natural determinacy the natural soul, which only is, then, it is feeling soul, entering as an individual into relationship with its immediate being, with the determinatenesses of which it is abstractly for itself. Finally, it is actual soul, having this immediate being formed within it as its corporeality, Leiblichkeit. PSS 390, Petrie 121. If Hegeli account of nature seems calculated to disturb the hard-headed man of science, his philosophy of spirit seems positively New Age. Hegel treats natural soul as the anima mundi, Weltseele, PSS 391, Petrie 225, a universal soul of nature that is divided up into the individual souls of living beings. Hegel refers to the soul as an immediate, unconscious totality, PSS 440, Z, Petrie 3:81, and as the sleep of spirit, PSS 389, Petrie 3:3. Kelly writes that at its deepest, pre-individual level, the soul is identical with the living unity or immediate concrete universality of the cosmos. As such, it is the world soul, anima mundi. It is through the soul that each individual participates in the life of the Hegel's theory of natural soul is a direct consequence of his treatment of the earth as a living organism. The natural soul is, in effect, the earth soul, and all psychic activity ultimately has its origin in a kind of efflux of the earth. Hegel writes that the soul is not only immaterial for itself, rather it is the universal immateriality of nature, its simple ideal life, Rs S 389, Peri *3. And the soul is the all-pervasive, allesdoorsbringend, and is not simply that which exists in a particular individual, PSS 406, Z, Petrie 2Z27J. 96 Kelly, Individuation and TBE Absolute, 39. Copyrighted material 214 Magnum Opus. As to the world soul's relationship to individual souls, Hegel states that it is the substance, that is to say the absolute basis of all the particularizing and singularizing of spirit, so that spirit has within it all the material of its determination, and it remains the pervading identical ideality of this determination, PSS 389, Petty 223. We are, Hegel claims, in ourselves a world of concrete content with an infinite periphery and have within us a multitude of numberless relations and connections, which even if it does not enter into our sensation and representation is always within us. On account of its infinite wealth of content, the human soul may therefore be said to be the soul of a world, the individually determined 15v0 RLD soul, Weltseele, PSS 402, Z, Petrie 2:211. Hegel writes further that just as light disperses into an infinite multitude of stars, so the universal soul of nature disperses into an infinite multitude of individual souls, the only difference being that whereas light appears to have a subsistence independent of the stars, it is only in individual souls that the universal soul of nature attains actuality, PSS 390, Z, Petrie 223. Recall that during his association with Schelling and Hölderlin in Tübingen, Hegel was attracted to the pantheistic Spinozistic ideal of Hen-Kai-Pan. His reflections on the world soul seem to suggest that Hegel never entirely abandoned this ideal. In Anthropology, however, he explicitly rejects pantheism while at the same time conceding, as one might expect, that it is not a bad place to begin. Organization and system remain entirely alien to pantheism. Where it appears in the form of presentation it is a tumultuous life, a bacchanalian intuition, for instead of allowing the single shapes of the universe to emerge in order, it is perpetually plunging them back into the universal, veering into the sublime and monstrous. Still this intuition is a natural point of departure for every healthy Brustje. Especially in youth, through a life which ensouls us and all about us, we feel kinship and sympathy for the whole of nature, and we therefore have a sensation of the world soul, of the unity of spirit and nature, of the immateriality of nature. PSS 389, Z, Petrie 2:9, Hegel believes that the natural soul bears within it certain influences from its native climate and geography. Hegel writes that in its substance, which is the natural soul, spirit lives with the universal planetary life, difference of climates, the change of the seasons, the various times of day, etc. This natural life is only partly realized within it, as certain turbid feelings, Trub and Stimungen, PSS 392, Peri 226. As a result of this, there are different forms of soul for different nations and peoples and races. Hegel attempts to characterize in general the Caucasian, Negroid, and Mongoloid races, stating that it is in the Caucasian race that spirit first reaches absolute unity with is here that it first enters into complete opposition to naturalness, i.e., rises above the mere natural, 97. This conception bears some similarity to Oettinger's views on the influence on the human soul of pre-human eras and forms of life. See Ernst Benz, The of Electricity, 55. Copyrighted material. The Laboratory 215 apprehends itself in its absolute independence, disengages from the dispersive vacillation between one extreme and the other, achieves self-determination, self-development, and so brings forth world history, PSS 393, Z, Petrie 237. Hegel points out, however, that given that all men are implicitly rational, they possess equal rights, no matter what level of advancement their race may find itself at, PSS 393, Z, Petrie 345-47. Hegel goes on to discuss national differences, and his remarks are interesting and perceptive, much like those of Kant in his Anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, 1798. Hegel discusses in greatest detail the Italians, Spaniards, French, English, and Germans. As is typical with German authors, his harshest remarks are reserved for his fellow countrymen. Hegel, like Kant, accuses the Germans of an extreme formalism and of an absurd preoccupation with rank and tide, PSS 394, Z, Petrie. Hegel next has some interesting things to say about character. For instance, a person without character will either fail to assume determinateness or shift from one direction to the opposite, PSS 395, Z, Petrie 2:91. He holds that individual character is partly a product of the natural soul, and thus temperament may be affected by the climate or position on the earth into which one is born. The section on feeling soul is notable chiefly for its treatment of extrasensory perception and animal magnetism, as well as madness. We know that Hegel lectured on animal magnetism as early as 1805 in Jena. Hegel mentions mesmerism as a cure for disease very briefly in the Philosophie of Nature. He states that it is the fingertips of the magnetizer, demagnetizers J, which fluidize the organism by conducting magnetism throughout the whole of it. Only sick persons can be magnetized, and put to sleep by this external means. Precisely considered, magnetism is the collection of the organism into its implicit entirety, PNS 373, Petrie 3:207. In other words, magnetism can help to reintegrate an organism in which one or more of the parts is working against the whole. As noted earlier, Hegel's treatment of animal magnetism in the philosophy of spirit falls under the feeling soul division of anthropology. As Perry notes, the treatment of animal magnetism is the most extensive and detailed exposition of any one topic in the philosophy of subjective spirit, and one of the most extensive expositions of the whole encyclopedia. Thus it was obviously a topic of great importance for Hegel. Before dealing in detail with Hegel's discussion of animal magnetism as well as other paranormal phenomena, I shall first briefly consider the background to Hegel's interest in magnetism, the history of the subject, possible influences on Hegel, when he first formulated his views, etc. Franz Anton Mesmer, 1733–1815, a Swabian physician, discovered that passing magnets or magnetized objects over the bodies of patients often seemed to have a curative effect. Soon he found that he could achieve the same effect simply by passing his hands over his patients. And 98. Petrie, Introduction to Hegel's Philosophy of Spirit, Volume 1, IBETH. 99. Paracelsus was apparently the first to study the healing of magnets. Recently the idea has become fashionable again. C. Benz, copyrighted material 216, magnum opus, lulling them into a trance-like state. This latter technique was also referred to as magnetism, though it was often called mesmerism, solarism, and tellurism, and is today almost universally referred to as hip. Hegel refers to the relationship between the mesmerist and his subject as magical, PSS 406, Z, Petrie 2:299. Mesmer made his techniques known in Paris in the 1770s. In 1784 a French royal commission led by none other than Benjamin Franklin investigated Mesmer's claims and declared them absolutely without foundation. This did not stop patients, particularly women, from flocking to mesmerized salon. Celebrities like Mozart took an interest in mesmerized work. By this time, Mesmer had developed his own technology, chiefly represented by the bakit. According to Hegel, this consists of a vessel, with iron rods which are touched by the persons to be magnetized, and constitutes the intermediary between them and the magnetizer. PSS 406, Z. Petrie, 2:297, scientific respectability, however, continued to elude Mesmer. In 1812 things began to change. The Prussian government took an interest in mesmerism and set up a commission to study it. The Germans proved more receptive than the French, and a number of sympathetic and open-minded studies began appearing, most of which Mesmer did not live to. Before long, mesmerism became academically respectable. Therefore, Hegel was not risking censure by discussing Lt. Schelling was the first among the German idealists to develop an enthusiasm for mesmerism. In a letter to Hegel dated January 1807, Schelling discusses certain experiments concerning metal and water divining and pendulums. He recommends that Hegel perform these experiments himself, writing that it is an actual magic incident to the human being, no animal is able to do it. Man actually breaks forth as a sun among other beings, all of which are his planets I02. Schelling followed up with a letter dated March 22. As for the experiments about which I wrote you recently, things are nonetheless continuing to progress and prove indeed correct. The Italian peasant dowser Francesco Campetti's superior strength permits its employment in a manner excluding all illusion. Thin sheets of tin as likewise broad and heavy plates of metal revolve with the greatest regularity when placed on his index or middle finger. What is most profound in the matter is the undeniably non-mechanical, magical influence of the will, or of even the most fleeting thought, on these experiments. The pendulum, like the divining rod, behaves just like a muscle activated by free 100. Ibid. 21, Benz writes, is interesting to note that some Mozart compositions for glass harmonica were Mesmer, who had introduced Mozart to this instrument at his house. 101 See for example, C.A.F. Kluge, Versuchsebiner Darstellung des Animalismen Magnetismus, Berlin, Saalfeld, 1811, 2nd ed. 1816, 3rd ed. 1818, C.C. Wolfart, Mesmerismus oder System der Wechse Werkungen, Amsterdam, Bonset, 1966, and Erläuterung zum Mesmerismus, Berlin, Nicolais Chen, 1815. Quoted in Petty, Hegel's Of Spirit, 2, 517. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist Euro-S Laboratory 217. Will, just as muscles on the other hand are veritable divining rods which oscillate now outward extensors and now inward flex. In the same letter, Schelling suggested to Hegel that he consult an article by his brother Karl on animal magnetism. Karl Eberhard Schelling, 1783–1854, was trained as a physician. In Jena in 1801–2 he attended some of Hegeli classes. In 1805 he settled in Stuttgart as a general practitioner, where he published a revised and expanded version of his thesis über das Leben und seine Erscheinung. In this work, Karl Schelling advanced a theory of life that involved a world soul partitioning itself into individual souls. His treatment of the ether, sleep, disease, and death is also reminiscent of Hegel's. In 1821, Hegel's sister Christiane came under the care of Schelling. She had been forced to quit her job as a governess in 1814 due to a nervous disorder. For a short time she had even committed herself to an asylum. On leaving it, she returned to Stuttgart. Hegel, of course, recommended that Christiane be treated by Schelling, who apparently did so without recompense. It is likely that the treatments included magnetic or mesmeric therapy. Hegel shared the Schelling brothers' enthusiasm for animal magnetism and the paranormal. In an 1810 letter to Van Gerd, Hegel writes, I was very interested to hear that you are occupying yourself with animal magnetism. To me this dark region of the organic condition seems to merit great attention because, among other reasons, ordinary physiological opinions here vanish. It is precisely the simplicity of animal magnetism which I hold to be most noteworthy. Its operation seems to consist in the sympathy into which one animal individuality is capable of entering with the second, insofar as the sympathy of the first with itself, its fluidity in itself, is interrupted and hindered. That sympathetic union of two organisms leads life back again into its pervasive universal stream. The general idea I have of the matter is that Rhe magnetic state belongs to the simple universal life, a life which thus behaves and generally manifests itself as a simple soul, as the scent of life in general undifferentiated into particular systems, organs, and their specialized activities. A.E. Hegel's letter is a response to Van Gert's letter, dated June 22, 1810, in which he described how he had been experimenting with animal magnetism on a relative for 6 months. Van Gert asks Hegel to remind him about his Hegel 19 theory of animal magnetism, which you provided us with in the Philosophy of Nature and which I have forgotten. M. Van Gert was Hegel's student at Jena in 1846. As we shall see, Hegel's views on animal magnetism summarized in the quote 103. Quoted in Butler, 78. 104 Karl und Iber den Tierschen Magnetismus, Jabberbach Hermetic is WR2 15890. 105 CPCT, Hegel SPB Elizabeth of SRIT, 2, 562. Van G. Hereuro's work on animal magnetism, along with of the 107. Quoted in Petrie, of Spirit, Vol. 2, 560. Copyrighted material 218 magnum opus above are identical to the views later expressed in the mature philosophy of subjective spirit, proving that Hegel's interest in the topic dates back at least to Jena and that his views on it remain fairly constant. Van Gert published 2 works on animal magnetism: Dagboek der Magnetische Bebendeling van Megevrouw B. 1814, and Mnemosyne, of Aantekeningen van merkwaardige verschijnsels van het animalische magnetismus, of which Hegel read, admired, and mentioned in his lectures, e.g. PSS 406, Perry 2303. In an 1818 letter to Victor Cousin, written while Hegel was a professor in Heidelberg, Hegel states that I have written a letter to Herr Adam Karl Eschenmayer on your behalf. A philosopher, he is above all a friend of animal magnetism. In the same letter, Hegel mentions that he will be moving to Berlin the following fall. It is interesting to note that while in Heidelberg, Hegel sat in on mesmeric and spiritualist sittings, or séances, with his friend Franz Joseph Skelver. 10 While in Berlin, Hegel borrowed a book on the history of witchcraft and somnambulism from his teaching assistant Friedrich Wilhelm Karov. And during the same period, he also excerpted an essay by D. G. Kieser on second sight. Hegel thinks that for magnetism to take place it is necessary that the will of the magnetizer be stronger than that of the patient. Hegel writes that the main feature of this magical relationship is that a subject works upon an individual inferior to it in respect of freedom and independence of will. It is for this reason that strong men are especially adept at magnetizing female persons, PSS 406, z. Petty. In explaining this phenomenon, Hegel introduces the concept of the genius. By genius we are to understand the determining particularity of man, that which, in all situations and relationships, decides his action and his fate, PSS 405, Petrie 2:239. The genius is the control function of the individual. 12 In certain circumstances a monigenius can actually become someone else, as in mesmerism. As I have already noted, Hegel regards the relationship between the mesmerist and subject as magical. Hegel explains that this word is applied to a relationship of inner to outer or to something else generally, which dispenses with mediation. A power is magical when its operation is not determined by the connectedness, the conditions, and mediations of objective relationships, PSS 405, z. Petrie 2:227. In Chapter 3, I briefly mentioned K.J.H. Windishman, a theologian who was engaged in the study of magic, and with whom Hegel corresponded. As 108. Butler. 633, Hofmeister 944. 109 Helmut Schneider, Dreiex SYMB 01x 74. 110 Hofmeister, Volume 2, 243. Hegel, Berliner Spriften, ed. J. Hofmeister, Hamburg, Felix Meiner, 1956, 691-92. According to Petty, in Hegel's De Te Genie was applied to Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Mozart, etc. Ennius to the tutelary spirits, Descartes demon, etc. See Perry, Hegel Vol. 2, 496. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist's Laboratory 219. I discussed in Chapter 3, Hegel was sympathetic to studies of magic. Further on in the philosophy of spirit, Hegel writes that absolute magic would be the magic of spirit as such. Spirit also subjects general objects to a magical infection, acts magically upon another spirit, PSS 405, Z. Petrie in private notes written in 1820-22, Hegel makes reference to the occultist Jean-Baptiste van Helmont 1577-1644, father of the alchemist and Rosicrucian Francis Mercury van Helmont, see Chapter 1, in connection with witchcraft and magic. On the surface, it appears that all Hegel has in mind by magic, and by the magic of magnetism, is simply psychological control. As we have seen, he speaks about magnetism being made possible by the strong-willed controlling the weak-willed. Hegel also speaks in the same context about various other kinds of influence that people can have on one another, none of which seems overtly occult or traditionally magical. Hegel states that the most unmediated kind of magic that there is consists in the control that our mind has over our body. Again, it seems that there is nothing particularly paranormal here. Those who might be embarrassed by Hegel and interest in mesmerism will probably breathe a sigh of relief, at least he does not really believe in magic. Ray will be disappointed, however. Hegel refers to the relationship of mother to child as a magic tie, PSS 405, Petrie 2, 223. In discussing the effects a mother can have on the unborn child, Hegel distinguishes between organic, organispi, and psychic, psych-bis-spi, causes. His use of psychic seems to be identical to our use of the term to refer to a supernatural influence of the mind, as the following lines bear out. One hears, for example, of children coming into the world with an injured arm, either because the mother had actually broken hers or at least had knocked it so severely that she feared she had done so, or indeed on account of her having been frightened by the sight of someone else a broken arm, PSS 405, Z. Petrie 2, 237. Hegel evinces no skepticism about such reports. He goes on to give examples of clairvoyance, dowsing, remote viewing, as it would be called today, and even of a man who could read with his stomach. PSS 406, Z. Perry 2:267. Hegel allows that frauds do exist, but he seems to regard his anecdotes as well authenticated. In one amusing example, Hegel tells how the arch-rationalist Friedrich Nicolai, looking down his street one day, had a vision in which he seemed to see not the actual houses that were there, but structures which had stood there at some earlier time. Hegel dryly notes that the predominantly physical basis of the poetic illusion of this otherwise entirely prosaic individual became apparent through its being dispelled by the application of leeches to his rectum, PSS 406, Perry 2:269. Hegel thought that mesmerism, and, by implication, other sorts of supernatural phenomena, was now thoroughly understood, and that 1. In 6 Mystical Points, Point 5, S1, Böhme writes that Mother of Eternity, of the being of all beings, for it creates stood in desire. Is the and is copyrighted material 220 magnum opus. No new data were likely to arise, PSS 406, Petrie 2:303. He believed that the understanding, or finite thought, is incapable of comprehending supernatural phenomena precisely because, as he put it in his letter to Van Gert, ordinary physiological opinions here vanish. The understanding insists on a mechanistic explanation and refuses to believe in the existence of any kind of unmediated causal relationship, and that, recall, is exactly what a magical relationship is for Hegel. In other words, the understanding is faulty because, among other things, it does not believe in magic. Hegel writes that in the experience of animal magic, it is within this very region of external appearances that the understanding's connection between causes and effects, with its condition of spatial and temporal determinations, loses its validity, and in sensuous determinate being itself, together with its conditionality, that the higher nature of spirit makes itself effective and becomes apparent. PSS ein Fragment zur Philosophie des Geistes, 1822-25, Petrie 199. Hegel writes, further, that comprehension of magnetism and psychic phenomena is impossible, insofar as one presupposes personalities independent of one another and of the content of an objective world, and assumes spatial and material juxtaposition to be generally absolute. PSS 406, Petrie 2253. In the Introduction to the Philosophy of Spirit, Hegel writes that recent times, especially in the case of animal magnetism, the substantial unity of the soul and the power of its ideality have even become apparent as a matter of experience. This has discredited all the rigid distinctions drawn by the understanding, and it has become immediately obvious that if contradictions are to be resolved, a speculative consideration is necessary. PSS 379, Petrie 115. Hegeli speculative consideration consists in maintaining that in psychic states spirit sinks down into identity with the feeling subjectivity of the soul. In other words, in psychic states such as precognition or telepathy, a regression to a subrational, natural state is involved. This would be most evident in the case of a trance state. By leaving behind intellect and individuality, we lose ourselves in a primordial oneness with all things and are thus capable of tapping into lines of connection of which we are not ordinarily, consciously aware. Phenomena such as mind reading or remote viewing become possible in such a state. Hegel is quick to point out, however, that psychic states are not a higher faculty or level of spirit. In fact, they involve a descent into the lowest depths of spirit. Hence Hegel's that psychic phenomena are much more prevalent in rural areas, under primitive conditions, such as in the Scottish Highlands. PSS 406, Z, Petrie 2:287. Hegel also points out that, although psychic phenomena are remarkable, they are usually unreliable and useless. Dreams. Sean Kelly argues that here Hegel has come close yet again to Juno collective unconscious and especially his theory of synchronicity. Kelly, Individuation and the Absolute, 5052. Copyrighted material. The Alchemist Euro-S Laboratory 221. Sometimes present portents, but also much else that is meaningless, and so they are not reliable guides to action. The ability to levitate using the power of mind alone is remarkable, but much more than simply lifting the cup with one's hand. Nevertheless, given the nature of dialectic, we might expect that in some way the highest level of spirit will be a return to and sublation of this, the lowest. Philosophy will circle back to psychic phenomena. This is indeed the case. In the Introduction to the Philosophy of Spirit, Hegel writes that, in magnetism, spirit visibly liberates itself from the limits of time and space and from all finite connections, and the phenomena have, therefore, something of an affinity with philosophy. PSS 379, Petrie 123. Hegel writes later that space pertains to external nature, not to the soul, and that when external nature is apprehended by the soul, it ceases to be spatial, for it is no longer external either to itself or us once the ideality of the soul has transformed it. Consequently, when free and understanding consciousness sinks into that form of the soul which is mere feeling, the subject is no longer bound to space. PSS 406, Z, Perry 2:277. Hegel goes on to speak similarly regarding time. The implication here is that in order to understand psychic states we must not regard the soul as spatially distinct from the world. Further, in psychic states soul and world overlap. This happens when we sink into a certain primitive mode of being, but it also happens when we achieve philosophical understanding, when the world really does cease to be external either to itself or us once the ideality of the soul has transformed it. Psychic states are a fleeting, unreliable, fundamentally subconscious and subrational way in which the subject-object division is overcome and the world is made our own. In philosophy, we can achieve, consciously, a state in which we rise above space and time, and in which external relation or otherness is cancelled. With philosophy, and in general with the human project of remaking the given, the world becomes no longer other but rather that which is understood and willed. Hegel writes that it is true that the human spirit is able to raise itself above knowledge concerned exclusively with the singularity of what is sensuously present, but it is only in the conceptual cognition of the eternal that this elevation is absolute. In the magnetic state, however, there can be no more than a conditioned rising above knowledge of what is immediately present, PSS 406, Z. Petrie. In short, philosophy is a higher type of magic. In Hegel's own words, philosophy is absolute magic, the magic of spirit as such. It is interesting to compare Hegel's understanding of magic with Böhme's. In 6 Mystical Points, 1620, Böhme writes that magic is the mother of eternity, of the being of all beings, for it creates itself, and is understood in desire. It is in itself nothing but a will, and this will is the great mystery of all wonders and secrets, but brings itself by the imagination of the desireful hunger into being. In magic are all forms of the being of all beings LVS. As we have seen, Hegel holds merely copyrighted material 222 magnum opus that magic is action of one thing on another that is unmediated, so, for example, the control of the mind over the body is magical, because there is no third acting as intermediary. This is obviously a much thinner conception magic than what Böhme has explained. Nevertheless, there is a parallelism between Böhme's magic and what I have called the high magic of the dialectic itself. Note that Böhme says that magic creates itself. As we have seen, the speculative philosopher does not create or invent the dialectic, instead it unfolds itself before him, and this is why there is no distinction between form and content. Further, Böhme claims that in the self-creating magic are all forms of the being of all beings, which should remind us of the logic. Böhme also refers to the first Magia as God in his triad N. This is a reference to the initial dialectic of Baader, of God in himself. Böhme is treating his own proto-dialectic of the source spirits as a kind of high magic. Finally, and most striking of all, Böhme refers to magic as that which makes within itself where there is nothing, which makes something out of nothing. This comes close to Hegel's treatment of magic as an unmediated act, an act employing no medium or matter or raw material. The dialectic of the logic is precisely such a creation of something, et was, out of nothing, nix. On Böhme terms, Vogelini treatment of Hegel as a magician becomes quite plausible. 5. 6 points, point 5, SS16. 116 ibid. Mysterit.m Pansopbicum, Ersti text, in Nicolescu, copyrighted material chapter 7 223. The rose in the cross of the present Hegeli philosophy of objective and absolute spirit between eternal birth, restoration from the fall and the discovery of the philosopher's stone. There is no difference. Jacob Böhme, De Signatura Rerum Introduction. According to Hegel, objective and absolute spirit constitute a man-made world that stands in opposition to mere nature. In the lectures on the philosophy of world history, Hegel states, after the creation of the natural universe, man appears on the scene as the antithesis of nature, he is the being who raises himself up into a second world. Nisbet, 44, Vig, 50. Objective spirit is the absolute idea as embodied in human history, culture, and social institutions. Absolute spirit is the absolute idea expressed in art, religion, and philosophy. Absolute spirit is the highest form in which the idea realizes itself. In objective spirit, we seek to approach the absolute through social institutions and practices, but these are not the proper medium for its embodiment. In art we strive to represent the idea sensuously, and it attains greater objective presence than it does through social practices. In religion we strive to make ourselves at one with the idea, which is again approached in representational or imagistic form. But these media are not adequate either. For Hegel it is not enough simply to change the world or to change ourselves. We must interpret the world, and ourselves. And the proper medium for this interpretation is philosophy. The philosopher recognizes idea in the world and returns it to the pure ether of thought, while all the time remaining a being in the world. Philosophy is the highest form of absolute spirit, for in it the self-thinking thought of absolute idea, or God, is finally realized in the world. To philosophy of religion, the influence of mysticism. Karl Loewe writes that for an understanding of Hegel's system, his philosophy of religion is even more important than his philosophy of the state. It is not just one component of the whole system, but its spiritual center of gravity. Hegel's theology is essentially Böhmen in its Karl Loewe, from Hegel to Nietzsche, TB Revolution in 19th century T. Bugged, trans. David E. Green, New York, Columbia University Press, 1964, 47. Copyrighted material 224 Magnum Opus Developmental Conception of God. The logic represents God in himself. God expresses himself through the forms of nature, but only returns to himself and achieves self-knowing through spirit, through human knowing. The philosopher thus serves to actualize or complete God. Because God qua absolute idea, God in himself, is conceived of as abstract and lacking realization in the world, it follows that God's progressive worldly incarnation involves a progressive increase in concreteness or embodiment. In the lectures on the of religion, Hegel states that spirit is in the most concrete sense. The absolute or highest being belongs to it, LPRR 142. This aspect of Hegeli thought is strikingly similar to Oettinger's theory of Gesetzlichkeit, discussed in Chapter 2. In the lectures, Hegel refers to God as the absolute substance, but then goes on, just as in the phenomenology, to identify substance with subject, IPR 1:370. What this means is simply that God becomes absolute substance as spirit. Spirit is the mystical body of God on earth. In the philosophy of right, Hegel states that the content of religion is absolute truth, and consequently the religious is the most sublime of all dispositions. Knox, PRS 270, 165-66. Speculative philosophy, Hegel insists, is not hostile to religious belief. Nothing is further from its intention than to overthrow religion, i.e., to assert that the content of religion cannot itself be the truth. In other words, religion on its assistance of philosophy is absolute truth. Hegel states that religion is precisely the true content but in the form of representation, and philosophy is not the first to offer the substantive truth. Humanity has not had to await philosophy in order to receive for the first time the consciousness or cognition of truth, LPR 1:251. Humanity, then, can receive the truth through religion alone, without the need for philosophy. Religion is for everyone, Hegel claims, unlike philosophy which is for the few, LPRRA 80. Philosophy and R#ion have the same content. Hegel explicitly identify the moments the idea being, essence, concept with TKE Holy Trinity. The fact that religion expresses truth in the form of representation does not mean that Hegel denigrates or rejects it. Nevertheless, Hegel holds that in philosophy the truth is expressed in a more adequate form, the form of pure thought. Hegel believed that the truth has always been an unconscious possession of mankind. It has expressed itself in different forms, at different times, and through different thinkers. The philosopher recollects this unconscious wisdom and expresses it in a highly adequate form. This interpretation is supported by Hegel's remarks in the lectures on the Philosophie of Religion. Hegel refers to religions as sprouting up fortuitously, like the flowers and creations of nature, as foreshadowings, images, representations, without, are, knowing where they come from or where they are going to. LPR 1:196, VPR 1:106. Hegel states that religion is a begetting of the divine spirit, not an invention of human beings but unto. C. O'Regan, The Heterodox Hegel, 274-75. Copyrighted material. The Rose in the Cross 225 Effect of the Divine at Work, of the Divine Productive Process Within Humanity, EPR 1:130, VPR 1:46. Hegel does not, however, regard all religions as equally adequate expressions of eternal truth. He claims that Christianity is the absolute religion, example LPR 1.112, VPR 1229. Hegel claims that God has revealed himself through the Christian religion, that is, he has granted mankind the possibility of recognizing his nature, so that he is no longer an impenetrable mystery. Nisbet, 40, Vig, 45. Christianity has penetrated the mystery of God by revealing his nature as triune. Hegel takes issue with theologians and clergy who hold that mankind cannot know God, or who consider the attempt to know God as impious or hubristic. Hegel claims not only that such knowledge is possible, but that it is our highest duty to obtain it. Nisbet, 36, VRC, 40, also LPR 1:88. God does not wish to have narrow-minded and empty-headed children, Hegel states, Nisbet 42, VTG, 47. For Hegel, knowing God is our highest duty because God only fully exists in the community of worshippers. Hegel holds that spirit is essentially in his community, God is spirit only insofar as God is in his, LPRT 164, VPRR 74. And, the concept of God is God idea, namely, to become and make himself objective to himself. This is contained in God as spirit. God is essentially in his community and has a community, he is objective to himself, and is such truly only in self-consciousness, so that, God's very own highest determination is self-consciousness. Beforehand, God is incomplete, Hegel says, LPR VPR 1:96. He refers to the community of worshippers as the cultus. In the cultus Hegel writes, the formal consciousness frees itself from the rest of its consciousness and becomes consciousness of its essence. The cultus consists in the consciousness that God knows himself in the human being and the human being knows itself in God. LPRRN 8R, VPR 190. Hegel refers to the cultus as involving the mystical attitude, the unio mystica, LPR 1:180, VPRR 89. He describes the cultus in his lecture manuscript as the eternal relationship, the eternal process, of knowing L in which the subject posits itself as identical with its essence. LPRTT 93, VPR. Hegel's claim that God is dependent on the cultus, and his view of the union of God and man in the cultus, are strikingly similar to Meister Eckhart Euro's mysticism. In fact, the only place Hegel quotes Eckhart is in the lectures on the philosophy of religion. The eye with which God sees me is the eye with which I see him, my eye and his eye are one and the same. In righteousness I am weighed in God and he in me. If God did not exist nor would I, if I did not exist nor would he. But there is no need to know this, for there are things that are easily misunderstood, and that can be grasped only in the concept. LPR 1347-48, LT 248. As noted before, this is actually a quilt quotation made up of lines from several of Eckhart's sermons. Certainly the reference to the concept looks suspiciously like an Hegelian interpolation. In Sermon 12:3. The words of knowing * were inserted by Hegel in the margin. 4C _N, Hegelian philosophy of religion and Eckhartian mysticism. Copyrighted material 226 magnum opus, which seems to be one of the texts Hegel was drawing from. Eckhart remarks that when all creatures pronounce his name, God comes into being. Was actively discussing Eckhart's in the winter of 1823-24, Hegel ideas with Franz von Baader. Baader himself has left us a record of what was perhaps the first of the occasions on which they met. I was often with Hegel in Berlin. Once I read him a passage from Meister Eckhart, who was only a name to him. He was so excited by it that the next day he read me an entire lecture on Eckhart, and at the end said, "There, indeed, we have what we ben where was where Wallenjay in 1823-24, Hegel was, of course, preparing his lectures on the philosophy of religion, in which the Eckhart reference appears. As I have said, Hegel offers only one quote from Eckhart and discusses him very briefly, so the entire lecture on Eckhart mentioned by Baader probably refers to the entire Hegelian discussion of religion in which the Eckhart passage occurs, and which Baader apparently mistook, not surprisingly, for a lecture on Eckhartian mysticism. As further evidence of the Eckhartianism of Hegel's philosophy of religion, consider the following quotations. In the Encyclopedia, Hegel states that God is God only insofar as he knows himself. This self-knowledge is, further, a self-consciousness in man and man-knowledge of God, which becomes man's self-knowledge in God. PSS 564, Wallace, 298. Elsewhere, Hegel remarks that insofar as the individual man is at the same time received into the unity of the divine essence, he is the object of the Christian religion, which is the most tremendous demand that may be made upon him. PNS 247, Z. Petrie. Finally, Rosenkranz quotes a fragment from Hegel's manuscripts, probably written not later than 1804, in which Hegel states that the history of God is the history of the whole race. Hegel's philosophy of religion is from the beginning indebted to Eckhart's mysticism. Hegel does not consider his views to be so mystical or speculative as to be alien to the ordinary believer, however. In fact, he holds that his way of looking at God and religion are much closer to real religion than to what was called in his time rational theology, LPR 1:129, VPR 145. We have seen that Hegel does not believe religion to be dependent on philosophy, but he does claim the reverse, that philosophy depends on religion. He writes that it is the distinctive task of philosophy to transmute the content that is in the representation of religion into the form of thought. The content, itself, cannot be distinguished. LPR 1:333, VPR 12235. The philosopher first encounters the content of absolute truth in religion. Indeed, Hegel holds that before Christianity arrived on the scene it would have been impossible for philosophy to present absolute truth in a fully adequate or complete form. 5 Ibid, 250. 6 C. Nicolin, Hegel in Berichten seiner Zeitgenossen, 261. It is, of course, not true that Eckhart was only a name to Hegel in 1823-24. According to H.S. Harris, Hegel may have been familiar with Eckhart as early as, Toward the Sunlight, 230. 7 Rosenkranz, Hegel's Leben, 138. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 227. The philosopher depends, then, not only on the community but specifically on the religious community. Speculative philosophy cannot be done in a vacuum, it requires a certain social and historical context. All his life Hegel claimed to be a pious Lutheran. The temptation is to take this claim as disingenuous, as the heretical philosopher attempting to cover his tracks to avoid the fate of Fichte and many others. Once it is realized, however, that Hegel's philosophy of religion originates out of the Eckhartian, Böhme, Ettinger-Rite-influenced Lutheranism of Württemberg, his claim can be seen as sincere. Brand of Lutheranism would have been nothing unusual to his fellow Swabians. 3. Hegel's philosophy of history, the influence of Isaac Luria and Jewish eschatology. Hegel's philosophy of world history is shaped entirely by his commitment to Christianity. In the last chapter I described how Hegel believes that in studying nature we assume that our object must have an underlying rational structure. Hegel takes the same approach with history. He states that world history is governed by an ultimate design, that is a rational process whose rationality is not that of a particular subject, but a divine and absolute reason. This is a proposition whose truth we must assume. Its proof lies in the study of world history itself, which is the image and enactment of reason. World history is merely a manifestation of this one original reason. It is one of the particular forms in which reason reveals itself, a reflection of the archetype in a particular element, in the life of nations. Nisbet, 28, Vig. 30. Hegel claims further that we are compelled to ask whether beneath the superficial din and clamor of history, there is not perhaps a silent and mysterious inner process at work, whereby the energy of all phenomena is conserved. Nisbet, 33, Vig. 36. In the context of the philosophy of world history, Hegel uses the term world spirit, Weltgeist. In the Encyclopaedia Logic he describes the world spirit along the lines of Plato's demiurge as a master workman constructing itself through history, Ls 13, Geritz, 31. He likens the world spirit elsewhere to the true Mercury Hermes, who is the leader of nations. Nisbet, 31, Vig. 33. The world spirit, Hegel states, is the spirit of the world as it reveals itself through the human consciousness. The relationship of men to it is that of single parts to the whole which is their substance. And this world spirit corresponds to the divine spirit, which is the absolute spirit. Since God is omnipresent, he is present in everyone and appears in everyone's consciousness, and this is the world spirit. Nisbet, 52-53, Vig. 60. Perhaps the most famous concept in Hegel philosophy of world history is that of the cunning of reason *, Lister Vernunfte. This is the mechanism whereby the world spirit makes use of the short-sighted aid. To be sure, held some views that would be heretical even by the standards of SW speculative Pietism. For instance, he rejected belief in personal immortality and held instead that human beings only achieve a measure of immortality insofar as they achieve wisdom and see into the eterni. See 32304, VPR copyrighted material 228 magnum opus passions and aims of particular men to bring about its universal purposes. See Nisbet, 89, Vig. 105. The cunning of reason bears some similarity to Smith's invisible hand, and of course, to the concept of divine providence. Hegel himself draws attention to the latter parallel. Christians, he says, are initiated into the mysteries of God, and this also supplies us with the key to world history. For we have here a definite knowledge of providence and its plan. Nisbet, 41, VTG, 46. What can Hegel mean by this claim? How does Christianity supply a key to world history? The answer is surprising, and it involves yet another connection to a heterodox Christian thinker. I will deal with Hegel's debt to this thinker, Joachim de Fiori, in section 3. It is to Joachim that we must trace Hegel's notorious doctrine of the end of history. There are other influences on Hegel's eschatology, however. In this section I will first look to the influence direct and indirect of mystical Judaism. Edinger remarks in one of his works that God is in himself without space, but in the revelation of his hiddenness, he is himself the space of all things. This idea, that somehow in God's hiddenness he is the space of all things, is derived from the Kabbalistic speculations of Isaac Luria. The New Kabbalah of Luria, who lived from 1534 to 1572, quickly spread through Europe in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, mostly by word of mouth and through the works of followers. Luria himself wrote little. Skolem writes that the influence of the Lurianic Kabbalah, which from about 1630 onwards became something like the true Theologia Mystica of Judaism, can hardly be exaggerated. 10. As we will see, there is a strong correspondence between the Theosophy of Böhme and Lurianic Kabbalah. Skolem acknowledges this correspondence. The writings of Luria's followers circulated in Europe widely between 1572 and 1650. It seems likely that Böhme either obtained some of these works, or was instructed directly by a Lurianic Kabbalist. Luria, sometimes spelled Loria, was born in Jerusalem, but when still his mother took him to live in Egypt after his father's death. In Luria studied with the famous Kabbalist Moses Cordovero. After Cordovero's death, Luria gathered a group of disciples around himself. Then and now, many Jews have attacked Luria for his unorthodox views. The major reason for this seems to be his treatment of Ein S0F, the infinite, which many Kabbalists identify with God. For Luria, the crucial question is this: how can the world exist at all if we grant the existence of God as Ein Sof? If God is truly infinite, no space is left over for creation. Thus, given that the world exists, it must have come about through God's self-limitation of his infinite nature. This self-limitation is called by Luria the Zimtzum, frequently transliterated by German-speaking scholars as Zimzum, which means concentration or contraction. Thus, for Luria, God, the infinite, allows the finite to come to be ist in sich selbst ohne Raum, aber in der Offenbarung seiner Verborgenheit ist selbst der Raum aller Dinge, samt Lichtbesprüfung, Volume 1, 29, see Robert Schneider, Geistesinnen, 100. 10 Skalkm, Major Trends, 284. Ibid, 237. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 229 within himself. This is, of course, in essence identical to Hegel's view of the infinite and finite. The true, Wahrhaftig infinite contains the finite within itself. Lurier's view is radical because it denies that the world comes to be through revelation or emanation. Instead, it is precisely through God's limitation and concealment, Ettinger's Verborgenheit, that a world comes into being. Skolem describes the Zimstum as a withdrawing into oneself. Recall from chapter 5 that the Sepharab of Din is equivalent to a contracting force in God. The Kabbalah identifies Din with and severity. Din is the opposite of Hesed, mercy or the expanding power. Din and Hesed balance each other, severity of judgment is balanced by mercy, sharp distinction, cutting off, or closedness are balanced by unity, embrace, or openness. Böhme word for Din is the sour. It is an indrawing, a pulling away, a shutting off and negation of all else. It is significant that account of the source spirits begins with the sour, with the contracting element. Some followers of Luria describe the Tzimtzum in terms of Din. In Skolem's words, when the primal intention to create came into being, Ein S0F gathered together the roots of Din, which had been previously concealed within him, to one place, from which the power of mercy had departed. In this way the power of Din became concentrated. Skolem describes Tzimtzum, in connection with Din, as an act of judgment and self-limitation vs. Given that Din is the origin of evil, God's contraction is the root of all evil. Luria's follower Israel Sarug, who helped spread the master's ideas in the late 16th century, speaks of Ein Sof before the Tzimtzatun in a way which is even more strikingly Böhmen. As Skolem puts it, Sarug held that, in the beginning, Ein Sof took pleasure in its own autarkic self-sufficiency, and this pleasure produced a kind of shaking, en Ianue, which was the movement of Ein Sof within itself. Skolem notes that Sarug's influence was felt in Italy, Holland, Poland, and Germany. Luria holds that each new act of creation or manifestation in the world is the result of a simultaneous contraction and expansion. This pair of forces generally goes under the names of Bistokut, regression, or contraction, and Hitposhptud, egression, or expansion. This is, of 12. See Skolem, Kabbalab, 29, and Major Trends, 261. There are striking between Luria's Tzimtzum, the clearing in which beings come to be, notion of the tongue, the clearing in which being itself comes to presence. See Martin Heidegger, The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking, in On Time and Being, Trans. Jones Stambaugh, New York. Row 1972. Tens. Ibid 237. 15 Skolem, Kabbalab, 130, see also Trans, 263. 16. See Skolem, Major Trends, 263. 17 Skolem, Kabbalab, 18. Skolem, Major Fens, 257. 19 Ibid, 261. 20 Skolem, Copyrighted Material 230. Magnum opus course very similar to Goethe theory of expansion and contraction, discussed in Chapter 2. In Chapters 4 and 5, I also discussed these concepts in connection with Hegel's Böhme myth of the fall of Lucifer. Skolem states that this double-facedness in the process of emanation is typical of the dialectical tendency of Lurianic Götti. Contraction in the Tzimtzum does not create the world by itself, however. Luria and his followers envision the Ein Sof as an infinite sphere, in which a smaller sphere of empty space comes into being through the Tzimtzum. This is the place of creation. Into this space God injects a ray of light. Luria seems to identify the divine substance with light. At this point the theory becomes rather murky, but it seems that the light differentiates itself into the classical 10 separate. These are depicted as concentric circles of light, filling the space within God, see figure 8. The circle and the straight line, the line of light entering the spherical space, become key symbolic forms for Lurianic Kabbalah. The circle is a natural form. The circular form characterizes all of creation, for instance, the orbits of the planets, the endless cycle of the seasons, the menstrual cycle, etc. The line comes to represent humanity. It is a willed form that represents a divergence from the natural. As I have said, the light that comes from Ein S0F first takes the form of a line, before it is deformed into spherical states. Thus, in identifying man with the line, a topic to which I shall return to shortly, Luria is linking humanity with the divine nature. Indeed, the first definite form that appears in the sphere of creation is that of Adam Kadmon, primordial man. Adam Kadmon exists in a realm above the four worlds of classical Kabbalah, Atzilub, Biriab, Yizera, and Ajib. See Hegel's discussion of these worlds in Chapter 5. Adam Kadmon mediates the light of Ein Sof to the four worlds. From his eyes, mouth, ears, and nose, the lights of the Separat burst forth too obviously. This account has to be taken in a non-temporal sense. Adam Kadmon is an Aristotelian final cause. He is logically prior to the rest of creation, and simultaneously the end toward which creation is moving, a point to which I shall return shortly. Adam Harizban is Adam of the Bible, who is the imperfect, earthly embodiment of Adam Kadmon. An analogy can be drawn between this doctrine and Hegel's thought. Lurianic Ein Sof and its separatic structure corresponds to the absolute idea, which is abstract, withdrawn into itself. Adam Kadmon is spirit, which in its purest form, absolute spirit, participates in the divine nature. Adam Harizban is spirit as developing in history, from the fall of man and the loss of the immediate relationship to God, to the recovery of that relationship in its true form, in thought. Account of the restoration from the fall is somewhat different from Hegel's, as I shall explain shortly. The light of the Sephirot streaming from Adam Kadmon was collected in separate vessels, but the vessels containing the differentiated light 21. Ibid, 22. Skolem, Major Trends, 265. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 8. The Lurianic Sephiroth. From Brucker, Historia Critica and Archives, Emory University, Atlanta. 231. From the 7 lower Sephirot proved incapable of holding the light and shattered. The shards of these vessels are the source of matter. This cataclysm completely scrambled the divine cosmic structure, resulting in the emergence of an imperfect material order. Nothing in nature is how it ought to be, all is imperfect. It is on this point the account of the breaking of the Luria's cosmology is particularly obscure. It all sounds like a cosmic accident, but according to Luria it was all predestined. If this is the case, then contraction and the subsequent creation of the imperfect universe are events that bad to occur, in some way God needed them to happen. The picture again looks Böhme. Indeed, Skolem remarks that Luria is driven to something very much like a mythos of God giving birth to himself. Indeed, this seems to me to be the focal point of this whole involved and frequently rather obscure and inconsistent description. Z. Before going on to the rest of doctrine, it would be helpful to 23. Ibid. 27 r. 232 Magnum Opus consider what Hegel knew about Luria's Kabbalism as described thus far. In Chapter 5, I briefly discussed Hegel's treatment of Kabbalism in his lectures on the history of philosophy. We cannot be sure that Hegel had any direct knowledge of Lurianic Kabbalah, but we know that he had at least 3 indirect sources. Both Böhme and Edinger were deeply indebted to Lurianic Kabbalah, Böhme implicitly, Edinger explicitly. But Hegel's principal source of information seems to have been Brucker's Historia Critica Philosophiae. Brucker's account of Kabbalah is almost entirely Lurianic in its orientation. As a consequence, the account Hegel gives of the Kabbalah in his lectures is also decidedly Lurianic, even though Hegel never mentions Luria, as Brucker does. Instead, Hegel mentions one of Bruckery Lurianic sources, Abraham Cohenit Ira, sometimes Herrera, and his work Porta Caelorum, the Gate of the Heavens. Hegel cites this text directly, so it may possibly be that he actually read it in addition to reading about it in Brucker. Ira, d. Amsterdam 1635 or 1639, was a Spanish Jew whose 2 major works, the aforementioned Gate of the Heavens, and Beth Elohim, the House of God, were translated in the late 17th century from Spanish into Hebrew and exercised considerable influence. Porta Caelorum was one of the texts published in Latin translation in Rosenrot Kabbalah Denudata, which was so well known in Hegel's time that he very likely read it in preparing his remarks on the Kabbalah. Hegel deals with the Ein S0f and the origin of creation as follows. The emanation connected, with is the effect of the first cause by the limitation of that first infinite whose boundary it is. In this one cause all is contained eminenter, not formaliter but causaliter, LHP 2396, Werke 19% 427. This is obviously a description of Lurianic symptom. Hegel goes on to say that the second element of importance is the Adam Kadmon, the first man, Keter, the first that arose, the highest crown, the microcosm, the macrocosm, with which the world that emanated stands in connection as the efflux of light, LHP 2396, Werke 19:427. Again, this is Luria Kabbalah, Adam Kadmon as the first and highest created being, as close to the divine nature, and as mediating the divine light to the rest of creation. Adam Kadmon was subsequently mentioned by Hegel several times in his lectures on the Philosophia of Religion, CLPR 1382 and 41, 3:99, 288, VPR 11278, 336, 213. Hegel goes on to mention the 10 Sephirot in general, not individually, and discusses the 4 lower worlds of Atziluth, Biriab, Yizurab, and Ajab. For Hegel's treatment of these, see Chapter 5. Skolem notes that whereas Kabbalah before Luria had been concerned mainly with the beginning of time with creation, Luria, to a great extent, shifted the focus of Kabbalists to the end of time. This may seem surprising in light of Luriac's highly original account of creation. Recall that Luria's doctrine of the breaking of the vessels involves a predestined scrambling of the cosmic order. The physical world that results is a flawed and imperfect expression of the divine 24. Ibid. 245. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 233 order. The story cannot end there, of course. Luria insists that the world must be made whole, that the physical world must be completed or brought to perfection. This would complete the cosmic process begun in Tzimtzum by making the finite within the infinite a faithful image of the infinite. This idea is called by Luria Tikkun. The term is, again, not original with Luria, but his use of it is certainly original. Tikkun is the cosmic restoration at the end of time. According to Skolem, Luria held that all things are interrelated. In other words, he held the idea of internal relations later made famous by Hegel. The nature of the lowest regions of being is intimately linked to the highest, and just as the highest can affect the lowest, as in the tides, or the influence of the stars on the personality, so too the lowest can affect the highest. Thus it is possible for created beings to benefit or to harm the cosmic order. Skolem writes that Luria believed that the process in which God conceives, brings forth and develops himself does not reach its final conclusion in God. Certain parts of the process of restitution are allotted to man. The cosmic assignment of men on earth is to perfect themselves, to realize the nature of Adam Kadmon in Adam Harishan, and thereby to lift the fallen, created world up to its pure, initial state of being in the light of God. This is not conceived of literally, of course, as a transformation of matter into light. Mani's task is to perfect himself and to build a social, cultural, and moral world in which material being is used for ends sanctioned by divine law. Skolem writes that by fulfilling the commandments of the Torah, man restores his own spiritual structure, he carves it out of himself, as it were. And since every part corresponds to a commandment, the solution of the task demands the complete fulfillment of all the 613 commandments. As a consequence of this view, Skolem notes that Luria tended to extreme conservatism in his attitudes toward custom and law. After all, these laws and customs had their origin in the covenant of the Jewish people with God. What can the real purpose of this covenant have been? Luria thinks that the law is essentially an instruction manual for the restoration and completion of the divine order. If the tikkun is to come to pass, it is crucial that the law must be strictly observed. For Luria, the appearance of the Messiah is simply the achievement of tikkun. Like the pietist J. A. Bengal, whom I shall discuss in the next section, Luria even went so far as to give the specific year in which the tikkun would be consummated, 1575. Summing up Luria's position, Skolem states that it is man who adds the final touch to the divine countenance. It is he who completes the enthronement of God, the King. Ibid. 254. 26. Skolem discusses this idea in connection with Kabbalism as a whole, see Ibid. 27, 223. 27 Ibid. 273. 28 Ibid. 279. 29 Skolem. Kabbalab, 426-27. 30 C. Skolem. Major Trends, 268, 275-76. Copyrighted material 234. Magnum Opus and the mystical creator of all things, in his own kingdom of heaven, it is he who perfects the maker of all things. The similarity of these ideas to Hegel's is clear. Hegel holds that the true infinite, the absolute idea, contains the finite. Nature is a reflection or specification of the logos, it is an other to idea, yet at the same time is contained within its compass. Nevertheless, nature is an imperfect expression of absolute idea, it is the fallenness of idea. In spirit, a natural being, man, rises above nature and comes, through philosophy, to realize its true, eternal being as one with the absolute idea, Adam Harishan, or earthly man, realizing his identity with Adam Kadmon. Man is the being who takes over nature and transforms it according to the ideal, even bending his own passions and inclinations to conform to the universal. XVE return to the pure light of absolute idea not only through philosophy, through the appropriation of the created world in thought, but through obedience to the edicts of the divine state, which is the guardian of the customs and laws of ethical life. Hegel's doctrine of objective spirit is not only similar to Luria's Kabbalah but to Kabbalistic eschatology in general. Specifically, we must look at the Kabbalists' treatment of the 10th and final Separab, Malkut, or Shekinah. Malkut, kingdom, sometimes glory, is conceived of as feminine in contrast to the male Tiferet and Yesod. The organ of is often referred to under the alternate name of Zbekbana or divine presence. If one looks at a drawing of the tree of life, Malkut seems almost like an extension of the tree, a sort of appendage. This is not accidental, for Malkut represents the divine presence in the world. With Malkut the Sephirot have reached down into the world of space and time. In Chapter 5, I discussed how some Kabbalists take the ein S0F or infinite to be identical to the ein, or nothing. Skolem maintains that ein is a kind of primal unity that transcends the subject-object distinction *. Nevertheless, although ein Sof/ein is neither subject nor object, its telos is to develop into a true or absolute subject. According to the Kabbalists, God wailed to see God, to become fully manifest to himself, to achieve perfect self-knowledge or self-relation. The El of God is identified by many Kabbalists with Malkut or kingdom. Let us look more closely at what it means to identify Malkut, gods with Spekbenab. Spekbenab is the divine presence. Skolem writes that Spekbenab is the personification and hypostasis of Godi indwelling or presence in the world. In the literal sense, God indwelling or Shekbenab means his visible or hidden presence in a given place, his immediacy. M. Skolem speculates that Spekana/Malkut is feminine because it was thought of as a vessel that receives all the other Sephirot. Thus, if 273-74. 32 Ibid. 33 Halevi, A Kabbalisty Universe, 7. 34 Ger Shorn on Godhead, Basic the Kabbalab, ed. Jonathan Chipman and trans. Joachim Le Groschel, York, Skokken Books, 35. Ibid 160. Copyrighted material. The Rose in the Cross 235. The Sephirot are conceived as the aspects or moments of God's being, all the moments are contained within Spekbenab. Yet, the Shekbenab is conceived of as being in the world. Thus, the final and perhaps it would not be misleading to say highest moment of God's being is indwelling or presence in the world of space-time. Skolem writes that the last Sephirot performs a different function from all the other Sephiroth, it is one with all the others and yet separate, because it performs a mission on their behalf to the world, like a princess coming from the parallel to Hegel is this, Shekinah is like objective spirit, it is a realization of absolute idea in the world, it is one with absolute idea, yet the idea, as formal and eternal, is also separate from it. Objective spirit for Hegel, of course, refers to the realm of social institutions and practices. So far, however, Spekbenab simply sounds like the burning bush. Consider, however, the following lines from Joseph Jacadala, 13th century. In the days of the patriarchs, the Shekbenab was in suspenso, literally, hanging in the air, and found no resting place for its feet on earth, as in the beginning of creation. But then came Moses, of blessed memory, and all of Israel together with him built the tabernacle and the vessels, and repaired the broken channels, and put the ranks in order, and repaired the ponds, and drew live water into them from the house of water drawing, and then brought the Spekbenab back to its dwelling among the lower ones into the tent, but not upon the ground as in the beginning of creation. And the hint of this is, let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, Exodus 258. We find that the Spekbenab was like a, moving from place to place, and of this it is said, and I shall among them and not El shall dwell below but among like a lodger. Until David and Solomon came, and placed the Spekbenab on solid ground in the temple of Jerusalem. Why the implication of this passage seems to be that Spekbenab, the living presence of God, containing all the attributes of God, came to be in the temple of Jerusalem, the religious, cultural, and moral center of the people of Abraham. Skolem quotes a popular Kabbalistic epigram, Israel forms the limbs of the Shekinah. This appears to identify the nation of Israel, meaning the Jewish people, its culture and traditions, with God's presence in the world. In Jewish Gnostic circles in late antiquity, the Spekbenab became hypostatized, that is, Godi presence in the world came to denote a specific historical locus or conjunction of factors. From this arose the identification of Shekbenab with the Knesset Yisrael, the Com 36. Ibid 168. 1. View 37. It is also interesting to note that Böhme, as discussed in God's wisdom as feminine, and saw the highest moment of wisdom, body, 7th source t, as a tangible presence. Skolem notes that Philo of Alexandria God's wisdom as feminine in form, Ibid 142. 38 quoted in Ibid, 39. Ibid 175. Copyrighted material 236 Magnum Opus Muniri. Of these Jewish Gnostics held to a doctrine of the exile of the Zbekinab, according to which God's presence in the world is like the divine spark that exists in the terrestrial world and must be helped to ignite and fill the fallen world with divine presence. This is the mission of the Knesset Israel. Thus it appears that views about the role of man in redeeming the world were present in germinal form in earlier Kabbalah. Unlike Christianity, Jewish Kabbalism sees redemption as occurring within time and within the world. As Scholem puts it, redemption is expressed as the end of the exile of the Zbekinab, the restoration of the divine unity throughout all areas of existence. Thus, we find in the Kabbalah something very much like Hegelic concept of the end of history. The end of the world and of man is realized in time and on earth through the presence of God coming to be in human institutions, in objective spirit. However, one might object that one crucial Hegelian element is missing from this Kabbalist account of objective spirit. No indication has been given thus far that God needs to become present in the Knesset Israel. In Hegel, however, absolute idea God in his eternal abstract and formal, lacking full realization or actualization. Thus, God, to be God, must realize himself in spirit. Do the Kabbalists maintain something similar? Recall what was said earlier about God achievement of self-consciousness or ego afrayer emerging from the state of Ein Sof Ein, the being nothing beyond subject and object. This conception, held by some, but xeno means all, Kabbalists, clearly implies that God develops and that final stage of perfection involves self-reflection. As Scholem writes, the Zabar identifies the highest development of Godi personality with precisely that stage of his unfolding which is nearest to human experience, indeed which is immanent and mysteriously present in every one of us. 42. This is the evidence needed to make the Hegelian parallel stick. God, to be God, does require his hypostatization in the Knesset Yisrael. The influence of these Kabbalistic ideas on Hegel is almost entirely indirect, by way of Böhme and the Swabian Pietist movement. In the next section I will discuss the eschatology that Hegel inherited from his homeland, and its origins not only in Kabbalism but in the Christian mystical tradition. For Joachimite mysticism and the end of history. In an article on the influence of Böhme on Hegel, David Walsh raises an interesting question: why would Hegel believe that history has to have a structure, let alone an end? In the first place, Walsh's answer is to point to the influence of Böhme, though I think he would agree with me identifying the ultimate source as Joachim de Fiore, 1135-1202. 40 Scholem. Kabbalab, 31. 41 Ibid, 335. It should be pointed out, as with everything in the Kabbalah, that this position was held by many but not all Kabbalists. There is seldom universal agreement about anything among Kabbalists. 42 Scholem, Meyer Trends, 216-17. 43 Walsh, The Historical Dialectic of Spirit, 15. Copyrighted material of the Rose in the Cross 237. Joachim was born in Calabria, the son of an Zeromchal in the Sicilian court. As a young man he made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, which led him to decide to devote his life to God. After a brief stint as a hermit on Mt. Etna, Joachim entered the Benedictine monastery of Corazzo, where he soon rose to the rank of abbot. In the 1180s, he fought to have the monastery incorporated into the Cistercian order. This brought Joachim into contact with Pope Lucius Il, who suggested to Joachim that he commit his unusual views to writing. By the time the monastery was welcomed into the Cistercian order in 1188, Joachim and a group of followers had already broken off and founded their own house at San Giovanni de Fiore, sometimes written Flora or Flor or Floris. They were promptly repudiated by the Cistercians. By the time of his death, Joachim had become a celebrity, corresponding with and advising the great men of his age. As Vauquelin sees it, Joachim's great innovations were to conceive of history as having an eidos, a formal structure, and to immanentize the Eschaton, to hold that the end of time will take place in time. Joachim held that history was not simply a series of contingent events. History consists of certain definite stages moving toward a final end. Paradoxical than Hegel's immanentization of the Eschatton is no more end of history, time will continue, but there will be no new ages, the story of man will come to an end, even though men will live on. Both Joachim and Hegel hold that at a certain point all the different forms of human life and society and culture will have revealed themselves, all meaningful struggles will be over. Anything that happens afterward is simply more of the same. Both Joachim and Hegel hold that the final phase of history involves the coming into being of certain highest or most perfect ways of life. It is unclear, however, whether they believe that these advances have to endure, or whether certain forms out of the past may reappear, temporarily, from time to time. Joachim's eidos of history is the Christian Trinity. Ernst Benz writes that in Joachim, development and progress are not understood in human terms. They are, rather, considered as steps in the progressive self-realization and self-revelation of the divine Trinity in the history of mankind. Joachim speaks of the age of the Father, age of the Son, and age of the Holy Spirit. The word he normally uses to refer to each is status, although he sometimes employs tempus and aetas. Regnum or kingdom was often employed by his followers. Each age is seen as representing an advance in spirituality and in freedom, and each is dominated by a different archetype, the layman, the priest, and the monk. The final stage of history, the final level of human spirituality, is literally an age of monks. One commentator writes that for Joachim history was the story of the gradual triumph of spirit over flesh, of contemplation over literal-mindedness. This triumph was inseparable. 44. Vogelin, Ive New Science of Politics, An Introduction, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1952, 119, 120. 45. Ernst Benz, Evolution and Christian Hope, trans. Heinz G. Frank, Garden City, NY, Doubleday, 1966, 37. Copyrighted material 238 magnum opus from the history of monasticism. In the Third Age, organized religion simply ends, the church withers, is replaced by a highly individualistic form of worship. The piety and contemplativeness of the individual are what is important, not the sacraments of the priesthood. Men will no longer be able to lead inauthentic lives and expect salvation, no longer will they be able to sin with abandon and receive absolution. Joachim made frequent use of images to convey his ideas. Joachim saw the stages of the development of Mani spirituality and redemption as unfolding like the growth of a tree, finally bearing fruit in the Third Age. Some of the other images he employed included circles, eagles, and a 10-stringed psaltery. He used interlocking circles to represent the three ages. Figure 9 shows the tetragrammaton, the four-letter name of God, interpenetrating the circles of the three ages, perhaps indicating that the being of God or of Godly presence is somehow bound up with the ages themselves. Joachim believed that the Third Age would begin in 1260. Eschatologists calculating the exact date of the end of cannot resist time. We have already seen this with Luria, and we shall see it again with Bengel and Ettinger. Joachim's characterization of the Third Age as a time of pious, contemplative, monastic inwardness, and his prediction that the organized church would dissolve would seem to make him a proto-Protestant. While Joachim himself was careful to avoid omchal censure, his followers were anything but cautious. For instance, Gerard of Borgo San Donino, who published his major work, Liber Introductorius in Evangelium Aeternum, in 1249, declared that Joachim's prophecies were a new gospel that nullified the authority of the Church and Scripture. Another outgrowth of Joachimite prophecy were the notorious flagellants, who believed that their self-torture was a necessary preliminary to the arrival of the age of the Holy Spirit. The origins of Joachim's thought are the topic of much speculation. Emma Jung, for example, sees an influence of Catharism and mystical Judaism. Joachim's idea springs from a conception already extant in Judaism of a kingdom to be established on earth by the Messiah at the end of time. As to the matter of Joachim and Hegel, The similarity between the two was pointed out to Hegel himself in an 1810 letter from the occultist K.J.H. Windishman. Hegel himself never mentions Joachim. Nevertheless, in addition to Vogelen, such contemporary scholars as Clark Butler, Lawrence Dickey, Antoine Favre, Henry de 46. See Carl Lowit, Meaning in History, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1949, 151. 47 Emma Jung and von Franz, Grail Legend, 318. 48 Hofmeister 155. The parallel has been developed by C. Y. Reagan, Heterodox Hegel, and Clark Butler, Hegelian Panentheism as Joachimite Christianity, in New Perspectives on Hegel Philosophy of Religion, C.D. David Kolb, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1992, copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 239-9. The Three Ages of Joachim de Fiore. From his Book of Figures, Liber Figurorum, 12th century. Reprinted by permission of the President and Fellows of Corpus Christi College, Oxford MS 255a, Vol 7 verso. Copyrighted image. Copyrighted material 240 Magnum Opus. Lubbock, Michael Murray, and Cyril Oregon have argued for a Joachimite influence on Hegel. The Joachimite influence is most apparent in Hegel's treatment of the Trinity. In his lectures on the philosophy of religion, Hegel deals in detail with the Trinity as constituting the moments of God, universality, diremption, and reconciliation. W. In the 1831 version of the lectures, Hegel introduces a new twist. He begins calling Father, Son, and Holy Spirit the kingdom, Reich, of the Father, kingdom of the Son, and kingdom of the Spirit. This use of kingdom for the persons of the Trinity was employed widely by followers of Joachim. This alone, of course, does not necessarily prove a Joachimite influence. However, treatment of the Trinity is, like Joachim, temporal. He holds that the reconciliation of the diremption in God takes time. Only at a certain point in human history is this accomplished. In the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel notes that what underlies divine providence at the level of thought will soon prove to be the concept, LS 147, Z, Geritz, 222. Once it is realized that the concept, as the crowning conception of the logic, contains three moments which correspond to the Christian Trinity, the similarity to Joachim is striking. Both Hegel and Joachim see the hand of God, providence, playing out in history according to the pattern of the Trinity. Hegel does not repeat Joachim's treatment of the age of the Father or of the Son, but there is a striking correspondence between Hegel's kingdom of the Spirit and Joachim. There is a strong similarity between Joachim's conception of spirituality in the Third Age and the Pietist movement that arose in Germany centuries later. Both involve a rejection of the Church as an intermediary between ordinary men and God and the claim that the lay community of worshippers can achieve salvation and knowledge of God unaided. Hegel explicitly identifies his kingdom of the Spirit with the community of worshippers, LPR 32371, VPR 3T287. He refers to the community as existing spire euro and refers to Spirit as God existing as community, LPR 3331, VPR 3254. Both men conceive the third stage as one of reconciliation, of higher spirituality or KLLLY adequate knowledge, and of the actualization of human freedom. Further, as Oregon notes, both Hegel and Joachim make the unusual move of locating the Eschaton in time, Joachim believing that it is at hand, Hegel believing that it has already happened. Both Hegel and Joachim have Christ play a crucial role on the way to the achievement of the Third Age, Hegel insisting that the universality of human freedom, realized hilly in the Third Age, was first revealed through Christianity. Hegel's Joachimite treatment of the Trinity in the lectures dovetails with his Böhmenism. This is the case specifically with respect to the kingdom of the Father. Not only is there a Trinity of Father, Son, Spirit, 49. See Panentheism, Dickey, Hegel, Antoine Favre, Ancient and Medieval Sources of Modern Esoteric Movements, Modern Tarek Spirituality, Henry de Lubac, La Spiritualité de Joachim de Fiore, Paris. Religion, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1985, 3, 50. Copyrighted material. The Rose in the Cross 241. There is also a secondary trinity immanent within the Father. Hegel identifies the kingdom of the Father with the pure, eidetic realm of the logic, thus the trinity of the Father corresponds to the three divisions of the logic. In the 1831 lectures Hegel speaks of the trinity of the Father, or, as Origen calls it, the immanent trinity, as involving the element of pure ideality and universality, in the silent abode of the thinking spirit. He goes on to say that in this abode, God is immediately present to himself through his differentiation, which, however, is not yet externalized at this stage. It is by virtue of this inner movement that God is spirit. Thus the doctrine of the Trinity pertains to this sphere, although RY referentially termed the kingdom of the Father, LPR 37362, VPR it is, not yet externalized. Hegel uses this language explicitly. In the 1824 lectures he states that God is the true God, Spirit, because he is not merely Father, and hence closed up within himself, LPR 3:219 VPR 3:150. In the Philosophy of Spirit Hegel states that God the Father is for himself, shut up within himself, abstract, and consequently not yet the God of Spirit and of Truth, PSS 384, Z, Petrie R 63. Hegel also refers to God in this sphere as loving himself, LPR 41. Thus, there is a clear parallel to Böhme's immanent trinity of God in himself, RHE sour, sweet, and bitter. See chapter in 6 Mystical Points. Böhme refers to God in his triad as the first. The immanent trinity is not an innovation of the lectures. It is to be found in the Jena triangle fragment, in which the triangle of triangles represents the process of God's coming to consciousness of himself. There are 3 triangles in all, with the triangle of triangles being the figure made up by the set of the 3. The first triangle is described by Hegel as follows: in this first, which is at the same time only one side of the absolutely unique triangle, there is only the Godhead in intuition and cognition with himself. This is even more Böhme than what Hegel says in the lectures. David Walsh writes: Hegel suggested, as Böhme also did, that the first trinity of God in himself is not sufficient for the divine self-revelation. Therefore a second triangle appears, God the Son. Hegel writes, in the Son, God is cognizant of himself as God. He says to himself, I am God. The within itself ceases to be a negative. The separated moment of that which stands opposed to the Godhead must be transfigured and brought into unity within God. Hegel writes that the Son must go right through the earth, must overcome evil, and in that he steps over to one side as the victor, must awaken the other, RHE self-cognition of God, as a new cognition that is one with God, or as the Spirit of God, whereby the middle becomes a beautiful, free, divine, heterodox Hegel, 91, of logic. See Worldly Tri-Re, thus calling to mind the Eternal Son, Introduction to EPA 350. Also recognizes the parallel to Böhme Hurl, 09, T 3031. 52. Science, Meaning and Evolution, 229. 54. Walsh, Böhme, and Hegel, Copyrighted Material 242. Magnum Opus Middle, The Universe of God. This heralds the arrival of a new triangle, of the Holy Spirit. As we saw in Chapter 3, this fragment is the blueprint for Hegel's system. The nature of his logic is expressed here very clearly, the first triad of the system, in the later logic, being essence concept, is the idea of God. This idea is expressed, made real, in the triads of the Son, philosophy of nature, mechanics, physics, organics, and spirit, subjective, objective, and absolute spirit. I noted in Chapter 3 that this fragment seems to be influenced by Böhme, Baader, Ettinger, and Eckhart. I can now add Joachim to the list. In the lectures Hegel speaks only of a trinity immanent within the Father, but we know from the philosophies of nature and spirit that the Son and Spirit must be triadically structured as well. If we ask how Hegel could have encountered the ideas of the Calabrian monk, the answer is that, like so much else, those ideas were a part of the Württemberg cultural milieu to which he, Schelling, and other Swabian intellectuals were exposed. Joachim enjoyed a revival during the Reformation, when his ideas were used as a weapon against the papacy by the followers of Luther. As we have seen, Joachimism is remarkably Protestant in spirit. Ernest Renan marveled that the Reformation did not begin with Joachim in the 13th century. Joachimite enthusiasm was very strong in the insular culture of Württemberg, where it became intertwined with indigenous mystical and hermetic currents. Joachim's thought is not itself, it is even questionable whether it should be termed. It was co-opted by Hermeticists like Böhme, Andrea, Baader, and Ettinger. As Lawrence Dickey notes, Old Württemberg belonged to the tradition of what Gerhard Ladner has called Christian reform. Dickey writes this tradition took ethical and eschatological elements from widely divergent sources in the history of Christian thought and formed from them an anthropology of fallen and restored man that allowed for, indeed, demanded man's participation in civil life as well as in his own salvation. The thrust of the tradition was to show that through ethical activism man could transform the world in accordance with God's wishes and, by doing so, make significant progress not only toward transcending his own fallen nature, but toward establishing the kingdom of God on earth as well. Dickey argues that Joachimism was one of the influences on Württemberg Christian reform. He notes that the Württembergers viewed themselves as a millennial people, chosen by God to realize the kingdom of heaven on earth. Dickey writes that the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries in Württemberg constituted an age of apocalyptic expect. Nowhere was this more evident than among the Pietists. Ernst Benz writes of the atmosphere of Württemberg Pietism, from all sides, 55. See Dickey, Hegel. 45. 56 Ibid. 57 Ibid, 34. 58 Ibid, 36. 59 Ibid, 44. Copyrighted material. The Rose in the Cross. 243. One watches for the signs of the times, one attempts to perceive in the great historical events the fulfillment of New Testament prophecies. At the same time, the image of the Golden Age, the realization of the kingdom of God, the kingdom of 1,000 years, the completion of the final phase of world history appears more and more strongly in the spiritual considerations of the community. 20. The Joachimism of the Pietists appears to have been influenced by the Rosicrucian movement. The influence of Joachim on the Rosicrucian manifestos has been discussed by a number of scholars, and J.V. Andrea himself actually mentions Joachim. J. Montgomery has called Andrea the single most important influence on the church history of the Württemberg territory for over 200 years. 62. Philip Jacob Spener, 1635–1705, sometimes called the father of German Pietism, explicitly acknowledged his intellectual debt to Andrea. Es Spener divided the history of Christianity into 3 ages, corresponding to the Trinity, and claimed that the third age would involve divine light penetrating and dispelling darkness. Perhaps the most striking example of Joachim's influence on Pietism, however, is that of J. A. Bengel, 1687–1752. Robert Schneider has characterized Bengel as the philosopher of history who anticipated the work of Schelling and Hegel. Bengel's maternal great-grandfather was Matthias Haffenreffer, 1561–1619, Chancellor of the University of Tübingen and one of Andrea's teachers. Having lived through the wars of Louis XIV as a young boy, Bengel had seen much violence and grew up hoping for a time perpetual peace. Unlike many such hopefuls, however, Bengel did not 100k for signs of progress. Instead he prophesied that corruption, violence, and blasphemy would only increase until the forces of the Antichrist burned themselves out. Bengel held that world history is an organic unity, in which revelation is playing itself out by degrees. As Ernst Benz puts it, for Bengel history is a series of alliances between God and the elect saved from the fall. This history of salvation is realized in a spiritual evolution through these alliances, until the final battle between the kingdom of light and the kingdom of darkness. In Bengel, these st1 become even stronger as he also wishes to see a chronological conformity between the periods. His book Weltalter, a title that one finds again, significantly enough, in Schelling, represents an attempt 60. Benz, sources, 34. 61 CJV Andrea, Turis Babels of Judiciorum de Fraternarate Rosaceae Crucis Chaos, Argentorithi, Sumptibius Haridum Lazaris et Neri, 1619, 1415. For scholars who have noted the Jochern-Rost-Crucian connection, see for example, Dickey, Harrell, 6365, Roland did I offer Rosicrucianism from the 17th to the 20th centuries, Modern Esoteric Spirituality, J. Montgomery, Cross and the Crucible, 57, 173, 198-99. 62 Dickey. Hegel, 61, J. Montgomery. Cross and the Nine. 63 On the Relationship of Andrea to Pietism. See Robert Schneider, Geist. Sabnin, 36-37. Hegel and the Gnostic Tradition. 64. 65 Robert, 38. Copyrighted material 244 Magnum Opus et a chronological fixation of the divine plan of redemptive history, with the aid of the varied numerical data from Old and New Testament prophetic books through a complex and eccentric interpretation of the Book of Revelation. Bengel determined that the millennium would begin in the year 1836. 1809 would mark the return of Christ and the inception of the kingdom of 1,000 years, Tausendjahre. Benz notes that Hegel's cunning of reason is clearly anticipated by Bengel in his account of how this kingdom shall come into being. Viewed from outside, history is the place of the expansion of the private egotism of individuals and groups. Those with power act as they intend, each one wishes to attain his objective by his own action. But from the moment an act has taken place, the actor ceases to be the master of his actions. The act not only produces the repercussions its instigator desired, but also has boundless and unforeseen consequences, leading to unimaginable and often completely unexpected primary and secondary results. In Bengel, this idea is contained in a theological interpretation of history in its totality, which sees in every event, in the last analysis, an element of the divine plan of redemption. Bengel and his followers, who called themselves the Free, Die Freien, proclaimed the perennial ideal of the invisible church, a conception which is similar to Joachim's informal community of the faith, for which was supposed to characterize the third. As discussed earlier, the invisible church is a perennial theme of German mysticism, and also an important concept for both the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians, who also spoke of an invisible college. In a letter from Hegel to Schelling of January 1795, Hegel writes, "Reason and freedom remain our watchword, and our rallying point the invisible church." Robert Schneider holds that use of the term invisible church, as well as the phrase kingdom of God, see the following section, is evidence of the influence of pietist theology. As we have seen, D argues that the Protestant civil piety of old Wurtemberg involved, among other things, the goal of establishing the kingdom of God on earth through a transformation of ethics. Robert Schneider, in fact, refers to the kingdom of God, das Königreich Gottes, as the consummate idea of Swabian Pietism. In addition, Bengel, P. M. Hahn also preached a doctrine of the invisible church. 66 Benz, 35. 67 Ibid 37. 68 C. and the Gnostic Tradition, IL, 313. 69 Butler, 32. Hofmeister Harris writes, "It seems to me virtually certain that SSR Hegel, at any rate, the invisible church originally referred to the cosmopolitan ideal of Freemasonry as envisaged by Ernst und Fock, Toward the Sunlight, 105. Harris also seems to church should be understood as equivalent to 3% of spirit, night thoughts, 411. 70 Robert Schneider, Geistisebenen, 4. 71 Ibid, 146. Copyrighted material. The Rose in the Cross 245. It is through Böhme and Edinger that Joachimism and millenary in general are incorporated into the Hermetic tradition, and Signifiism in Cantley. It is Böhme and Edinger who are probably the chief sources of Joachimism. F. Ernest Stouffer makes reference to Edding a rampant chiasm, which surpassed even that of Bengel. While Bengel had put great stress on how we can know that the millennium is approaching, example through his theories of biblical exegesis, Edinger took Bengel's calculations for granted and focused instead on precisely what the end of time would bring. The picture that Edinger paints of the Golden Age at the end of time is essentially indistinguishable from utopian socialism. In any kingdom, true happiness has three conditions, all of which will be satisfied in the millennium. First, that despite all multiplicity, which is not against order, and despite all differences of rank, the subjects have equality among each other, as we have learned from the distribution of Israel, where the equal share of land reminded everybody not to pride himself above others. Everybody is to find his happiness in the happiness of his neighbor, his joy in the joy of all the other people, and by that everybody is to be a free lord among others. Secondly, that they have a community of goods and not take delight in goods because they are a property. Thirdly, that they demand nothing from each other as an obligation. Because, if everything would be available in abundance, there would be no need of government, property, and of no liabilities forced and extorted by government. Of course, such a utopian conception is completely antithetical to the spirit of Hegel's philosophy of right, in the preface to which Hegel explicitly rejects utopianism. Nevertheless, it must be remembered that in his youth, Hegel, like so many others of his generation, was infatuated with the utopian ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity proclaimed by the French revolutionaries. As Hegel himself discusses, it is natural for young people to be idealistic and to dream of remaking the world. It is generally assumed that Hegel's youthful idealism was awakened by the revolution, but Ernst Benz suggests a different hypothesis. German democratic ideas do not rest solely on the ideology of the French Revolution, but find roots in the Christian conscience of Swabian Pietism. Benz is suggesting that the source of Hegel's idealism is the dream of the golden age of freedom and equality that he encountered in Bengelian, Edingerite, Hahnian, and other pietist schools. It would have been hard to have avoided encountering these currents in late 18th century Stuttgart. Hegel and Schelling and Hölderlin may have responded so quickly and enthusiastically. 72. Stouffer, German Pietism, 117. 73. Quoted in von Dung, Hermeticism and the Search for a Universal Science, t. 22. 74. It should be mentioned that Edinger was in no way a revolutionary. He believed that his golden age would be brought about by God, not man. Until that time, he advocated obedience to authority and viewed existing social institutions veli. See Hayden Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven, 52-53. Copyrighted material 246. Magnum opus Tical_Lee to the French Revolution because they saw in it the imminent fulfillment of ideals to which they were already committed, ideals transmitted to them by Swabian Pietism. Edinger believed that at the end of time, not only would all men live in perfect harmony but science would be transformed. No longer would there be a multitude of disconnected sciences, a new superscience would arise that would unify all knowledge. Edinger's new science, as we might call it, is a version of Pansopia. Benz describes Ettinger's science as it will exist in his utopia. The coming together of these gifts of the Spirit occurs in a central vision exalting the faith of the kingdom's subjects to the level of knowledge, of an intellectual intuition. They will participate in a central knowledge. The description of this knowledge of the future already constitutes a direct foreshadowing of the idealistic idea of knowledge such as we find in different forms in Schelling, Hegel, and Baader. Edinger describes his new science in the following rapturous language. It will be very easy to understand, God will present all things in an intuitive form, and we will see his reckonings in an architectural vision, in detail and in its totality, in the physical as in the moral, but above all we will have a very clear knowledge of the history of nations. What the Holy Revelation only outlined, will be recounted in all detail, drawn out of the abyss, set beside every kind of state or constitution and seen under the righteous enlightenment of the knowledge of God, of the soul, and of the human body. There will be no more than one basic wisdom. Jurisprudence and medicine will be inseparable from theology. History will be the public theater of God ways and of providence, of all the phrases of Solomon. It will be the source of all knowledge. The law will come from theology, and medicine will be no more than an emblematic theology. We will see in souls and in bodies the imprint of the being from whom all things have come forth. Aside from the claim that this knowledge will be had in intuitive form, this passage seems almost like a prophecy of Hegel's system. As we have noted, Hegel's philosophical project aims at a perfected form of life that will transform all aspects of man and his world, religious life, art, our understanding of history, of science, of government. Lectures on the philosophy of history can be seen as an attempt to make good on Oettinger's prediction that the new science would include a theodicy, an attempt to show that history is the public theater of God's ways and of all providence. For Hegel as for Oettinger, science and philosophy become identical with theology. Hegel takes up what the Holy Revela 76. Hayden Roy, in her study of the influence of Württemberg Pietism on Hölderlin, writes that chiliastic excitement was widespread among all ranks of the Württemberg Pietists at the time Hölderlin was studying at the Stift, and the French Revolution added to their conviction that they were drawing near to the fullness of time, a foretaste of heaven. 216. 77 Benz, Mystical Sources, 40. 78 Oettinger, Samtliche Beschriften, Volume 6, 47. Copyrighted material. The Rose in the Cross 247. John only outlined the triune structure of the divine. He recounts it in all detail and sets it beside every kind of state or constitution, in order that we may see in souls and in bodies the imprint of the being from whom all things have come forth. While the influence of Bengel and Oettinger on Hegel I thought is highly probable, in the case of Schelling it is certain. Schelling describes history as a successively developing revelation of in die Welt Alter. Schelling states that the peace of the Golden Age Goldene Zeitalter will be made known first through the harmonious unification of all sciences. 0. In his system of transcendental idealism, 1800, Schelling sets forth what he calls the only true interpretation of history. History as a whole is a progressive, gradually self-disclosing revelation of the absolute. Hence one can never point out in history the particular places where the mark of providence, or God himself, is as it were visible. For God never exists, if the existent is that which presents itself in the objective world. If he existed thus, then we should not, but he continually reveals himself. Man, through history, provides a continuous demonstration of Gaudi's presence, a demonstration, however, which only the whole of history can render complete. In the same work, Schelling, like Joachim and his followers, divides history into 3 epochs, maintaining that in the third epoch God is finally 5. Hegel and Prussian Rosicrucianism. The major difference between Hegel and the Swabian millennialists is that Hegel believes the end of time has already arrived. Indeed, if it were not already finished we could not know it. To be sure, Hegel's theory of history is similar to Joachim's in being Trinitarian, but unlike Joachim, Hegel does not employ the Trinity as a device for making predictions about the future, he merely uses it to make sense of the past. Marx, not Hegel, is the true modern disciple of Joachim. It was in Berlin that Hegel lectured on his philosophy of history, and in Berlin that he published his philosophy of right. Hegel came to Berlin in 1818, after having taught for just 2 years at Heidelberg. This was the crowning moment of his career, and he remained in Berlin until his death on November 14, 1831. The call to Berlin was a recognition of Hegel's importance as a thinker. In Berlin Hegel was a celebrity and enjoyed considerable influence. His lectures were attended by hundreds of people from all walks of life: veterinary surgeons, insurance brokers, civil servants, operatic tenors, and commercial clerks were rushing to his 79. Und Religion, 1804, Werke, Volume 4, 47. 80 Shelley die Welt Alter, 1813. Werke, Volume 4, 582. This and the preceding line from High Und Religion are quoted and discussed in Von Dung, Millenarianism, Hermeticism, and the Search for a Universal ins 124. 81 Schelling, Stem of Transcendental Idealism. 211. Copyrighted material 248 Magnum Opus Lectures. S2. If we look at Hegelian interests during the Berlin period, it is clear that he viewed his new post as a pulpit from which to proclaim the nature of the legitimate state, the philosophy of right, the actualization of God in the world, the lectures on the philosophy of religion, and the climax of the story of mankind, the lectures on the philosophy of world history. Hegel was no Ettinger, he was not the herald of a new age and of utopia. He was wise old owl proclaiming that the kingdom of God is already spread upon the earth, and men need only see it. In the preface to the Philosophy of Right, Hegel attacks utopianism, at one point employing a now famous metaphor, to recognize reason as the rose in the cross of the present and thereby to enjoy the present. This is the rational insight which reconciles us to the actual. Knox, 12, pr. 27. In the Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion of 1824, Hegel employs the same metaphor, stating that in order to pluck reason, the rose in the cross of the present, one must take up the cross itself, LPR 2:248 and 45. Such commentators as Knox, Lowett, Lassen, Hodgson, and Wood agree in attributing Hegel's metaphor to the Rosicrucians. Oddly, however, none of them shows how this connection throws any light on Hegel's teaching. Lowett suggests that Hegel not only refers to the Rosicrucians but also to a device originated by Luther. The problem with this is that Luther's device is a cross in a heart in a white rose, not a rose in a cross. Furthermore, in a review essay published in 1829, Hegel himself identifies the reference as being to the Rosicrucians and suggests that only ignorance, Unwissenheit, could explain someone's failure to recognize the illusion. He says nothing about Luther. Earlier in the preface, Hegel draws an interesting contrast between people's attitude toward nature and their attitude toward the ethical world. So far as nature is concerned, people grant that it is nature as it is which philosophy has to bring within its ken, that the philosopher's stone, der Stein der Weisen, lies concealed somewhere within nature itself, that nature is inherently rational, and that what knowledge has to investigate and grasp in concepts is this actual reason present in it in the sense of the law and essence immanent within it. Knox, 4, pr. 16. The rose represents reason. Since Hegel uses the philosopher's stone to represent the reason inherent in nature and society, the philosopher's stone is 82. Rudy Safransky, Schopenhauer and the Wild Years of Philosophy, trans. Swald ers, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1991, 259. 83 My allusion is to the Gospel of 114. See other ed. Willis Barnstone, San Francisco, Harper and Row, 1984, 307. Alan Wood, editorial note in Alan W. Wood and Trans. H. Versity Press, 1991, 391, and 27. 85 Lowett, Hegel to Nietzsche, 1819. 86 One is tempted to think that this implausible with Luther. 87 Über die Hegelsche Lehre oder Absolutes Wissen und moderner Pantheismus Philosophie überhaupt und Hegels Enzyklopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschafen insbesondere, 1829, in Werke 11.466. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 249 equivalent to The Rose in the Cross. Given the reputation of the Rosicrucians as alchemists, the equivalency of these two metaphors cannot have escaped Hegel. Thus there is an alchemical Rosicrucian metaphorical subtext to the preface. Hegel is again playing the role of world historical alchemist, having isolated the philosopher's stone, reason, in the realm of nature. He now turns to the ethical world and proposes to carry out a similar operation there, to find the philosopher's stone in what is. Why does Hegel place a clear and publicly acknowledged reference to the Rosicrucians in the preface to the Philosophy of Right? Hegel seems an unlikely Rosicrucian. The Rosicrucian manifestos announced the aim of a general reformation of the entire world. Hegel's aims, however, were not so grandiose, and by the time he arrived in Berlin his political philosophy had become distinctly conservative. There is more to the Rosicrucian saga than has been discussed so far, however. Sometime in the latter half of the 18th century the Rosicrucian movement was revived in Germany. There is disagreement about exactly when this took place. Some say 1757, some 1777, others give a different date entirely. By the late 18th century, however, the Rosicrucians were anything but reformers. The new incarnation of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, christened the Gold and Rosy Cross, Gold und Rosenkreuzer, was a conservative organization, dedicated to combating the influence of the liberal Freemasons and Illuminati. The Rosicrucian revival in the 18th century appears to have been sparked initially by Samuel Richter's Die Waberbaft und Vollkommene Bereitung des Philosophus Spensteins der Breiterspaft aus dem Orden de Golden und Rosenkreuzes, 1710. Y. Richter, who wrote under the name Sincerus Renatus, was a Silesian pietist pastor who preached Paracelsusism and Böhmenism from the pulpit. The Order of the Gold and Rosy Cross was probably founded by Hermann Fichtult, who was in correspondence with Ettinger. The order was opposed to the rationalism and mechanistic materialism so much in vogue in the France and England of the Enlightenment. It was dedicated to combating rationalist attempts to reform religion, to re-educate the people, and to reshape or overthrow the state. The new Rosicrucians saw themselves as defenders of the faith and of public order, as the following quote from one of their number clearly indicates. "It is one of our foremost duties to serve the state into which we have been placed by Providence, to serve it with all our power and capacity. We must be obedient to the higher powers ordained by God." 88. Christopher Mackintosh argues that the members of the 18th and Gold und Rosenkreuzer were deeply involved in alchemy. Each of the lodges had its own alchemical laboratory, for the use of members. Mackintosh, Rose Cross, 75, 84. 89. Epstein, Genesis of German Conservatism, 105, see also Heinrich Schneider, Quest for Mysteries, 76-77. Epstein includes a long list of secondary sources for the Gold und Rosenkreuzer, 105. 90. Mackintosh, T.B. Rose Cross, 30. 46-48. Copyrighted material 250 magnum opus and help to promote the public good even when it violates our private egotism. Z. The Gold and Rosy Cross gained considerable influence throughout Germany, including Hegel's native Swabia. Its members included many prominent politicians, writers, and scientists, including the physiologist Samuel Thomas von Sommering, whom Hegel cites in his Philosophy of Nature, where by far the most dramatic example of their influence was during the reign of Frederick William I.L. of Prussia, 1786-97. Frederick William was the nephew and successor of Frederick the Great. Whereas his uncle was an enlightened despot, interested in science, unmoved by superstition, and open to using the power of the state to effect limited reforms, Frederick William was a mystic and an opponent of enlightenment. He was reputed to have visions, hear ghostly voices, and hold the occasional séance. Frederick the Great had been a Mason, initiated into the order as a young man. During his reign the number of lodges Berlin increased to 13. Frederick himself was Grand Master of a lodge called At the Sign of the Three Globe F. Like his uncle, Frederick V. William had also been a Mason, but the order's emphasis on rationalism and its merely decorative mystification did not satisfy him. During the War of Bavarian Succession in 1778-79, Frederick William encountered an officer in his uncle's army by the name of Johann Rudolf von Bischofswerder, 1741-1803. Bischofswerder, a Saxon by birth, had also flirted with Masonry, but his burning desire was to be initiated into the secrets of alchemy, a desire the Masons could not satisfy. On Christmas Eve 1779 he was initiated into a Rosicrucian lodge, where he apparently found what he was looking for. Bischofswerder is known to have been conversant with Kabbalistic and alchemical writings. In 1780, learning of Bischofswerder's friendship with the prince, Duke Friedrich August of Braunschweig-Gohls, the chief of the Berlin Gold and Rosy Cross, ordered him to entice Frederick W. Ilium into joining their ranks. In the meantime, the prince had suffered an illness and Bischofswerder had nursed him back to health, apparently using a mysterious elixir originating with the Rosicrucian Brotherhood. Grateful to Bischofswerder and full of mystical enthusiasm, Frederick Wilhelm entered the Rosicrucian order on August 8, 1781, and was given the secret name Brother Ormisus Magnus. Presiding at the prince's initiation ceremony was the Logii founder, Johann Christoph Wollner, 1732–1800. Klaus Epstein has described Wollner and Bischofswerder, who were close allies, as the first self-consciously conservative politicians in German history, politicians in 92. Quoted in Epstein, Genesis of German Conservatism, TTO. 93 C. Henry 1974, 165, cf. Epstein, Genesis of German Conservatism, 353. 94 Brunswick, Enlightenment and Romanticism, 185. 95 Epstein, Genesis o German Conservatism, 354. 96 Gilbert Stanhope, A Mystic on the Prussian Throne, London, Mills and Boon, 1912, 124. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 25t The honorable sense of the term men eager for power for the sake of implementing their principles. That is to say, they were the first German politicians whose policies involved a conscious commitment to rolling back the forces of liberalism. Wollner, the son of a Lutheran pastor, had married into the Prussian nobility over the objections of Frederick the Great, who refused to grant him a title. He became a Mason in 1765 and rose quickly in the ranks to become a Knight of the Strict Observance, a rank associated with the alleged link between the Masons and the Knights Templar, in 1776. Like Bischofswerder, however, he became disillusioned with the Masons and joined the Rosicrucians in 1779, where he also attained a position of considerable authority, serving as Oberbaupt director over 26 Zirkel.98 in the years leading up to Frederick William's coronation in 1786. Wollner and Bischofswerder worked hard to win the prince over to their mystical philosophy and conservative politics, which was not difficult. Wollner's ambition was to succeed the famous Karl Abraham Zedlitz, the Prussian Minister of Culture. He succeeded in this on July 3, 1788, when Frederick William, who had ascended the throne in the summer of 1786, appointed him Staatsminister und Justiz Minister and Chef de Justlichen Departements, Minister of Ecclesiastical Affairs. While Wollner's economic policy may have been progressive, he was a zealous defender of the traditional faith against rationalism. On July 9, 1788, just 6 days after acquiring his post, Wollner persuaded the king to enact the Edict Concerning Religion, which commanded orthodoxy of the clergy. The Edict of Censorship of December 19, 1788, suppressed writings considered to be atheistic or otherwise impious. In 1792, Wollner's offer published the Landeskatechismus, which defined tenets of religious orthodoxy and proscribed all rationalist approaches to reforming religious practice or to interpreting scripture. Wollner is famous for his censorship of Kant's religion within the bounds of reason alone, 1793. Despite this, Wollner's edict concerning religion granted the different religious sects of Prussia full freedom of worship, so long as they did not proselytize. Jews, for instance, enjoyed full religious toleration under the terms of the edict. In 1797, the plans of Wollner and Bischofswerder were abruptly crushed by the death of the king and the ascension to the throne of his son, Frederick William ill. The son had none of the father's mystical fervor or Rosicrucian connections. He was no rationalist either, but, by all accounts, merely a dullard without any convictions of his own. He reigned for 43 years. The rationalists who had laid low during Frederick William IL's reign saw their chance. They filled up the vacuum that was Frederick William IL, persuaded him to purge the Rosicrucians from the cabinet and to cancel many of the measures enacted by Wollner and company. Wollner and Bischofswerder retired into private life and died in obscurity. 97 Epstein, Genesis of German Conservatism, 354. 98 357 Copyrighted material 252 Magnum opus. This is the historical context required to understand what a reference to the rose in the cross of the present would have meant to readers, including censors, in 1821. Some Hegel scholars recognize this, but their treatment of the historical materials has, in some cases, been rather inadequate. For instance, Kenneth Westphal thinks that Hegel's reference to the rose in the cross of the present is a message to the superstitious and reactionary king, Frederick William IL. Westphal informs us that the king belonged to the Rosicrucians, an anti-scientific Kabbalistic Christian sect devoted to the occult. Thus, Hegel is denouncing the otherworldliness of the Rosicrucian king, telling him he must recognize the rose in the cross of the present. The only problem with this, of course, is that Westphal has his Frederick Williams wrong. When Hegel published The Philosophy of Right in 1821, Frederick William IL had been dead and the Rosicrucians out of power for 24 years. Westphal would make Hegel a liberal Don Quixote, dueling with non-existent Rosicrucian villains, much like the American religious fundamentalists who see the Illuminati lurking under every bed. A further problem with Westphal's thesis is that with respect to their political views, the Rosicrucians were not otherworldly. In fact, they espoused the very sort of anti-utopianism Hegel articulates in his preface. The same blurring of historical fact occurs in a monograph on the preface by Adrian Pepperzak. Referring to the rose in Rhe cross of the present, Pepperzak writes, in a veiled manner, Hegel could be understood here to be directing himself to the king and his reactionary advisers with the message that true philosophy does precisely what they wish: it legitimizes the reconciliation and satisfaction with the existing political reality by showing that it is as beautiful as a rose in spite of its painful aspects. The fact that Hegel is not on their side, however, but on the side of the modern, post-Napoleonic legal state choosing in favor of enlightened ministers such as Herdenberg and Altenstein, is clear from the main text of The Philosophy of Right, but not from the preface. This lack of clarity and appearance of agree meant with the Rosicrucians among the politicians are tricks employed in Hegel rhetoric.nl. But again, the Rosicrucians were simply not a political force in Prussia in 1821. Thus Hegel would have gained nothing by the rhetorical trick of appearing to agree with the from it, in fact, since it was the reigning king who had long ago purged his government of Rosicrucian influence. Further, as I have shown, the Rosicrucians were not paleoconservatives, blindly reacting to all change and opposing all reform. Christopher McIntosh writes that Wollner was in many ways 99. And Structure of Philosophy of Right, 238. 2. Ibid, 239. 101 Adrian Pepperzak. Philosophy and Politics, A. On the Preface to Hegel's Philosophy of Right, Dordrecht, Marty Neusnijhoff, 1987, 109, my italics. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 253, a product of the Ammerung LC2. He contributed articles to Friedrich Nicolai's Allgemeine Deutsche Bibliothek, the chief organ of the German Enlightenment, and wrote essays on agriculture and land reform. Moreover, many of the reactionary views of the Rosicrucians were shared by Hegel. For instance, Hegel opposed forces that would undermine traditional religion, particularly irreligious philosophies. He held that all citizens ought to be required to subscribe to a religion. He held that it is the supreme duty of citizens to belong to the state, etc. To be sure, Hegel is more liberal than Wollner et al. He believes in greater freedom of religion and advocates greater freedom of expression than did the Rosicrucians, but his sentiments are decidedly paternalistic, pro-Christian, pro-tradition, and anti-individualistic. The claim that conservatism means opposition to all reforms, including conservative ones, is simply a caricature and a canard. Pepperzak claims that Hegel only appears to agree with the Rosicrucians in their opposition to utopianism and their advocacy of the conservative view that society as it is, warts and all, is at bottom rational and cannot and should not be otherwise. Given that Hegel had nothing to gain from merely appearing to agree with the Rosicrucians, we must consider the possibility that he really does agree with them. Thus, Hegel's metaphor of the rose in the cross of the present is hardly a bone thrown to the king's censors, but rather a daring move, an expression of sympathy with the discredited advisers of the previous monarch. My conclusion is that when, in 1821, Hegel set down his mature views on political philosophy, prefacing them with an attack on utopianism and political rationalism, he considered the place in which he was then working, Berlin, and found himself feeling some sympathy with the conservative Rosicrucians who had dominated the court of the previous. As we have seen, in Berlin Hegel allied himself with Franz von Baader, the reactionary occultist and opponent of enlightenment. Baader was reputed to have been a member of the Gold and Rosy Cross. This would certainly be a strange friendship for Hegel to publicly cultivate if he wanted to distance himself from the forces of reaction that were still alive in Prussia. Despite significant differences between Hegeli philosophy and Baader's, Hegel wrote to Baader in 1824, concerning the latter's firm anticognitionese, "I think we are in agreement on the main issue. A few misgivings concerning a small number of points which you cite from my work probably would easily be removed." He closes by saying, "Please spare me an evening sometime soon, let me know which evening this week you are free and could grant me the kindness of a visit. Most respectfully, Hegel 0. 102. Mackintosh, Rose Cross, 180. 103 Butler, 572-73, Hofmeister 64-66a. In 1822, Baader and Baron Boris von Uexküll, a former Hegel student, set out for St. Petersburg to try and found an academy for religious science. Baader invited Hegel along, but he declined, a good thing, since Baader and Uexküll were unceremoniously expelled from Russia. See Butler, 568-69. Copyrighted material 254 Magnum Opus. As Dehond has discussed extensively, Hegel's early life was marked by numerous associations with Freemasonry. There is no evidence that Hegel ever actually became a Mason, but he was friends with many well-known Masons and, as we have seen in chapters 2 and 4, he employed some Masonic imagery in his writing. Correspondence with Schelling and Hölderlin contains Masonic allusions. Recall Hegel's January 1795 letter to Schelling, "May the kingdom of God come, and our hands not be idle." The last line before Hegel's signature reads, "Reason and freedom remain our watchword, and our rallying point the invisible church." In later years, however, Hegel realized that the kingdom of God had already come. There was thus no need for busy hands, or for a rallying point. If we juxtapose these remarks from 1795 with Hegeli rose in the cross of the present of 1821, it is apparent that Hegel has, in effect, switched allegiances from the ideals of the radical, reforming Masons to those of the conservative Rosicrucians. The possibility that Hegel might actually have belonged to the Rosicrucians, or some other mystical sect, is tantalizing but, at present, devoid of proof. Nevertheless, in the sense in which Yeats uses the term, Hegel is a Rosicrucian. Yeats writes that I should like to try to persuade sensible people and sensible historians to use the word Rosicrucian. The word could, I suggest, be used of a certain style of thinking which is historically recognizable without raising the question of whether a Rosicrucian style of thinker belonged to a secret society. In his Enlightenment and Romanticism in 18th century Prussia, Henry Brunswick discusses a certain character type prevalent in late 18th and early 19th century Germany, men who hunger after wisdom, particularly esoteric wisdom or forbidden ideas, and who are consequently attracted to secret societies like the Masons. They are disillusioned, inevitably, by the Masons, whose mysteries prove non-existent. Brunswick writes that such men believe that even if the lodges do not possess the secrets, that is no proof that the mystery does not exist. So they set to work in isolation. They read Jacob Böhme or Franz von Baader, they listened to Baron Eckhartshausen and Jungstilling in his old age, high priests who wrangle over each followers. They canvass such 104. Butler, 32, Hofmeister 105. In his lectures on history of philosophy of 1805, Hegel bitterly dismisses Freemasonry, just as the Freemasons have symbols which are esteemed for their depth of wisdom, hr as a brook is deep when one cannot see the very easily seems comb and deep, or as if the were concealed beneath. But when it is hidden, it may possibly prove to the case that there is nothing behind. Is so in Freemasonry, in which ing is concealed to chose outside and also to many people, or in science, 106. Francis A. Yates. The Hermetic Tradition in Renaissance Science. In Art, Science, and History in the Renaissance, ed. Charles S. Singleton, Baltimore Johns Hopkins Press, 1968, 263. Copyrighted material. The Rose in the Cross. 255 recent scientific discoveries as electricity, magnetism, and oxygen, and combine experiments with them with the ideas of the ancient mystics in new systems based on a popularization of theosophy. This is a description of the sort of men who identify themselves as Rosicrucians, and aside from the interest in Eckhartshausen, and is a very apt description of Hegel. I have argued that Hegel is a Hermetic thinker. I have offered three kinds of evidence. First, I have argued that Hegel displays the essential characteristic of Hermeticism, the doctrine that God alone is not complete, that he lacks self-knowledge, and that he therefore creates the world as the mirror in which he recognizes himself, specifically through the speculative activity of the Hermetic adept, who by knowing God, allows God to know himself. Hegel claims to be such an adept, having replaced the love of wisdom with the possession of wisdom, philosophy with theosophy. Second, I have argued Chad Hegel was interested in and influenced by strands of thought associated with most, if not all, Hermetic thinkers, such as alchemy, Kabbalism, mesmerism, extrasensory perception, spiritualism, dowsing, eschatology, Priscatheologia, Philosophia perennis, Lullism, Paracelsusism, Joachimism, Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, Eckhartian mysticism, and doctrines of occult correspondences and cosmic sympathies. Third, by presenting ample evidence of Hegel's contacts with the Hermetic tradition throughout his intellectual career, I have shown that the parallels between Hegel and the Hermetic tradition are not accidental. Have I proven my case? This question leads to another question. What are reasonable standards of evidence for asserting that a thinker belongs to or is influenced by an intellectual tradition? I ask the reader to evaluate the persuasiveness of my evidence by the standard used in a court case, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, as opposed to the unreasonable paper doubts philosophy professors are so facile in conjuring up. Imagine that Hermeticism is a crime and Hegel is on trial for it. This study could serve as a brief for the prosecution. Let the following as my final summation. Hegel's writings contain numerous, and mostly approving references to Hermeticism, to leading Hermetic figures such as Eckhart, Paracelsus, Bruno, and Böhme, and to Hermetic movements or schools of thought such as alchemy, Kabbalism, Freemasonry, and Rosicrucianism. His library included Hermeticry by Agrippa, Böhme, Bruno, and Paracelsus. He relied on Historia's thought that discussed Hermes Trismegistus, Pico della Mirandola, Robert Rudd, Nor von Rosenroth, and the Kabbalah alongside canonical figures like Plato and Descartes. He read widely on mesmerism, psychic phenomena, dowsing, precognition, and sorcery. He believed in an earth spirit. He responded with colleagues about the nature of magic. He explicitly and 107. Brunswick. Enlightenment and Romanticism, 187. Copyrighted material 256. Magnum opus. Publicly aligned himself with the latter-day Rosicrucians and with the well-known occultist Franz von Baader. Hegel was, furthermore, exposed to Hermetic ideas and influences throughout his career. Hegel was likely first exposed to Hermeticism during his boyhood in Stuttgart, from 1770 to 88. His homeland, the Grand Duchy of Württemberg, was a center of Hermetic activity and interest. In Württemberg, moreover, Hermeticism was not confined merely to secret societies. Such figures as Edinger, Bengel, and Hahn injected the ideas of Joachim, Eckhart, Böhme, and Swedenborg, and of such traditions as Kabbalism, alchemy, and Rosicrucianism, into the Pietist movement, thereby influencing the society at large. The influence of Württemberg's speculative Pietism on Franz Schelling and Hölderlin is well documented, and considering the parallels between some of Hegel's ideas and those of the speculative Pietists, it is reasonable to conclude that Hegel too felt their influence. Rosenkranz calls the years 1793 to 1801, when Hegel worked as a private tutor in Bern and Frankfurt, the theosophical phase of his development. During this time, Hegel studied Böhme, Eckhart, and Thaler and associated with many known Freemasons. In Jena, from 1817, Hegel lectured at length, and approvingly, on Böhme and Bruno. He composed several works, preserved only in fragmentary form, employing Hermetic language and symbolism, including the Böhme myth, the triangle fragment, and the triangle diagram, with its alchemical and astrological symbolism. His lectures on the philosophy of nature also display a knowledge of alchemy. It is also likely that Schelling introduced Hegel to his Jena associates, many of whom were heavily interested in Hermeticism. During Hegel's years in Berlin, from 1818 until his death in 1831, his interest in Hermeticism became more intense and more explicit. It was during these years that Hegel developed his relationship with Baader. In the winter of 1823-24 Hegel studied Eckhart with Baader and subsequently produced a lecture on religion that Baader took to be a statement of Eckhartian mysticism. During these years, Hegel also began to acknowledge his Hermetic interests more explicitly in his writings. The image of the rose in the cross of the present in the preface to the 1821 Philosophy of Right publicly aligned him with the Rosicrucians, a fact that he made even more explicit in a review essay in 1829. The preface to the 1827 edition of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in outline makes prominent mention of Böhme and Baader. The 1827 lectures on the philosophy of religion introduce a doctrine of the immanent Trinity clearly inspired by Böhme's initial triad of source spirits. The 1831 lectures on the philosophy of religion employ Joachimite terminology to speak of the Trinity. In the section on Qualitat in the posthumous 1832 revised edition of the first part of the Science of Logic, Hegel makes an explicit reference to Böhme where the first edition has merely an allusion. In sum, all the evidence indicates that Hegel's Hermeticism was no mere folly of youth, abandoned with maturity. It was a lifelong interest, which grew deeper and richer with the passing years. Copyrighted material The Rose in the Cross 257 Finally, Hegel's system itself is Hermetic in both form and content. In addition to presenting the essential Hermetic doctrines concerning creation and man's role in it, Hegel also endorses the Hermetic ideas of the Psychotheologia and the Philosophia Perennis. He structures his system using the Hermetic symbolic forms of the circle, triangle, and square. He also states more than once that the term speculative means the same thing as mystical. I have shown that the phenomenology of spirit serves as a kind of initiation ritual, an initial stage of purification that raises the mind above the sensory and the mundane and prepares it for the reception of wisdom. It is a Hermetic ascent to the Absolute which is set forth in Hegel's Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. I have also displayed a Böhme subtext to the phenomenologist's famous preface. The structure of Hegel's encyclopedia describes the Hermetic circle of creation and also shows the influences of Lullism and Pansophism. I have amply documented the explicitly onto theological nature of Hegel's logic, as well as its traces of Kabbalism, Böhmenism, and Lullism. The logic seeks to lay bare the mind of God before creation. As a Hermeticist, however, Hegel regards God before creation as incomplete. To complete himself, God must know himself, and the immediate self-cognition God possesses before creation is not self-knowledge. Self-know * requires mediated recognition. It requires that the self see reflected in another and recognize itself there. The philosophy of nature portrays the spatio-temporal world as a mirror of God. I have demonstrated its debts to alchemy, Paracelsus in particular. Hegel shows us how the world of nature is shot through with intelligible anticipations of spirit, how the very stones cry out for spirit. The philosophy of spirit and related texts, the philosophy of right, the philosophy of world history, and the lecture courses on the three moments of absolute spirit, art, religion, and philosophy, set forth the return of creation to the divine by means of man, who brings about the actualization of God through progressively more adequate embodiments, first in the form of concrete institutions and practices, then in the realm of culture, particularly art and religion, and finally, and most adequately, in Hegel's system of speculative philosophy, which is the Word made flesh, the divine logos spiritually embodied in the pure ether of thought. With this, the Hermetic circle reaches closure. And here too the prosecution rests.